with Tanushi. Tanushi getting absolutely sent back with those nunchucks. He's gonna be able to catch him all the way toward the backside. Zay wants his first dub of the day, but Spider wants that extra $800. He wants that first place finish here. Gonna be absolutely insane here to see if he can push this all together here. And now Zay is gonna be able to put all of the magic together. Let's go! Inside of a corner, absolutely decimating this man, not giving him another opportunity. As the Ghost is also gonna come back, trying to see if he can get it again. Beautiful right click connecting onto Spider, as Spider is gonna see if maybe he can find him as well. Beautiful, Takeda is gonna be able to connect him as Spider has the opportunity to back out. Shell Rush is gonna be able to come through, surprise Zay, as Spider is gonna try to see if he can juggle it away. No! Spider shuts down Zay.
这缘分像一道桥，山河早晚烧，留下誓言我来熬。而你断断续续唱着歌，假装没爱了。用誓言你下青春我来熬。我进来吗？我躲了。我进来逼了，可以开腰刀。我看着红叶，
车道发给我东西，
你吃，保我，上篮，好踢了，
在哪？发给我，
上面两个人在打架，两个人，就这两个了
，OK，
他被踢了，
另外一个呢？
另外一个躲一下，另外一个往毒里飞了，我进毒躲了，他死了，他被毒死了，别被毒死。A 他一下，我不进去了，没事，我被毒死的，头是我们的就 OK。哎呀，总算吃了一把呀，没什么头，吃烂了，可以，吃了一把就笑，吃了一把就笑嘻了。可以不用买票了。
等我推一下就不行了。
哎，
等我推一下呀。
我说可以，你不用提前买票了。
马上退一退啊！马上我说什么呢？我都买好了。
我都买好了，等我推一下。
退一下，得退，把按摩钱给我退回来。
真的退呀，票钱呀。
作为杰杯小组赛单排赛的第1名，接下来几天我会好好思考一下，冠军皮肤该长什么样子。
兄弟们，小弟的棍子继续开卖了，请大家多多支持一下。
刚睡醒就迫不及待过来录垃圾话了。
为了迎接这一次的总冠军，我特意改了一个相匹配的 ID。
As an old one, I didn't even worry about not making it to the finals.
第一次打职业就进入了杰杯总决赛，建议大伙上点强度。
光头强还真是不给面子。
我在电视上看过你，光头强。Come to me, don't waste my grapples.
Just wait till you get parried and killed by me.
如果说从中国大陆预选赛晋级是运气，那么这次进入杰杯总决赛就是我实力的体现。
首日被其他赛区击败8次，这也敢说实力？Sức mạnh của các bạn là gì khi bị đánh bại bởi tôi ạ？ 这 NBPL 的面子都要被你们丢光了。
北美、欧洲输完，输菲律宾，再输越南，接下来没人可以输了。
范叔啊，我们小组赛被越南打爆了。
再上李鑫有多难，但输越南不应该啊！这难道真又让我说中了？永劫无间世界冠军赛的伙伴们，你们必须得加油，这口气一定要争，加油！
范老师好，
范老师好，
我从小看你踢球了。
范老师都来了。
Although my Chinese name means ordinary, but when I win the championship, you guys will all remember me.
等我单3排奖金拿到手之后，我决定请大家去新加坡旅游，说不定还能碰到熟人呢。我建议大家还是在外面开堆就好了，没事别进回阳镜，反正打不过我。
作为杰杯小组賽战行次數最多的我，實力只能排到第2，因為第1是奪冠那刻的我。Tôi là một người có nhiều kill nhất trong vòng bảng G cấp, tôi là người hay nhất。全国冠军已经拿过了，就差一个世界冠军了。
拿下这个冠军，我就直接封神。
只有我的颜值才能衬托起这个冠军海报。I've defeated Dahui, and it's your turn next.
以往的比赛我只发挥了80%实力，但这次我会全力以赴，
As an A's brightest hope, I will shine so bright that you cannot open your eyes.
The lights of the EU region will guide me to the throne.
Tôi Roy Hi Hi, với sức mạnh của người Việt Nam, tôi sẽ đánh bại các bạn.
成为世界第一匕首就在今天。
18岁永劫无间赛事大满贯就在今天。
也是直接被拆掉，现在是个3打1，只剩一个神将。
防不拉图却告诉了大家，就这个阵容到底怎么打。
四白在这边命悬一线，这个是反杀1人那种 combo， 本人没抓到，这一波一个2.0拿下了崽。
哦哟，弗莱这边直接干掉 T25，
没挣到金钟罩也直接交代，被直接进到风里面吗？瞬间3个人没了。
EWE 直接摆脱了阳虚状态啊！
lợi thế của anh dùng kích con thiên hải nào? Đúng rồi, một lần kiếm kiên chính xác. 330 đập lại, quay 31-15.
Thôi rồi, một trận thi đấu bùng nổ là đây rồi. Cái kill thứ 3, một hit nữa và đã.
Here we go. That was actually really slick. I gotta see a replay of that one. Meanwhile, Tryhard is able to do the nice little dashing dance though with the dagger. Massive amounts of hit. Zay lost this fight the first time. This is the reason why Zay is pushing in so hard. Except Zay does not want to give Spider.
天公夺巧，千锤百炼，至阳之门已经开启，双城之争，谁主沉浮？让我们欢迎英雄们的到来。ASG 小金。17GL Eagle。 NPG 独白。JBL 新。暴打黄富来。GD T225。EWG 叶然。狼队凯豹。星辰 Gaming 王亮。OUG The King。微博 Gaming Spider。同样，让我们欢迎已经在狮城整装待发的其他赛区晋级选手。VL 在 BWG APM Orion Tryhard VNGC 罗一熙 RRN Demo。 烛龙显火飞天地，汹涌万里迎金乌。永劫无间世界冠军赛单排总决赛现在开始。
I had heard of many miracles, and I didn't understand, until I realized that miracles are unremitting hard work and perseverance.
He's being run down by Zay once again. Zay is permanently after Spider. Spider might just have to accept his fate. He has the Bird's Might, so he will be able to find a reset, but Zay has been a nuisance for him. Zay is a menace!
You may have witnessed my gorgeous move and fierce attacks in the game. The tag of talented has always been with me.
Is going to be able to work towards this one. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. That was actually really slick. I got to see a replay of that one. Meanwhile, Tryhard is able to do the nice little dashing dance, though, with the dagger. And is able to get nice, massive amounts of hits. But Tryhard is...
And I've never regretted being a part of the trio game, because I understand that only by working hard enough can I become the best on the battlefield.
我很早就成为了大家的焦点，你们常说我是颜值担当，但也就仅此而已。
被迫交了自己的风之精灵，这个吹应该是不太好吹到的。落地之后，一个蓝顶逼出了叶然这边的一个奥义，然后直接一个下臂王并没有，对面直接奥义反顶了一下，但是这个升龙，这个四面飞花，路人王拿下了叶然。
人生事项，我想证明我实力与外貌亦可兼并。
Không có gì ngạc nhiên khi tôi được quan tâm đặc biệt ở G Cup. Tài năng là thứ không thể thiếu, nhưng tôi chơi giỏi hơn bạn.
2个剑气下去，若隐黑害，奥义把体顶开。现在路人王这边直接中间完了，路人王没有逃跑的法门。
Ở Việt Nam, chúng tôi không bao giờ lùi bước. Mỗi khi bước vào trận chiến, mục tiêu của tôi luôn giành chiến thắng.
直接打个3B，再抓。路人王一脚葫芦拳击，他的护手把2个人都中了。这一波刀哥先倒，迅不我躲。这一波的话，路人王也倒了。
Confidence is my most potent weapon. If you fear your opponent, how are you going to win? Even if the NBPL players are strong, I have enough combat experience to beat them.
打一个减满花，但是被夹在中间，双剑开门，自己奥义只能逼，但是面对对方这个时候还有机会吗？推一段反再推，上来想接追避，后手给还是正了，他被自己的方式打败了 Spider。
从最初面对节杯时的稍显恐惧，到如今的战而无畏。
一个双刀，对面是个死棍子，这边直接正刀。Spider 再追，阿婆夫想要，哎，这个 CA 没有追到，是的，接下 P 没有打到，小寨一波传 V2 接出局了，有了。
在熟练掌握蜘蛛感应的我看来，已经没有不可战胜的对手。
Spider 不敢贸然进攻上卡视野，这个是反杀依然那条 combo， 本曲没抓到，这一波一个2.0拿下了仔。
经历过去年节杯以及 NBPL 的洗礼，我逐渐成为大家心中的强者。不论对刀刃控制与毫厘之间的细腻，
可能会对局势有些稍微的区别。这边两个阳虚都碰上了，这个双刀流打得非常痛，
还是对身法把握在瞬息之间的灵活。
继续给压力贴得很紧，对方拉状态，荆轲现臂再一传，逼出奥义，自己有冰寒飞影、冰心诀，冰寒飞影第一段没有穿到，反手被对面冲拳，空中灼烧效果吃不住，但是在生死一瞬间，
我要用最极致的技巧击溃所有阻挡我前进的对手。
Master Demo will be the strongest player in the finals.
Bathed in the light of the NA region, I will be unstoppable.
Với sức mạnh của người Việt Nam, tôi sẽ viết lên lịch sử tại đây.
As the light of hope in the EU region, I will continue to shine on the stage of the finals.
铸就18岁的大满贯就在今日。
Ladies and gentlemen from around the world, welcome to the Naraka Blade Point World Championships. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today is my girl, Moxie, and we are rocking out in the Tarka and Matari outfits today. I hope you guys are as excited as we are to be here, because there's no place in the entire world I would rather be than right here with you guys in the World Championships. It has been a long and grueling road to get here, and it feels like 2 seasons have gone gone by in a flash, a quick fiery heat where we watched all of these players grow immeasurably throughout the seasons. And now the time is finally here. 16 solo players from across the world have fought through hordes to make it to this stage. And I know you guys are just as excited as we are. Moxie, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling so excited because, Rune, this is a really immense shakeup, right? Not just for the CN region, but for a couple of other regions too. Like Vietnam has a really strong representation, especially in solos for Roy Hee, who is an absolutely exceptional aggressive player. But we have to talk about it. EU and NA both made it. Yes, EU scraped by with Zay finally being able to find that one kill that he needed off of Spider. In his last game of the day, it came as close as it could possibly have come, but he made it in. And then there's Tryhard coming in from the NA region off of Orion, coming in at the top 5 as well. So already that's shifting the sort of terms that the Naraka competitive scene has had for the longest time. This is going to spark so much interest in those other regions to help build the scene even further.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, there's so many players we have to talk about here today. And I think it goes without saying, all 16 players here are absolutely noteworthy. Not just because that they're here in the grand finals for the Solo World Championship, but they've all had their standout moments where they've made things happen that we have looked at and been like, wow, this is absolutely insane. We didn't even think you could, play Naraka at this level. These players are the best of the best, and they're here to prove who among them is the overall best player currently in the world. And I think, if we're going to talk about that, we have to talk about our defending world champion, which is Baudas Huangfly. Huangfly has a lot, there's so much on the line for him as a player here. You're talking about a player who in season 1 kind of struggled to re-find his footing in the new meta that emerged, and season 2, which was a much slower paced Naraka where everybody struggled to find their feet, Huangfly equally struggled even more. So it's been a long season for him to even get here. He's had to fight and scrape his way just to be on the stage, and now that the meta has shifted back towards a much more aggressive meta, he's started to find those same skills that we used to see coming from Huangfly here, and hopefully he's going to be able to defend his title today. And I think, when we talk about defending the title, and if we're going to talk about the Fly, there's one other person we have to talk about, Moxie.
Yeah, we do. We have to talk about the spider in the room. Arachnophobia is very much real in this Naraka lobby. However, we can have a look at the rules. Same as always, you get more kills, you survive longer, the multiplier is going to be nice and high, and you're going to be able to consistently set a lot of points onto your table, and it really is going to matter. Every single match is going to count, because we have 3 games of solos up first for you, and then we move over to trios. It is not the 6 games of solos, 6 games of trios flex that we used to have in the first group stages, as you can take a look at what exactly is going to be at stake for some of these players. It's not just the cash, it's also that title. The fact that you know that you are the best player at this level on the world stage, and no one else can tell you otherwise. And I do have to think Spider definitely has a really good shot at it. My concern for Spider is that his pop-off games have always been on day 2s, right? Day 2 of his season 2 Grand Pro League, Day 2 of his group stages, that's when he really comes into his own. Day 1 is where he struggles. And for Spider, because he has 3 days back-to-back, he can't afford to have that first day be inconsistent for his score.
Yeah, absolutely not. Consistency is always the name of the game here for all of these players, and some of these players more consistent than the others. We talked about it a lot during season 1 and season 2, how a lot of these players very coin flippy, right? They either come in and they absolutely have dominating games, or they disappear towards the bottom of the leaderboard. And some of the other players who are here are just constantly consistent. And if we're going to talk about a player potentially overcoming WBG's Spider in the name of consistency, there's 2 players in particular we need to look at, and of course that is going to be XCG's Wang Liang and of course OUG's Luren King. These are 2 players who are consistently in the top 3 to top 5 range every single game, and then they do also have explosive games, and it's typically why we see them in those first and second place positions towards the end of the lineups here, is because off the back of that consistency, when they have an explosive game, it just skyrockets them so high in the standings. It's hard to catch up with if you're a coin flippy player. So WBG Spider has his work cut out for him. And not only that, you know, we're talking about the consistent players, we're talking about the different kinds of play styles and everything, but you have to keep in mind, for many of these other regions, this is it. This is the way that they are going to defend their region's name. They are not going to take it sitting down, Moxie.
Well, we are going to be sitting down for a little bit longer, Rune. However, you folks at home get to turn your attention to a very short VT. So our lovely faces are going to disappear for just a bit, but we'll see you on the other side.
作为杰杯小组赛单排赛的第1名，接下来几天我会好好思考一下，冠军皮肤该长什么样子。
兄弟们，小弟的棍子继续开卖了，请大家多多支持一下。
刚睡醒就迫不及待过来录垃圾话了。
为了迎接这一次的总冠军，我特意改了一个相匹配的 ID。
As an old one, I didn't even worry about not making it to the finals.
第一次打职业就进入了杰杯总决赛，建议大伙上点强度。
光头强还真是不给面子。
我在电视上看过你，光头强。
Come to me. Don't waste my grapples.
Just wait till you get parried and killed by me.
如果说从中国大陆预选赛晋级是运气，那麼這次進入傑杯總決賽就是我實力的體現。
首日被其他賽區擊敗8次，這也敢說實力？
Sức mạnh của các bạn là gì khi bị đánh bại bởi tôi ạ? 这 NBPL 的面子都要被你们丢光了。
北美、欧洲输完，输菲律賓，再輸越南，接下來沒人可以輸了。
范叔啊，我們小組賽被越南打爆了。
再上李鑫有多難，但輸越南不應該啊！這難道真又讓我說中了？永劫無間世界冠軍賽的夥伴們，你們必須得加油，這口氣一定要爭，加油！
范老師好，
范老師好，
范老師好，我從小看你踢球了。
范老師都來了。
Although my Chinese name means ordinary, but when I win the championship, you guys will all remember me.
等我单3排奖金拿到手之后，我决定请大家去新加坡旅游，说不定还能碰到熟人呢。我建议大家还是在外面开堆就好了，没事别进回阳镜，反正打不过我。
作为杰杯小组賽戰神次數最多的我，實力只能排到第2，因為第1是奪冠那刻的我。
Tôi là một người có nhiều kill nhất trong vòng bảng G cấp. Tôi là người hay nhất.
全国冠軍已經拿過了，就差一個世界冠軍了。
拿下這個冠軍，我就直接封神。
只有我的顏值才能襯托起這個冠軍海報。
I've defeated Dahui, and it's your turn next.
以往的比賽我只發揮了80%實力，但這次我會全力以赴。
As an A's brightest hope, I will shine so bright that you cannot open your eyes.
The light of the EU region will guide me to the throne.
Tôi Roy Hi Hi, với sức mạnh của người Việt Nam, tôi sẽ đánh bại các bạn.
成为世界第1匕首就在今天。
18歲永劫無間賽事大滿貫就在今天。
Some inspiring and some cheeky words from all of our players here in the solos finals. Guys, I want you to remember that we have 3 games of solos today, but we also have 3 games of trios coming up. So make sure you stick around after our 3 incredible games, because you know these games are going to be absolutely insane. Taking a look here at the Karen on the battlefield, and this is where you guys don't want to be. You don't want to end up in this state and miss out on all 6 of today's games. So make sure you guys are staying tuned here for all the action in the World Cup, because man, it is gonna be insane. I'm ready. I'm just ready to go ahead and jump straight into this first game. There's so much on the line for so many of these players, and I think, you know, we talked about it before we jumped to a quick break there, which was how important it is to keep your eyes on these players from the other regions, like Zay, Tryhard, Demo, all of them, right? Because not only are they here for the money, but like you said, there is so much prestige on the line for these other regions who don't have these massively strong scenes for competitive, right? We don't have a lot of orgs getting involved in NA and EU yet. And if these players come through and actually perform well today and well throughout the rest of the days here in the World Championship, they are not only going to bring the honor to their region, but they are going to bring so much more to the players of their region as more and more orgs and players start to turn their attention to competitive Naraka. It's hyper important for these players to come in and perform well today so that they can get more players involved for their region, and they know that. And off the back of that, I think they intend to come in today and leave absolutely nothing on the table. Every card in their hand they are going to play. You know, some of these players we kind of speculated, especially in the trios, we talked about some of the teams that were already like hyper qualified off the first day. We kind of felt like they were
holding back a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. That they were kind of holding some in reserve to come into the grand finals here. And it makes sense, right? Because if you look at the World Cup from last year, we see J Team, right? They come in with this comp nobody expected to come out of them. And being a pioneer for that new particular competitive comp actually ends up winning them the World Cup. So it's not unheard of for these teams to do this. We could certainly see that happen over the next couple of days.
Yeah, especially because meta has shifted significantly in both solos and trios. Like Zuping obviously got a massive nerf in the solos meta, and we've seen things like Wu Chen actually replace her in that aspect. Yoda with her nerfs has also been replaced by things like Takeda to be able to have that same burst damage potential. And then in the trios meta, we always have that sort of push and pull, that tug of war going on between the monk comps of, is it better to field the Kurumi or is it better to field the Temi? And even now we have some teams questioning whether it's better to field a Takeda over a Yui. And a lot of it comes down to how you can actually play around the Gates of Yang, because talking about leaving nothing on the table, Rune, Gates of Yang are extremely important in this game. And I love as well that when we were doing all of the player cams, the stats, we now actually have percentage of win rate on Gates of Yang, as well as the number of times that players have participated. And you look at Spider, and I do believe he's participated several times, and he's won 71% of them.
Oh yeah, I mean, Spider absolutely loves his aggression, and the Gates of Yang just allow him to continue that level of aggression and be rewarded for it even more so. And as we take a look at game one, locking in here, we're gonna see 4 Yodos across the board. It looks like the gentleman's agreement continues for stage 1 of solos here. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, the hero rule is still in effect. Even though it's 6 games across 2 days, they can still only play the same hero twice, 1 time. Every other game they have to play a different hero here, and it seems to be that many of these players are opting to play Yodo, and we're going to see a single player, I do believe, locking into Mulk. And what a map this is going to be. Look at this, everything in the northwest up here by Eventide Temple, and all of these players locking in. Sorry, I said northwest, but it's northeast side of the map here. All of these players looking for a lot of this loot. We're going to see Team GD's player head down there towards Horseshoe. We're going to see 2 players looking to automatically go towards Secret Tunnel. 2 players fighting over Eventide. Just to the south of Eventide, in those little towns, we're going to see a couple players cluster together as well. And it is going to be some heated battles right off the start, Moxie.
Yeah, it is dusk though, so there's going to be a lot of fireflies flooding around, which does mean that these Yodas are going to be getting their ultimates online a lot. And I think that is the main reason we're seeing the Yodo, even with the nerfs that she got on her ultimate, actually being chosen. Interestingly enough, normally it's Temi who's our first game of the day, but maybe it's because players have sort of identified that if they just use things like the uppercut off of the dual blade crouches into that Temi F activation, you can actually kind of punish the Temi for using that ability and turn it against him, as there is going to be 1 Temi still in this lobby. VNGC's Roy He is going to be locking that one, and he's going to be feeling pretty happy about himself, right? He's going to be the only Temi in this lobby, which means he has a lot of power in that ultimate.
You know, speaking of being the only Temi in the lobby here, I just want to mention, if you guys missed it there, the World Cup here, sponsored by Alienware. If you guys need some upgrades for your PC, make sure you go check out Alienware, because they're going to make sure you get playing Naraka right. As we see Tryhard here off to an immediate start, looking to go in and collapse onto VLZ here. Both the NA and EU hopes going head to head right off the start. A massive scale rush here for Tryhard. The F3 immediately going to come out from Zay, followed up by the F3. F3 of Orion's tryhard. Zay going to be evicted as many players start to take shots here at Zay. Tryhard trying to follow up on it, needs to be very careful here, is now the third party coming through, and he does not want to give this elimination to Ego for free. Ego trying to come in with the F3 of their own to get a little bit of a reset as they give chase to Zay. Zay able to get a pot off, and now both Zay and Ego in a very similar place, and Tryhard has to decide who he's going to collapse onto here as we turn our attention to Demo and Roy Hee. Two players from SEA and Vietnam now going head to head. It's very interesting to see that these fights breaking out outside from the CN region here. These two teams just going head to head. Roy gonna pop the ultimate here. The only Temi actually gonna catch on to Demo. Demo goes extremely low, but turns around with a charged left click from the dagger. He's gonna catch both Roy and the other player, but Roy returns the favor with a charged left click of his own and picks up the elimination onto Demo. Demo gonna be immediately sent back to the soul altar here. Yiron with the uppercut from those dual blades. We were just talking about putting the pain onto Roy Hee. Roy Hee now turning back around, but Yiron with the ultimate. Roy no place to go. Yiron locks it down and picks up their first elimination of the game.
Yeah, Yuran getting that third party onto the Temi, able to punish using that ultimate and having to try and reset and block out the third party when it comes on through. However, the action is not stopping. We figured it would be an aggressive lobby. Yoda lobbies tend to be, but all of these players are just looking for as many kills as possible to cement themselves a nice safety pocket of kills necessary to take into that final zone and really put that kill multiplier to work. As Ace's Jin has found GD's T225 and immediately goes through with those nunchucks. Jin still on a grey dagger at the moment, has to be very careful. Is able to land the uppercut, but is immediately going to be locked out of any impact from that F2 dropping. But we'll use that Yoda ultimate as we see the tap dodge come through from T25, and he actually now gets to use his Yoda ultimate last. So he's in a better position. However, he has to use one slash to be able to try and find that teleportation. But T225's ultimate is still going and will be able to catch on to Jin as he drops out of his. Nice uppercut, actually, to catch on to T25 before he's actually able to land on the ground after coming out of the ult. And Jin, with just that little play, is able to come out on top.
Yeah, Jin, he played this really, really smart. If you notice when he goes in, he sees the other Yoda ult come out, and he immediately holds every single slash for as long as possible, buying him as many frames of that extra armor the ult provides that he can get, right? So he lets the other player just go ahead and get those slashes through, and they do minimal damage because of the damage reduction from the ultimate, and because of that, on his last slash, he's able to teleport, create some distance, block out another slash, and effectively cover the kind of disadvantage you have when you cast your Yodohime ultimate first in this matchup. Super smart plays coming out from Jin as we turn our attention back to 17JL's Ego and VL's Zay going head to head once again here. Ego tried to come in for the third party before Zay gonna catch the charge left click on the dagger here, but Ego gonna immediately turn things around. Zay gonna be forced into the ultimate here, is actually gonna catch at least one hit onto Ego without the protection from the ult of their own. So Zay gets enough damage here to kind of match things back up, but needs to be careful that Ego doesn't land this hit. They are able to tap dodge it, but can they tap dodge the last? No, they cannot. Zay goes to half health. The parry comes out. There's no hope as 17JL Ego picks up the elimination onto Zay. We turn now to VNGC's Roy Hee. Off the back of being eliminated earlier, still only with the white armor, looking to try to go in onto NPG's Dubai. Dubai gonna back out of here and opt for the reset, which is gonna buy Roy the time that they need to do the same. Demo, in a very similar situation, trying to come onto Huangfly here, is gonna be forced to drop the F3 and take a heal. Huangfly goes extremely low off the back of those dagger downs, but is able to get a reset, and Demo tries to continue chase here. Neither player with the F3, both of them on cooldown right now, but Huangfly gonna have it back first. Demo needs to be careful, needs to be watching the timer off of that. Huangfly gonna turn around with the dual blades, instantly knock the armor off of Demo. Demo able to tap dodge back through, but it's not going to be enough as Huangfly is able to pick up the parry, and I do believe that's going to be it for Demo. He's going to be eliminated here from game number 1.
Yeah, Demo unfortunately going to be the first player out of this lobby. Roy Hee also in a just as precarious position as we see the first gates of Yang popping up. ASE's Jin actually deciding to prioritize taking control of Amorit's Blessing, hoping to really play off of the fact that all of these players are going to actually maneuver their way towards those gates, and he should be able to get that box for free. As we can see, Wolves Kaibao looking to enter into a gate of his own at the moment. Huangfly does know that Wang Liang is pretty close to him, hasn't swapped over towards the pistol to actually start to engage onto that fight. He's still running those dual blades in case he has to scale rush off that cliff. As Tryhard is finding the king at the moment, Tryhard, one of these players that we really said to watch out for. Both of these players vying for control of the space for that Gate of Yang so that when it spawns, they have the opportunity to enter the realm and try and pilfer some of the goodies that lie within, as well as the buffs. And those buffs have been absolutely instrumental. You can see they don't even want to take the fight against each other. It is literally just a race to be able to enter that gate first so that you have a shot at winning this 1 versus 1. So it is going to be Wang Liang going up against 17 JL's Ego, both players running onto those blues. However, Ego swapping over towards a grey ranged weapon to just try and pressure Wang Liang, who swapped over towards a blue pistol himself. None of them going to be able to find that knock of the armor that they're looking for. However, Wang Liang finds the uppercut that he's looking for. Isn't going to be able to try to push on forward with the F2 coming on through. Tries to bait out the parry, immediately hits him with the 1-2 into the down. And Ego is taking so much damage. He's stuck in that uppercut animation as now Wang Liang, off of just that uppercut animation, will be able to find the hit confirm on the vertical follow on through. As Tryhard uses his Yoda ultimate up against APF at the moment before those purple nunchucks can absolutely tear through his health. And off of the result of that Yoda ultimate being so successful, he will be able to find that win. And it is now going to be coming buffs online for Tryhard. 1 for XCG as well. They pick up a Vermilion Bird's Might, as does Orion's Tryhard. And this now becomes the problem for those players. If you lost that fight in the Gate of Yang, you need to find a fight and find a Soul Bloom. If you didn't go into the Gate of Yang, you want to go into hiding, because otherwise you're going to be running into players with buffs that you do not currently have access to. As Yuran is trying to make sure that Jin doesn't have access to a health bar at the moment. That Toxic Room going to do a lot of work to try and force those Yodas outside of Secret Tunnel. Jin does have that Yoda ultimate, but he's holding on to it. He knows that once he uses that first slash, he is potentially going to be sniped out, but oh, he still goes down. Yuran will be able to claim that kill as well, since he was the last player with a hit on him, even though you can hear all of the snipes attempted to go through, as Dubai had thought that there was an opportunity to go for the third party, but unfortunately times it out.
Euron played this very, very well, honestly. He knew that those shrooms were going to start poisoning them eventually. All he has to do is keep him on the run. He lands the bow shot, gets him low enough so that the poison can kill him. And as long as he stays on the run, he knows the poison is eventually going to do its job. And that's exactly what we see happen here. Dubai off the back of being parried here by Euron in a very precarious situation. And Euron more than happy to just pressure into this Yoda ultimate, knowing how low Dubai is. This is potentially another elimination for Euron here. They just need to find a little bit of damage here, almost get through there. Unfortunately, Dubai does come back through. The F3 comes through. The scale rush, Yiran gonna throw the F3 through as well, but Dubai able to find a pot off just in time. Yiran not gonna have as easy a time now. That said, Yiran still holding on to the ultimate, can easily come through and eliminate Dubai here if they can just catch them out. Dubai using a little bit of movement here on those nunchucks just to try to create an extra gap so they can get a grapple off without being stun locked out. That's exactly what we see here. The scale rush coming through once again from the nunchucks, just trying to buy as much distance as they can. Yiran able to clip them with the edge of the dagger here just a little bit, but not enough to slow Dubai down. Dubai able to find that F3 again, able to find a second health pot off here, but they overcommit just a little too much as Yiran able to find a ton of damage with the dagger combos coming through here. Dubai trying to just grapple away here. Yiran unfortunately caught onto the terrain, actually going to be forced to end the ultimate. Dubai might live to see another day off the back of that unfortunate terrain, just stopping Yiran from following through with the teleport. But here comes WBG Spider. Dubai does have a purple shield, and if he's able to get the reset, it's going to be in a much better situation. Turning now to battle us Wongfly, who has 17 jails. Ego in a very similar situation. It's going to be ult for ult here. Ego is going to take at least one slash from Wongfly there. With the damage reduction, though, staying alive. Wongfly is just trying to bait this out. Wait for it. Is able to come through with the dual blades, but is not going to be liking the fact that he gets turned onto with a set of dual blades from Ego as well. Ego super low here, needs to play aggressively, needs to not clank, and unfortunately Wongfly able to just cut through, take control of the neutral, and pick up another elimination.
Oh, the third party potential is real in this fight as well. However, APF cannot abandon it. He is lacking a Solvin right now with Yang depletion. He needs a fight win and he needs it quickly. And that's why the Yoda ultimate comes on through. But unfortunately for him, the King just takes this as an opportunity to disengage. 55 seconds left. If he doesn't find a Solvin, in that time he is out of the lobby for good. But he might be out anyway. As Spider tries to come in and find that kill, the Clang comes on through. He's just trying to get this one last hit onto APF. But oh no, it gets stolen by Dubai because the King actually engages Spider. And Spider now actually has to use this Yoda ultimate to be able to try and reposition himself, as he is extremely low himself. By trying to put himself into a position to look for that third party, he went a little bit too aggressively forward. And immediately now he's that Yoda that's coming under so much attention from all of these other players in the area. Scale Rush to try and break away from this fight and find a little bit of downtime for the reset. He does have the F ability available if he gets pushed on even more aggressively, but he has been able, it looks like, to temporarily lose Dubai at the moment. He's still hunting down where he potentially could have gone, given the fact that Dubai both has his F ability and the ultimate up. The King, with a bounty on his head, also going to be using that threat meter to try and track whoever put it on him, and he's actually able to catch out onto one Yodo and try and bully them, but can't actually try to push forward because the F just holds him in position. And he's taking a lot of zone tick right now. Dubai, with a very cheeky ability drop, is able to immediately lose his tail and live another day.
Yeah, really interesting here to see some of these Yodas using those F3s the way that they are there. It's super interesting that Dubai just throws it flat, because we could have seen the other Yoda just go over the top side. Lureng easily could have just grabbed the ceiling and scale rushed over it, but continues to run through it. Not quite sure what Lureng was thinking there. Maybe he's just panicked trying to get through it and just isn't able to find it. Roy here in a really bad situation. Gonna be forced to pop the ultimate here, throws the F back out. Yiran continuing to give chase, but it's Kai Bao who's able to lock down on the grapple first here, but Roy extremely low. Roy with 2 eliminations under his belt, but he's already been eliminated once. If he goes out here, that is it. He steps into the zone, but it's WBG. Wait, where did Spider come from? Excuse me?
Look, Spider has six senses when it comes to that third-party potential. As we turn towards this gate of Yang fight, Huangfly using that Yoda ultimate, trying to catch onto his opponent, going vertical off of those last slashes to try and dodge out of the Yoda ultimate that still remains for him to face, as Wang Liang puts so much damage towards him, but the tap dodge comes on through. Huangfly holding onto an absolute sliver of health is unfortunately going to go down.
Yeah, really unfortunate here for Wongfly. He actually goes for the charge left click off the dagger and decides to tap back into the neutral and clanks white. He's so low though, the clank's enough to kill him. Honestly, at that point, if you're Wongfly, it's just better to go ahead and commit to the blue, right? Just go ahead and let it go in their face, see if you can make something happen. Unfortunately, he just doesn't. So now he's in the Yang depletion. He needs to go out. He needs to find that elimination to have any hope of staying in the game. And Wang Liang is the player he needs to not go fight right now. Knowing that he's got the buff, he can't put himself in a situation where he's on the backside again. And we see Wang Liang actually on the hunt, right? Knows that he potentially has the opportunity to pick another elimination. And there it is. He's got that Mystic Might, so he can just track down Wongfly here. He can continue the hunt and just pick up another elimination here off the back of the buff here, because he's gonna have that 25% damage reduction. So knowing that Wongfly is already on the back foot and in a panic, he can just play the fight so much slower and continue to pressure Wongfly. And Wongfly now gonna find himself in a bit of a pickle as multiple players show up. He needs to be able to take a fight here, but he just can't. With so many players around, he knows he's going to end up getting picked out. Luren King here, now the one giving chase, going to come over, see if there's anything in the box. Isn't going to find anything, decides to just turn back and look to pressure onto this fight. And Wongfly is quite literally stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's got Luren King on one side, Yiran on the other, and then just to the other side of that, where we can't see off camera, Wang Liang also still waiting in the wings with that buff here. So Wongfly, 2 minutes and 48 seconds left on the timer. He's got to find somebody he's comfortable with taking a fight with and pick up an elimination here very soon.
I mean, if he checks Purple Bush, he's gonna run into just Yiran hiding up there using that invisibility with the crouch, but He really needs to take a fight. The good news is for him, because he lost that fight in the Gate of Yang, he has at least got his ultimate. The problem is, like, this get is riskier. The longer the game goes on, the more risk those Gates of Yang are, because the less players there are in a lobby. And the more enclosed as well a lot of those players get in the actual fights that you partake in. So the chance of being third-partied or being picked out upon is a lot higher. As Huangfly now gets turned upon by every single player in this area, has to use this Yoda ultimate to try to catch onto one Yoda that he's isolated away from the herd, but he gets grapple cancelled before he can actually push onto Spider. The uppercut comes through, but Spider doesn't find the pick. Tryhard steals it away from him right under his nose. And Tryhard was a player that we said could really push Spider to the limit coming into Jacob. This is a player who can match Spider's aggression. This is a player who has that same ability to put himself in a forward position to look for those third-party kills that Spider is so known for.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Tryhard doing exactly that. And it's very hard to pick up a snipe like that with a cannon there, of all things. And Tryhard's able to make it happen here. Turning your attention to Wolves Kaibao here. Kaibao only has one elimination under his belt. And this was another player you and me talked about here just before the start of the show. Him and WBG Spider kind of have a little rivalry going back and forth. They're about 50-50 in terms of fights breaking out between them and who comes out on top. And the one person who was able to pick up an elimination off of WBG Spider this game already is Wolves Kai Bao. So Kai Bao has already set Spider on the back foot, because typically if we're going to see Spider have a pop-off game, he's already picked up 6 or 7 eliminations here by zone 3 and just continues to run through the lobby. And what we've seen is him kind of slow that pace down because he lost that resurrection pretty early. And, you know, off the back of what was a pretty terrible third party early on, it seems like he's continuing to slow that pace down, because he almost got eliminated because of a bad third party.
Yeah.
He was able to lose Dubai and get away. The thing is this is typically where Spider, if he is going to struggle, does struggle. When he loses a life early, he doesn't have that resurrection, and then when he makes a very aggressive play and it blows up in his face, Spider starts to rethink himself and get in his head. So hopefully the thing he's been working on with his coach the most is the ability to kind of bounce back from those situations. Hopefully we see that coming through in game 2, right? He just lets this be an okay game for him, not a very strong game, and then comes back into game 2 and continues the aggression that he's known for and doesn't let it get to his head.
Yeah, I think a big factor as well is that, like, Spider, his day 2 for his group stages, he wasn't in a lobby with players like Huangfly or Tryhard or even Roy Hee, right? And when he was in that lobby on day 1, he struggled because he wasn't the most aggressive player in the lobby. He really tried to find that tempo that he was able to hit those aggressive plays without putting himself into harm's way, and that was a learning curve for him. And it's a learning curve that he's still on at the moment, as he, however, is able to drop the F3 and hold on to that Morris Blessing for as long as necessary to open it and steal away that legendary armor. Still only got a blue dagger though at the moment, which is definitely going to be problematic given some of these other Yoda's loadouts grapple straight, unfortunately, into the F2. As it is now going to be a Bane's Breath coming on through Yiran, wanting to try and hunt out some of these players. The King extremely close to his side, does look like the target at the moment if Yiran decides to try and chase after anyone, but I think a lot of these Yodas are just playing for positioning. Because it's been a while since we've had a lobby where it's just Yodo after Yodo after Yodo going off in final zone, but positioning into that final zone so you are not the Yoda that has to use that emergency ultimate first and immediately highlight yourself as a vulnerable target is absolutely crucial. And all of these players who are very experienced in how the tempo of a Yodo game plays out know this. So it is just going to be swapping over towards those ranged weapons, exchanging warning shots, not kill shots, not engaging shots, warning shots to try and chase players out of position so that you can take over that space when the zone starts to close through and you can hold on to your ultimate for as long as possible.
Oh, yeah. Well, not only that as well, but if you can get them to give up their space, as soon as you end up in the middle of these final circles with no space to call your own, you become a target, right? You're buying yourself space to relax so you can hold on to your ultimate, as well as forcing another player to basically play tag with the rest of the lobby, right? They need to keep it moving after they give up their space, and everybody's going to start turning and looking at them as a potential target to throw shots at, and as soon as that player gets even a little low, the rest of the lobby is going to get hungry to potentially come in and pick off those kills. There's only 9 players left remaining in the lobby, so every single elimination matters. When you look at the eliminations on the scoreboard right now, you're talking 2-3 eliminations max, right? So for you to come out on top, you have to have more kills here. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it, right? You can't go out in second or third place with 3 eliminations and be like, I'll be okay, because the person who goes out first is going to have at least 3 eliminations under their belt. It's a very tight game, and this is very typical of what we see of standard pro league solos, right? We haven't seen that hyper aggression we're used to seeing come out when we have these players from other regions just yet, and this is also typical, right? It's day 1, it's game 1. There's a lot of feelers going out, and I think that's why we've seen a lot of the Yoda Hime picks here, right? Yoda Hime kind of falling out of favor in the meta in general. These players know they need to play Yodo during one of these games, and it's better to go ahead and get it out in a game where you're just kind of feeling the player base out, you're feeling the lobby, you're feeling the aggression, because then when you go on to those picks that you're comfortable with, you've already got those feelers out of the way, you're back into your comfort level, you're completely warmed up and ready to rock, instead of having to warm up on a character that you want to have your most explosive game on.
Yeah, well, speaking of something you want to have, I do not want to have the positioning of Jin, Wang Liang, or Dubai at the moment. Those Yodos are extremely close to each other, and none of them are really in the center either. So one of them is soon going to have to make a move. Neither of them really wanting to be the one that starts to play aggressive, as Spider is going to get chased out by Zay, and he actually isn't even going to commit to the fight. He's just going to run away to make sure that he's able to hold on to that F, hold on to the ultimate, try and conserve as much resources as possible, because if he takes a fight and it lasts too long, it's going to draw the interest of other players. And Zay knows this, which is why Zay doesn't actually commit to chasing after Spider. He lets him run away. And Spider now is going to be a little bit more close to the open, but he's now going to have to reclaim a spot of his own. And that's why we see all of the range fire coming out onto that Yoda with very little cover to be able to hide herself from those range shots. Again, just using those Dragon Slayers to be able to close as much distance as possible. It's a blue focus strike, so you're not going to get grapple cancelled. You also get the hyper armor to try and block away some of those ranged pot shots coming on through. As the zone starts to push, and some of these Yodos are really not in a good position. A lot of range shots coming on through. Spider sitting at the very top of this tree is probably going to be in prime position to be able to use that verticality for the Yodo ultimate, as no one has hit the emergency panic button just yet. But it is only a matter of time. Full shields for a lot of these Yodo players. The King coming under a lot of fire at the moment, has to try and book it on top of that rooftop to be able to shield themselves a little bit better and hit those reshield moments. As we hear just so much cannon fire following his pathing, making sure he does not feel safe at all. But he's still not been pushed out entirely. And Yuran swapping onto that bow again, just going for that same pressure style. Spider deciding now that he's actually been able to lock a Yodo down. He goes in and just baits. He pokes a tiny bit of pressure, and Yuran is already forced to drop that F3 to be able to try and reset himself, knowing if Spider had actually been able to chip away the shield, he would have been the Yodo that everyone turned on. He had to drop the F ability to make sure that he is not that target number one when this zone starts to push these players out, because he doesn't have a building to be able to hide himself behind. He's only going to be able to try and scale rush his way into center and try and push onto one of these Yodas as they start to move away from the edges of that zone and towards his position.
Yeah, Kai Bao kind of in a very similar situation right now, where he just takes some shots, but he's able to get underneath here and get a pot off very, very quickly for himself. Keep himself alive in the game here. Yuran with kind of a decent position, though. It makes sense for him to drop that F3 as soon as he does. He's got that tree he can constantly kite around, and as long as he keeps moving, that's going to do a lot for blocking shots off from him here. But the zone is collapsing now onto zone 7. We're going to see a lot of these fights break out. Tryhard going to take a shot here, going to be forced to pot up on top side of this little hut here, as now WBG Spider just looking to use that spear, the range on the spear to buy himself some distance. Going to swap to, I do believe, the dagger here, get that scale rush, and go airborne, which is where he's trying to stay. He does not want to be in the bot side here, and he has no way to claim one of these rooftops and buy himself any level of verticality. So he's got to use the weapon skills to make that happen, as we see him here constantly threatening the little bit of space he has on this rock with the charged left click there from the dagger. The King on the corner of this building here, able to get the pot off. Zay comes in. He's able to catch Zay out, though, with a huge uppercut. Zay going to be forced to pop the ultimate, and we're going to see our first Yodel ult coming through here in the zone, and this is exactly the situation you don't want to be in if you're Zay. Zay sees Wang Liang on the edge of the zone, wants to try to knock him towards the edge of the zone, do as much damage as he can. He's not quite able to find the knock into the zone he's hoping for, but Zay able to get at least one pot off after utilizing that F3 in a bit of a sticky situation, though, now, as he's got nothing left in the tank, no ultimate, and that cooldown is going to be there for at least another 20 seconds. Zay just needs to keep himself alive, try to buy a little bit of damage, chip onto some of these players so that he can get that ult back for these final fights. He's going to get caught out by Tryhard's charge left click there, though, doing a ton of damage. Zay going to get parried here by Dubai. That's going to be it, as Zay takes a ton of damage. No, he's able to find the F3 in the nick of time, but he gets knocked into the zone. He only has shield. He didn't heal his HP. Dubai able to pick up the elimination off of Zay. Going to go in and grab himself that soul bloom. The zone is collapsing. It's going to come down to Yodel, Kai Bao, super airborne, Wang Liang at the very tippity top, Spider trying to go even higher, but Wang Liang going to use Spider as a stepping stone, and it looks like Wang Liang is still airborne. He has not come down. None of these Yodos have been able to reach Wang Liang. Wang Liang finally comes down, and he's taking a ton of damage. Tryhard able to pick one up, Spider able to pick two up, Jin able to pick another one up, Spider picks up another, but no, Wang Liang's still alive. What? I'm not sure who comes out on top here.
I think Spider, off of the kills that he's able to pick up, might come out on top, but Wang Liang was the last player surviving in that lobby. Either way, it is going to be extremely close, and there it is. Yeah, Spider with those 3 players that he's able to catch onto with that ultimate will be able to lock down the kills necessary, because Wang Liang's positioning, while it's really strong for survivability, not honestly going to be catching onto as many players as Spider. And Spider just gets to really put that Yoda ultimate to work, and we see in the kill feed literally just Spider, Spider, Spider. He goes down very shortly afterwards, but he's already found those kills necessary. And we said, like, this is going to be a really good test of Spider's sort of approach to the day, whether or not he is going to be able to avoid falling into that trap of feeling so much pressure on day 1 and trying to adjust and have to pull off all of the stops on day 2 to be able to set himself up for a win. He's already started off really strongly. I don't know about you, Rune, but I remember the days of Spider when he was on Yodo, and he would use that panic ultimate. He would be the first player getting caught out. He would be the first Yodo going down, but he plays it really smart. He holds onto that ultimate for as long as possible, and he catches onto everyone clumped below him.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, he was trying to play the same positioning as Wang Liang here, and I actually think Wang Liang does him a little bit of a favor. As the zone is almost fully collapsed, we see Wang Liang grapple onto Spider to cancel out Spider's own grapple, who is trying to go higher, who is trying to go above Wang Liang. This drops Spider, but Spider has a positioning over the top of the rest of the lobby below him. He immediately pops his ultimate, and he's able to get hits onto multiple targets because of it. Because of that positioning, he wanted to go higher. He wanted to play the same game that Wang Liang did, but in this particular instance, it's actually because he gets knocked out of the air that he's able to grab a decent position where he's able to hit so many players with that ultimate. When they do finally die to the zone, that's why we see those names rack up in the kill feed. It comes up Spider, Spider, Spider back to back. Wang Liang does him a little bit of a favor here, and we cut to Wang Liang there after we saw that Spider was the MVP, and he knows it. You can see the look on his face where he goes, I can't believe I did that. I gave that position to Spider, and Spider's gonna walk away. This was my game to lose, and I lost it.
Yeah, not only that, right, but if you have that verticality, yes, you're safer from the Yodo ultimates below you, but your ultimate is going to connect onto all of those players clumped up slower than Spider, who is ever so slightly below you. So you're actually allowing Spider to come in and not just steal the positioning, but steal the kills too, because Spider is going to be able to hit those ultimate slashes faster. And because he can just absolutely slam off every single slash way faster than Wang Liang, who's on top of him, he's actually able to play off of the damage that Wang Liang provides him. And so he's able to pilfer away those free kills and walk away as MVP. And that's definitely got to be very frustrating because, yeah, you know, Wang Liang, you pointed it out, we saw his face. He knows that was his game. He knew that he had that choice of positioning. He gave it away to Spider with that grapple cancel. And as a result, Spider, the one player who has been able to pick up 4 MVPs in one day, walks away with the first of his solo grand finals day 1.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, I want to talk about this though. We're gonna see, of course, Ace's Jin here. Jin played this very well. He knows the Yodo metagame so strong. Every time, even if he popped his ultimate first, he came out on top of every single one of those fights just because he was able to read the plays from the other Yodos, knowing that they were going to pop those slashes faster. Because of that, he comes out in 3rd place here. Wang Liang still holding on to 2nd place here. Good game for Wang Liang. This is typically where we see him in those top 3 situations. And we're going to see NAs try hard, holding on to that 4th place with a 4.6 game score, tying with EWG and NPG's Yiran and Dubai, all 3 of them with a 4.6 score line. This is a very, very interesting first game, and this is exactly what I talked about. How tight it was going to be, it doesn't matter. As long as you have the most number of kills, it's very hard for anybody else to come out on top of you. Spider here gets a little lucky almost in the end as WBG's, as Wang Liang does that grapple cancel, puts him in the best possible position to pick up those 3 eliminations in the end, and off the back of that walks away our MVP here. Only 7k damage coming through from Spider. This is a very low damage game for Spider. 6 eliminations. You know, he gets a lot of those little ticks of damage off here in the end. That 1.5k damage coming through from his ultimate is not typically enough to pick up 3 eliminations, but it was enough in this particular instance because of how low everybody was in the zone. This really came down to positioning in the end, right? You know, once you're in the area here, it's typically last Yoda who ults wins, but if you have the stronger positioning, it doesn't matter because Wang Liang has the stronger, you know, he holds that ult till the very end and he's able to come out on top in terms of being the first place in the lobby, but because he's not able to pick up eliminations with it, it doesn't matter. He does get 2nd place in terms of overall points, but he basically gives the win to WBG Spider. And Spider right now needs to feel a little bit of pressure. Yes, he's going to walk away the MVP here. This is a very low score game for him. In terms of Spider pop-off games, it's a 9.6 for Spider, and he had a little bit of a struggle in the early game. It was Wolves Kai Bao who knocks him out early. We see him go in for a very aggressive 3rd party and almost immediately regret it. Not only does he not pick up the elimination, but Dubai and Luren King immediately go on the hunt for him, and he's just barely able to slip away in that instance, and we could have seen his game 1 end there if he wasn't able to give them the slip in that very quick moment. It was literally moments away from Spider going away, and we saw that reflected in his playstyle. After that, he played very passively the rest of the game. The positioning in the end allowed him to pick up those extra eliminations that he needed, but that was it. Hopefully Spider comes back into the next game and we see that aggression come back out from him, because he needs to keep it going. He can't just go, oh, I've got this, I've already got 1 MVP under my belt. These players are too hungry for that. He needs to come into every single game like it is do or die time, because this, while it is an MVP for Spider, is not a great performance in terms of what we've seen from WBG Spider.
Those players who were sitting around about maybe the 5th to the 10th mark are still pretty close in terms of points. We knew it was probably going to be like that, right? It is a sort of feeling out your surroundings lobby. They're picking out the Yodo to be able to take her off the checklist of the heroes that they have to play. Given her place in meta currently, it's a really good choice to be able to go for that, as opposed to something like a Temi, who you really don't want to burn that first game to be able to feel your surroundings out and go out too early. Same for the Tarka, same for the Wu Chen. Like, Yodo was definitely the best hero, I would say, to give you all-round survivability, but also as much damage burst possible as there is. However, for some of those players, they're going to be looking at Spider's performance and going, well, we can catch that. And that is exactly what they're going to aim for. Spider now has to try and take the lead that he's picked up and increase it. And hopefully we do see him return to that really aggressive form, because yeah, you know, when he struggles in the early game, he struggles in the mid, and as a result, he struggles into that late game. And it really does come down to positioning in a Yodo lobby, but in another lobby where it's something like a Taka lobby or a Temi lobby, it's gonna come down to that micro fight.
Absolutely. But before we come back for game number 2 and see if WBG Spider can bounce back, we do have an interview for you guys. So we're going to throw over to that, and we'll see you guys for game 2 very shortly.
Hi everyone, I'm Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview, and very happy to see you guys again, and welcome to the post-game interview. And today we invite Tryhard here, and let's just connect with him. Hi Tryhard.
Hello.
Hi, hello, very happy to see you because you're so excellent. So I'm looking forward to interview for so long time. Thank you. And you know, like, you're very excellent and also in the solo games. And we saw that from the beginning of the J Cup to now, it seems like you have little changes in your style in fighting in the solo games. So I would like to know, what did you learn from other opponents, or what changes the most important skill you think in the Naraka?
I think the most important skill is to just be patient, let the kills come to you. You know, if you wait long enough and you're in the right spot at the right time, you know, the opportunity will always come. So I think that's the most important skill I've learned.
Yeah, I think it's also very important, and I'm very glad and happy that you can learn a lot in the Naraka, in the J Cup, and hope you have a very happy journey here. And also because you just told us you are a fast learner, and we know that you have lots of identity, like you are an actor, and also you are learning in the high school, and now you also having the race in the J Cup. So I would like to know, do you have any skill that you can learn anything, like everything new so fast?
I think it's just mainly because I'm young and also because I'm very eager to learn. I think the more you want something, the more it comes. So since I want to learn so much, I think it comes faster to me than most.
Oh, that's great. I think it's a very important skill for us that you can learn things so fast. And also because we know that your hobby is reading book. So what type of the book you like the most?
I like to read fantasy books mostly, but I'm very open to anything, so I tend to change my book taste pretty often.
Bravo, so many books you read. And I would like to know, so for now you're like in the Singapore, and do you still reading the books these days?
I try to, but you know, I really want to focus on practicing and to do well in the J Cup this year. So, but I do try and fit in as much reading as possible if I get the chance to during the day.
Okay, at last, would you please just recommend some of a book your favorite to us?
I think my favorite book of all time is probably Malice by John Gwynne. It's a 4-book series. It's really good. I would recommend it.
That sounds great. Thank you, Tryhard. And we are like to say congratulations. You have so excellent performance in the solo games. And I would like to have a more question, like, because I know that you are in the high school right now, and do you have like your classmates, everyone will celebrate for you? And I think wish you have a very happy journey in the J Cup.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for Tryhard for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Welcome back, everybody. We just had our first game of the day in solo, so we have 2 games left, Rune. Spider picked up a first MVP, but we're headed over to Holoroth. So do you know what? I'm probably gonna need a coat. I think you're gonna be pretty covered. If you can just drop your ultimate and immediately run some of that fire past me, that would be much appreciated, because it's gonna get a little bit chilly over here.
Oh yeah, you know, and things are going to get very, very chilly as we head to Holoroth. Not just because of the cold temperatures, but I think we're going to see one of the most chilly characters come through. And of course, I'm talking about Takeda here, as many of these players favor Takeda as we head into our first games of Holoroth, and he's a very dominant force as well. These players love to be able to just pop that ultimate, take back control of the neutral, and flip some of these fights on their head. And we've seen some of the most intense fights that we've seen come through in these Takeda lobbies here in Holoroth. But we've got a question for you, chat, and who won game 1 today? And I mean, you guys got this. I'm not even gonna give you a hint. Just know you can pick up a Lotus treasure here. Keep your eyes peeled on your whisper box so you stand a chance to go ahead and pick up one of these lovely Lotus treasures, of which I am still seeking goodies out of. I am chat, you guys have been very invested in my journey on trying to get my extreme out of these Lotus treasures. Soon we will get there, but hopefully you guys get there before I do. Hopefully you guys answer the question right. You get yourself a Lotus treasure and you get a little bit of that streamer luck, that caster luck as it is. Pick yourself up some goodies. I wish you guys the best of luck in getting everything that you want here. We take a look here at our, of course, team GD's at T225. A little bit of a roster change, of course, coming through here for Team GD. This, of course, allowing Don Quing, who's played almost every single game during Season 1 and Season 2 in both solos and trios, to be able to focus on trios, as he is now the shot caller for Team GD. Taking a look here as well at Master Demo, who didn't quite have the game he wanted here in game number 1. He came through, he played very aggressive early and picked up the eliminations he wanted, but after being eliminated, he found himself struggling to get his footing back into the game and goes out early. So you know Demo is going to be coming back here in game number 2, looking to pop off and have a good game. And you know, today, a little bit more stress for these players, not only because it is the World Cup, but you only get 3 games during these first 2 days. It's not like it was before where it's 6 games a day. So every game matters. You need to pop off every single game if you want to still be ahead of the pack coming into the next day, because you only have 3 opportunities to put points up on the board here. Taking a look now at APF, who definitely had a bit of a struggle here. I do believe he was the first player to be eliminated at the start of our game here, so hopefully he can come back, find his footing into game number 2 as well. Take a look at this stage, by the way. You gotta love, look at that gate of Yang there on stage.
We were watching that opening ceremony and we were just like goosebumps.
Absolutely.
Because I mean, yeah, this outfit pretty chilly for winter temperatures. I don't know how much Ari does it, but no. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to seeing this. I think GD's T225 is potentially going to have a much better game. Like, I would say his best hero is the Takeda. When I've seen him have his really good matches, it has been on Holoroth, it has been when he's on the Takeda. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on him specifically, but I'm also going to be keeping an eye on players like Spider and the King, because the King didn't really have that much of a pop-off game on Yoda, which is actually a little bit surprising, because back in Season 1 of MVPL, like, Yoda was his go-to hero, Yoda was his strongest hero.
To be fair for Luring King here, Yoda, of course, has seen significant nerfs across the board since Season 1. Yoda was everyone's go-to hero in Season 1 because of how dominant she was. The changes that have happened to her feel very minimalistic, but they actually have had a huge impact on Yoda's effectiveness in the overall competitive scene, which is why we talked about so many players picking her in game 1 to kind of go ahead and get her out of the way so that they can come back and perform in the next couple
just rip the band-aid. Right.
Yeah, exactly. And here we go. No surprises here. We're going into Hollow Roth. We're going to see 4 Takedas locked in immediately across the board. And we're going to see, of course, Takedas come through for the rest of these players. WBG Spider, Ego, TT25. More Takedas come through. Our first couple of Tarkas coming through from Dubai and Roy Hehe. A little surprising here that we are going to see that come through. Here's the thing. If you're Tarka and you're able to catch Takeda out before Takeda is able to pop their ultimate, you're in a good situation. You can get that ultimate off, and they don't really have too much of a response for it. But if I'm in Takeda and I see a Tarka running at me and I have my ultimate available, I'm going to pop it early, preemptively. Yeah. And it keep Tarka from being able to put me in a situation where I can't respond. And that's why it's kind of a bad choice to be bringing Tarka into this particular lobby, because Takeda has multiple answers. Into solos, these players aren't running the one and done Takeda ultimate here. They are running the one that's going to allow them to continually just take control back of the neutral, which means every single time one of these Tarkas is able to catch one out, if they've already popped their ultimate, they can get out of that infinite multiple times. So Tarka, very interesting choice to see coming through here. Very strong choice in general in solos right now. Obviously, after his buffs, he's been an absolute menace to the solos meta. But Takeda, one of the few heroes that actually has a good chance against them if you're playing smart. And all players are going to be playing smart. WBG Spider catching an early parry off of Wolves Kai Bao here. Returning a little bit of a favor here, as it was Kai Bao who took the first elimination off of Spider last game. Spider flips the script and takes the first elimination off of Kai Bao this game. Demo here going head-to-head with GD's T225. Demo on the back foot, looked to be in control of that fight, and then immediately loses it as T225 picks up an elimination onto Master Demo.
Yeah, I did say Takeda is definitely his strongest hero, and he gets actually that mythic counter off as well to be able to control that neutral. As those dual baits immediately turns on Roy Hehe before the grapple cancel can come through as well. Before deciding not to commit entirely to the fight, has to wait for the reset on those shields. Swaps over to the Greatsword to be able to create a little bit more distance, but Roy Hehe is still chasing after him, and unfortunately the dual bait's a little bit faster. Will be able to hit one fireball off, but there's that Takeda ultimate already going to be invested, just knocking Roy Hehe back and forcing him to actually have to skirmish into that chase, as T225 is just focus rate cancelling at the moment, waits for the stone bomb, waits a little bit longer on the clang, actually commits to the 1-2, doesn't fall into the parry as Roy Hehe gets caught out by one Takeda slash, and immediately, however, will be able to find the kill with a fireball off of that, catching onto T225 on those stairs. As we have 2 players currently vying for control of a Firefly cage, both wanting to try and supercharge up their ultimate. Tryhard baits out the parry and actually gets it successfully off onto APF. He does allow him to actually tap dodge back to pick up the weapon, but the mythic counter comes on through. APF goes a little bit too close to the sun, and like Icarus, he's gonna lose something. And then unfortunately it's not wings, it's this weapon and his rebuff.
Yeah, we're gonna see Tryhard come out on top there. I want to talk about Roy Hehe here. I gave him a little bit of a hard time here for this particular Tarka pick, but most of the time in the Pro League, we typically see the elbow come out. He's actually utilizing the fireball here. Yes, he's not running Blackout Vulcan, so he can't run the multiple fireballs off of it, but what he's doing is he's utilizing it to basically counteract Takeda's ability to take control of the neutral again with the ult, because if he throws it out, he just turns around and fireballs for 500 damage, right? And immediately is able to kind of disengage some of that advantage that they have when they're typically low, because what you see in this fight is that Takeda is going to get very low, but he's able to use his ultimate to buy space and then turn around and do damage and then just do that on repeat. And now we're going to see Kai Bao in a very sticky situation. Demo coming in on top of him, and a Kai Bao can't die here. He does not have a resurrection available to him, as Spider was able to take one off of him early, and he needs this fight. He needs to not lose here to Demo. Demo, though, still holding on to one charge of the ultimate, and we're going to see Kai Bao turn it back around as well. Demo comes in with the mythic grab, and that's going to be it. Unfortunately, Wolves Kai Bao is going to be eliminated here. from game number 2. What an unfortunate start to the grand finals for Wolves. Kaibao, WBG Spider going to find out Orion's tryhard as we turn to this fight and immediately take control of the neutral with that ultimate from Takeda and pick up an elimination. Spider off to a tear here in game number 2.
Spider's just so strong at being able to confirm kills off of Sagas. Like, whether he's running that Wuchen V2 with the switcheroo, and off of that one-hit confirm, he can just go into a launcher combo and just juggle you up until you're dead, or whether it's the Takeda ultimate and that stagger lock that catches out onto tryhard and allows him to transition into that dagger uppercut to be able to lock in the kill, is exceptionally strong. Literally, when he's given an inch, taking you to an absolute mile. As TT25 actually fighting inside Corruption Tick is being sniped out by DAY1 on the other side as well. But DAY1 has the luxury of not having to burn through all of his resources. Vitalia is going to be pretty low for TT25 when he actually escapes into a reposition, and DAY1 is just going to be hunting him down. You can see where this other Takeda is. He's going to be able soon as well to come in with that Taka ultimate to be able to try and have that movement to be able to catch on to you as we head over towards Plumed, as Wang Liang having to actually scourge his way out of a chase. He's been able to actually lead his pursuers into another fight, and this is actually something we were talking about before the broadcast began, Rune, where as a solos player, like, you have to have that understanding of your surroundings so that if you're low, you don't just get to go for that heal. You need to lead your chasers into another fight so that they are occupied long enough for you to find that reset and potentially even reposition for a third party.
Yeah, and you either need to do it the way that we just saw play out here, where you're able to just kind of break line of sight while giving them another target to focus on, or you need to get aggressive. You need to take a risk and go, okay, I need to get another player low so that everybody else is focused on them and not me, because I'm the player who is low. Because if you're Yiron, right, and you're giving chase to a single player and all of a sudden he gets another player even lower, you just immediately turn your attention to that and try to pick up that elimination, which buys you the time to escape here. Speaking of which, Yiron getting parried out here by Roy Hee and going immediately low. GBL Zen trying to come in for the potential third party to pick up the elimination here. The ult being popped by Roy Hee, who takes the opportunity to go and get the reset. Roy tries to come in for it, but actually walks around into the same dagger down that picks up the elimination onto Yiron from Zin. Zin able to pop the ultimate here, and Roy's going to back off. Roy knows he doesn't really have an opportunity here to go in on Zin now that that ultimate's popped, because if he does, Zin just continues to take back control of the neutral every single time he goes for an infinite here. But Roy, luckily, trying to play a little bit of a different target game. He's not going strictly for the infinites. If you notice, he's holding on to that greatsword. He's looking to land those fireballs and make some things happen here. As we head to our first gates of Yang here, we're going to see Zay going head-to-head with NBG's DAY and APF going head-to-head with Wang Liang.
Well, gate opens. Both players now trying to find this hit confirm. A lot of shield already going to be broken off of Zay, taking a lot of range poke damage, but he charges up the nunchucks, gets the mythic counter to connect, and immediately moves in with the ultimate to try and finish off that kill. However, the Taka ultimate gets popped for DAY to try and escape any of that stagger, but Zay moving over to that greatsword catches him in the uppercut. Isn't able to confirm into the horizontal, however, and Zay takes a lot of damage, but has that Takeda ultimate slash to be able to try and knock the Taka a little bit further away. DAY taking a lot of damage, does manage to catch Zay in an uppercut, and this is the Taka Infinite coming on through. Zay unfortunately has absolutely no way of escaping. This is why Taka is so strong in this meta, not because of the buffs that he received, but because of Gates of Yang. It guarantees you don't get third partied. All of the punishment that should be there for that Infinite is entirely removed. As we move over to have a look at another Gate of Yang fight, APF once again going to be trying to take this fight. Wang Liang, however, is his pursuer this time around. Wang Liang chasing after him with that blue dagger, trying to catch him in an uppercut. Will be able to actually use the rush and dash to be able to land onto APF, but they time out. Both players take too long to actually lock down the kill, and as a result, both players now have to search out a Soul Bloom.
Yeah, absolutely. I got to go back to the fight with Zay, right? Zay had that fight completely locked down, but due to poor positioning, he loses it, right? He sees the Tarko when the Tarko's at one hit, throw the F out, so he's, you know, locked down. He can't take any damage. Zay thinks to himself, I'm going to go airborne and then just right-click with his greatsword, so when he comes out of that, I can just get the free hit. But instead of being able to do that, the Tarko realizes, oh, he's thinking this exact same thing. As soon as he goes airborne, before he's in a position to even get the right click off, he just cancels out of the F and uppercuts, knowing, oh, this is the position I need him to be in to get the infinite, and he has the wherewithal to follow through with the infinite. If Zay had literally positioned anywhere else, it would have kept him immediately from being able to take the neutral there, and then the Tarka on a single clank would have died. Zay misplayed that, unfortunately. He popped the ultimate early to keep the Tarka from being able to do it, and then lets himself walk into it. And now we're going to see Zay fighting for his life here against Master Demo. Demo with the ultimate, unfortunately, as well, though, means that Zay is just going to get locked down. We're going to see Orion's tryhard coming in for the third party, though, looking at to lock on to Demo. The mythic grab comes through. Demo's going to pop his last charge of the ultimate there, but now Tryhard has his. There's no place for Demo to go, and Tryhard picks up the elimination.
Tryhard definitely going to show why this player is such a huge name in that scene. Third party absolutely impeccable to be able to come on through and intercept us. Now it is going to be DAY1 going up against APF. Remember, APF actually lost that fight because of the timeout, and he loses the fight against DAY1, so he's not going to be able to pick himself up a Soulbomb. He is going to be knocked out of this lobby, as DAY1 running around on that Tarka ultimate, going to be hunting down some more players. There is one in the distance. It does look like it's Ace's Jin, but Jin not committing to the fight, still running that blue dagger. Wants to try and find a little bit of better loot. As already you can see, once again, we're down to 9 players left alive. Wang Liang now chasing after GBL Jin. Takes a lot of damage fire from someone on the ballista, actually. And both of these players have to be so careful because they can try and use the Takeda ultimate to control the neutral, but that just holds them in position for EWG's G-Ran to come in with a snipe onto both of them.
Yiran here, just impeccable positioning on this ballista. These two players, as soon as the first ballista shot comes through, needed to split up. DAY gets greedy here and costs both players an elimination. If either of them had backed out, they would have both potentially been able to break line of sight here and survive. But DAY comes through, continues to try to pressure it. The other player goes for a mythic grab as well, locking them in place, and just allows Yiran to continue to pummel them with the ballista. And he's able to pick up not one, but double eliminations here, setting Yiran up to have an incredible game.
It's that macro play that we talked about, right? It's that macro awareness of, like, Ballista is so strong, especially when Zone is pushing players out of position. You can catch on to a lot of players who are having to be very aggressive as well because they've lost Gate of Yang fights. So they're out in the open, they're actively looking for fights. They're not going to be looking for ballistic control, they're going to be looking for a frontline melee fight. They're going to be looking to try and finish off a player as quickly as possible and isolate them away from the herd. And so you have just the absolute opportune time to be able to come in with those ballista damages. As we have a look at Spider going up against Jin. Jin taking a lot of damage from that dagger, now going to be taking even more damage. Again, Spider using that first burst, that first stagger back from getting hit by that Takeda ultimate activation to be able to move into the uppercut. And once again, he's able to confirm the kill. This time not off the dagger damage, but a hot swap onto the pistol. Spider is so well versed in using that Takeda ultimate, not to control the neutral, but to set himself up for an immediate kill.
Well, the thing is when you're able to take control of the neutral, you're able to land hit confirms, right? This is what makes Takeda so strong, is being able to just immediately either force the neutral back or hit confirm into full combos. It's guaranteed damage as soon as you land it. Orion's tryhard here, though, saying, I'm not going to let you take this Realm of Yang, comes through with a massive Takeda ult, starts blitzing through WBG Spider. Spider just can't do anything right now. Is absolutely absolutely put on the run. Doesn't have the ultimate available to him as we turn now to two players who were able to get into the realm of Yang, and it's 17 Jails, the Ego, as well as Roy Hee. Both of them looking to go head to head here. We're going to see Roy topside, going to throw that fireball down, but he's not able to connect it. Ego in a one-on-one fight here knows that he can just tap dodge through the damage on those. Immediately uses the hit confirm into the meter dump there. Guarantees that Roy can't parry that out from underneath of him, and all he needs is another hit here. He needs not to get knocked airborne, and he just played this safe, right? The fireball, though, actually able to catch a little bit of damage onto him. Roy, though, is now on the receiving end of the uppercut. There's nothing he can do as Ego hit confirms into the elimination.
Oh, those uppercuts into hit confirms are the absolute bane of those gates of Yang, as Spider again gets an uppercut into a hit confirm. As we see Tryhard actually go down to EWG's Yuran, so Spider doesn't actually manage to find that kill this time. It does get stolen away from him, as Yuran is definitely setting himself up to potentially take this lobby. 17 Jails Ego, by the way, also doing pretty tastily. 4 kills for his side, Spider coming in with 4, Yuran very close behind, tying up with Dubai on 3, as Roy Hee, having lost that fight in the gate of Yang, now has to find this kill confirmation. And the first player that he runs into is Spider. He doesn't know this. He only sees the default skin and no name, so he is just gonna go for this kill. But again, a ballista shot comes on through. Spider, however, gets knocked down and takes a lot of damage from the nunchuck, swaps over to that spear off of using that last burst of Decatur ultimate to stagger Roy Hee back temporarily. Roy trying to build into that full meter dump, not gonna be able to find the space. The Spider extremely low, now has to worry about Yuran, who's coming in with Cavalry Bloom on those dual blades, allowing him to actually charge up that left click and still press onto Spider. But Spider has actually been able to turn the aggression off of him temporarily. He gets found out trying to look for that heal inside of the tent, however, as he uses the Dragon Slayer's Frost just to be able to try and escape a little bit further, again leading his pursuers into other bodies, other players to try and take any heat off of him. He is grappling so far away now, just trying to use those focus strike cancels to cancel out any grapple cancel that comes off against him, as he's able to use that left click into right click into an uppercut and still survive. Breaks into tent to break line of sight, but he gets taken out by Roy, who's actually guarding the exit of the tent flap and will be able to take Spider down.
Yeah, Roy able to actually come through with the elbow there and connect onto it, thanks to NPG's Dubai giving the chase onto Spider there. Spider literally getting it for both ends on that side of the tent there, whereas it doesn't matter which direction he goes once he goes into the tent. He's either looking at Roy or Dubai on either side here. And Roy here finally able to pick up a second elimination, but we got to talk a little bit about Dubai here. Dubai able to overcome the disadvantage of playing Tarka into this particular lobby, as we saw him go into the gate of Yang, and it's the only situation where it's really good for him to be able to land the ultimate. Unfortunately, Zay did make a player mistake into him, which allowed him to pick up his second elimination. And then, of course, off the back of him picking up that Vermilion Bird's Might, he just kind of goes out and fights. I don't want to say wacky, but he gets hyper aggressive because he knows he can die. Picks up another elimination. Unfortunately, he does then give 2 kills to Yiran by being even more aggressive while trying to hold down Bao Dao's Huangfly. But luckily, even though he gets eliminated there, he still had a couple of seconds left on the Vermilion Bird's Might, which is why he's still in the lobby, continuing to pressure onto some of these kills. And of course, Roy Hee, even though he hasn't had much luck in terms of eliminations here, he was able to pick up the 1 elimination early off the back of his fireball. He was finally able to do the same here onto WBG Spider because so many players just pressuring Spider, he just didn't have an out, and Roy was able to get it. But now it's going to be Dubai versus Roy. Roy actually goes for the fireball, but mistimes it, gets hit, and he loses the cooldown on it as well. So now he has to wait for that fireball to come back up. Dubai already has the ult active. Roy here on the back foot, no place he can go. Dubai is actually going to pick up the elimination here. And against all odds, continuing to climb to the top of this lobby as Tarka into all of these Takedas. He's playing this very smart. He knows the disadvantage that he's at, and he knows that his ultimate actually is going to last longer than Takeda's. He's actually gotten many of these Takedas to throw that F out while they're in the ult at long range so that they can't turn around and hit confirm into full combos. And the more he gets them to burn that F, the faster that ult goes away. And he just has to play the waiting game at that point. And he's still going to have the advantage because his ult holds on for just a little bit longer. Leave it to these pro players to turn a disadvantage on a character into an advantage.
Well, I mean, he literally turned the weather condition into an advantage as well. Like, they were fighting in the middle of a snowstorm. So the Takeda was steadily losing ultimate charge, which means you can actually take that fight knowing that they're probably not going to have that charge to be able to knock you back. And find that kill confirmation and knock another Takeda out of this lobby. As Dubai, still extremely hyper-aggressive, wants to control this space. Morris Blessing is going to be what everyone is going to be eyeing up. However, unfortunately for them, it is in a snowstorm and it is not near a campfire, so you are going to be sacrificing Rage Meter to try and be able to push on top of it. As here comes Yuran with those dual blades, trying to open up that chest first, but someone's already made off with the legendary armor. The Great Sword does get picked up, but it's 17JL's ego who's actually able to make themselves just a little bit chunkier than Yuran. And Yuran, unfortunately, can't commit to that fight and has to back out and lick his wounds as Ego, now fully refreshed, looks to chase after the player that just gave him so much trouble. He's isolated Yuran's path of disengagement out. He knows that he's not being chased by anyone else. They're fighting so far into this snowstorm. Dubai just waiting in position with that musket to see if he can potentially snipe out when one of those players goes a little bit lower, as Yuran wants to just see whether or not he has baited out an engagement, but it does look like Ego has decided not to commit. But there he is, he pops up. Yuran still hasn't actually been properly aggressed into the grapple. We heard it come through, but it didn't actually cancel on to him as Yuran swaps over to that bow, trying to break a little bit of that legendary armor and bring him to the level of the purple. As that zone is right there, Ego has run out of space to be able to try to run away too. Yuran now swapping over to those melees, going to be trying to come on through. Grapple cancel lands onto Ego, but he immediately turns back with an uppercut, just zoning Yuran away, forcing him to back on out and allow Ego to actually get this reset on his shields. Meanwhile, Dubai has seen that one player has given away their position. Yuran actually goes a little bit too aggressively, and he now could potentially be pushed out of that position by Dubai, who's looking to see if he can find any player on the outsides of that zone. He set himself up onto high ground as well to be able to control both with that greatsword and with that musket. So he's going to be in a great position given the fact he's already inside the zone.
Yeah, Dubai's doing very well for himself here. You know, it's been a much faster game. This is the level of aggression I really expected to see here during the World Championship, right? Given the fact that we've turned to a much more aggressive, much more fast-paced meta, the fact that we still have players in from other regions who play much more aggressively, and the effectiveness that we've seen from these players to utilize that aggression to keep WBG Spider from popping off as well, because he's not forcing the lobby to play at his speed anymore. He's literally just forced to play the lobby at the same speed everybody else is playing now. So this level of aggression is exactly what I expected to see as we head into zone 5. 3 players left alive, and it's very likely that this game is going to go all the way to the very end here, as none of these players, because it's an odd number of players left alive, want to pressure into a fight only to be third-partied.
Yeah, and you can see as well, like, no one is actively looking for a fight at the moment. They are just trying to get a read on where their opponents are going to be. 17JL's Ego and MPG's Dubai definitely have an advantage over EWG's Yuran in terms of the loot loadout that they've got. Dubai with that legendary dagger has actually been spotted out. Musket shot comes on through and will be able to actually land onto Dubai, breaking away his shield. And he is actually going to try and just apply a little bit more pressure. Ego has come out of the woodwork. He sensed that Dubai has had to reposition. You can hear all of the storms, right, as well going off because the game still thinks that Dubai is in combat and coming under fire. It does go on for a little bit after you've been pressured. As Ego, taking the time, might be able to repair that pistol. Swaps actually over... Oh. What about going for the musket? Swaps back to the pistol. It's Yuran gonna scale rush off that tree to be able to scale himself a little bit more into that center. Ego is still actually on the outskirts. Currently entirely unnoticed. Yuran just looting around trying to figure out whether he can find any more resources to build in. Has been able to spot Ego out just now, surely. He has to have seen a sliver of shoulder, but I think he actually missed him. I think the tent was able to hide the entirety of Ego's hitbox, so Yuran does not know that Ego is that close. And now there is a potential for the third party as Yuran, sees Ego, thinks about maybe committing, no way, he ran past him. Ego is just hiding in this tent. I'm sure that Yuran has to know, right? He's keeping an eye on the tent flap, like he knows a player has to eventually come out of that. He's got that spear going, the bow is going to be extremely strong. Now we see Ego start to have to make a move before the zone forces him into Yuran's hands, but he's unfortunately have to give away the position of high ground to 3 other players, as it is going to be DAY1 just hanging on to this ledge, playing a little bit of hide and seek at the moment. Yuran and Ego dancing around, giving their position away, but waiting until the zone pushes everybody to actually commit to a fight in it. As it's just, at the moment, Rune, a little bit of footsie around Imperial. Everyone playing chicken around Beast Pits.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of fitting that we're going to see the final circle come together here in Beast Pits, which is an arena on, of course, our Holoroth map. So a fitting end to game number 2 here, but these 3 players are not going to commit. They know the first player to commit is at a massive disadvantage, and yes, you can overcome that disadvantage just through sheer skill alone. But the thing is when you're playing into a lobby full of so many players that are so skilled, you do not want to give away any advantage that you have whatsoever, because these players, the skill gap between them is so small, you could hardly measure it with microscope, right? They need every single advantage that they can take if they want to walk away victorious here. And there's going to be a huge difference between these first, second, and third place finishers here, given how many kills are on the board for many of these players, especially Yiran right now, who is down a kill, right? Spider technically still in third place above him until he's able to pick up another elimination or another position finish. If he just survives and goes into second and doesn't even take another kill, he'll be in third place, and that's more points he has over WBG Spider. And given that WBG Spider walked away our MVP for game number 1, Yiran needs that if he wants to play catch up here to Spider and continue to hold on to a favorable position. DAY1 now coming in up top gives his F away here against Ego. As Ego comes in and tries to pressure him off of the high ground, he immediately pops the F just to buy him that space, buy him the ability to threaten Ego away, knowing that Ego does not want to challenge into the F and eat the potential elbow into the follow-up here. DAY1 is going to give up the high ground, though, wants to get a little bit of a reset here. He's able to get one. The pistol shot comes through and just barely doesn't connect from Ego. They are literally going to wait to the last possible second here, and that is going to happen very soon, because the final zone is going to collapse in the next 15 seconds. So all of these players just buying a little bit of space, buying a little bit of time. We all just get to take a little bit of a relax, but they don't get to relax for long, because that final circle is going to start collapsing right now. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the final fight of game number 2. Will it be EWG's Yiran, NPG's DAY1, or 17JL's Ego who comes out on top? Ego right now currently holding the high ground. Yiran, using that long sword, is actually going to buy a lot of space for himself and these players as they try not to force forward. DAY1 able to find a little bit of a favorable position underneath. The scale rush comes out, but then he gets hit there by 17JL's Ego with a scale rush of their own, and we're going to see the charge left click come out and knock Ego into the zone. Ego going to take a lot of damage off the back of that. DAY1 with no fireball, and now the 2 Takedas going ult for ult. Yiran stuck in the zone. Now Ego stuck in the zone. Tarka coming in the end. Oh my god, we get to see it come through. The Earthshaker lands on the EWG's Yiran. DAY1 is also going to fall to the zone here. Or sorry, not DAY1, but 17JL's Ego to DAY1, and DAY1 will be walking away your MVP for game number 2.
There's just something so satisfying about seeing that greatsword come through into final zone closing up and knowing that players can't really tap dodge away from it. They can't counter it because of Earthshaker as well. So it's literally like you either tap dodge further into corruption or you tap dodge into the greatsword. And DAY1 plays that perfectly. That's why he's playing for that verticality, right? He wants to be sticking in the air as much as possible so he can go in with that Earthshaker without having to worry about those 2 players trying to break him away from being able to charge it up. And as a result, we actually see him just trying to make as little noise as possible, allowing the other two to take all of the heat of that fight, waiting until the last possible moment before coming in with the greatsword and throwing a massive sword into the plans of all of the other players around him. Because it looked when it was the high ground control and Ego was able to take control of it even after the Taka had invested that F ability to be able to win that high ground over for just a matter of moments. High ground which the greatsword would have really been able to play into really nicely, right? If they try and grapple into it, you charge up that left click and you just immediately connect onto them as they go in for that grapple. But he had to immediately give it away. And then Ego gets to just sit there with the full nunchuck, meter jump already charged up, just has to wait for an opportunity to be able to use it. But we go back to that game of position chicken. And because of that, he loses all of the agency that the high ground could have provided. He drops down to the low ground to take a fight against all of the other two remaining players, and we see the greatsword come out on top.
Well, look, we got to talk about how Dubai was able to set this situation up for himself here. One, it kind of is the perfect storm for Dubai in these final moments, right? One, he's the only Tarka left in the lobby, and he knows these two Takedas, once the zone collapses up, are going to be forced to use the ultimate to buy that little bit of space that's left down below. He has the option to play the verticality. He has the Earthshaker. He knows that these two players are going to lock each other up so that Earthshaker's not parryable. We talk about it all the time. The greatsword is a high risk, high reward weapon. Every single stage of Earthshaker is parryable. It's not like these other weapons where you release a legendary Soul Jade and only the initial burst is parryable. You can walk up at any single stage of that Earthshaker and parry it. So what Dubai does, knowing that these two players are going to be forced to burn their ultimates into one another, knows that he's going to have an opportunity to run that Earthshaker, but he can't stand on the ground and do it. So it comes down to a culmination of not only the fact that he's playing a different hero than the two Takedas that are here, but he has to make a massive match of skills come together. He has to utilize the scale rush at the right time. At the top of the scale rush, there is an instant where you're able to tap dodge and basically skywalk. As soon as you do that, you immediately have a small window. It's an infinitesimal window where you can start charging a blue while airborne, right? So you have to combine all three of those skills to make that happen. He's able to do that in the heat of the moment, start charging up that blue, so as soon as he hits the ground, while those two are engaging and not able to parry because they have their ultimates running and they're duking it out with each other, then releases it so he doesn't have a fear of being parried. It's literally a perfect storm, and he is the one who is the weather forecaster. He's making it happen, and that's why Dubai comes out on top with 6 eliminations, a first place finish, and 12.4 points. Unfortunately for Yiran, he's not able to climb that one position higher. He's the first one eliminated, which means WBG Spider holds on to that third place position with a 6.3, and 17JL's Ego with 4 eliminations goes out in second and takes a second place finish as well with an 8.6 game score.
Spider has to be feeling pretty happy with himself as well. Like, first game, it wasn't MVP. Granted, it wasn't the pop-off games that he has when he's playing to his absolute best, but it's still a decent score for him to start putting up on that board. And then the second game, he's able to bag third, but not only that, his biggest competitors when it comes to posting consistently good score lines actually fall off in that game. Both Huang Fly and the King don't actually post past 12th position. So he is just continuing to widen that lead as we get a look at just how Dubai was able to stop for that MVP. No surprises. Stormstride and Earthshaker coming in absolutely clutch for him, as well as Repairel. One of the unsung hero Soul Jades, I feel, of Narak. Like, being able to have that iframe window on the roll, especially when you're running things like a cannon and you're constantly on the move, is just so massive for some of these players, knowing that you're going to have just a little bit more increased of a dodge if you get hounded down.
Oh, absolutely. We also have to talk about the fact that his greatsword damage doesn't even come in on the radar, right? He literally only uses that legendary greatsword a single time, and it's for that Earthshaker, and it doesn't pump out a ton of damage, right? He's able to connect with it, but it's not about landing the damage at this point because of where the zone is and how tight things are in the final circle. He's just able to send them into the zone and allow the zone to put in the work. If you see in the end, after he picks up the elimination on the 17 Jails Ego and the zone's completely collapsed up, because he did some big chip damage there with the greatsword, he doesn't even have to fight Ego, right? He just runs away and knows that the zone tick's gonna do the work for him, and he plays it really smart. Again, it really comes down to the perfect storm. You have to utilize 3 particular skills all at once to be able to charge that Earthshaker up in the air. You have to utilize the terrain to your advantage. You have to utilize the fact that you know the 2 heroes that are down there are going to be forced to pop their ultimate into each other and start an engagement that buys you a window of safety to be able to release that Earthshaker. There's a reason we don't see Earthshakers typically come through, especially in solos, much less in trios, is because it is so parryable. Even after you hit the first person with it, anybody can walk over and parry you at any point of it, right? There's no window of safety on that. So the only time you can utilize it safely is in this instance where there's exactly 3 players left in the lobby and 2 of them are fighting in a position where neither of them are able to parry you, and you have to catch both of them and hold them down so that neither of them ever has the opportunity, and that's what he does. It really is probably one of the most textbook examples of Naraka in a final circle here. We could break this down at this one particular final fight for hours, but we're not going to do that because we've got more games to play. We're going to throw things over to Leah for an interview before we come back and lock in for game number 3.
Hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to post-game interview. And today we invite Roy Hi to interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello. Hi Roy Hi, hello. Hello, nice to meet you. And
hai bạn có thể.
Yeah, just say hi to our audience.
Anh có thể chào viewer được không? Hello mọi người, tôi là Roy Hi. Hello everyone, I'm Roy Hi.
Very nice to meet you here. And you know, nowadays you're really famous in the Naraka race. And like a lot of audience just comment on you. You are a player because you both have to do in the solo game and also trios game. And a lot of like audience, they would like to comment on you if your teammate just be shadowed down and you will be very, very strong. So I would like to know how you like comment on this comment from the audience.
Nhiều người có suy nghĩ rằng là vì anh đánh đội với cả đánh solo thì khi mà đồng đội anh chết đi thì anh vẫn có thể đánh được rất là tốt và anh đánh càng hay hơn, thì anh có suy nghĩ gì về điều đó không ạ? Thì suy nghĩ của em lúc đó thì cũng vì điểm số của cả team thôi. Yeah, so I just think about the point of our team. So if my teammate die, I will try better to play.
Yeah, I see that. And it seems like every time in the trials game and also in the solo game, you can keep a very good psychology in the game. So I would like to know how you can keep, like you have very good attitude in the game just under a big pressure.
Trong cả lúc đấu đội lẫn lúc đánh solo thì có những lúc mà mình đặt vào những tình thế rất là khó khăn, thì làm thế nào mà để mình có thể giữ được tâm lý một cách bình tĩnh và xử lý được những tình huống đó? Thì em không biết sao, nhưng mà theo em thì những pha đó mình cần phải cứng hơn và không được bị rung. Yeah, so I think that in those fights I need to calm down more and more to able to survive that fight and go out of that fight.
That sounds great, really great. And let's talk about the spider, because in other interview, just we saw that you said spider gave you a like deep impression, and in game 2 we saw that you used the ultimate to chase spider. I would like to know why and how you comment on this player.
Anh đã từng nói rằng là WB Spider là người nguy hiểm nhất ở trong cái lobby này, thì trong game 2 thì ở tình huống cuối cổng 2 thì anh đã bật ulti và anh dí Spider, thì anh thấy như thế nào về việc đó? Thì em thấy khá là tuyệt, nhưng mà vấn đề tại sao em cần dí anh ta là tại vì em đã bị thua trong cái cổng. Yeah, so I feel very excited that I can defeat the spider there. However, I need to ult at that time because I lose in the gate and need the soul piece.
Okay, I see. Thank you, Rui Kiki, for today's interview, and we are looking forward to your performance of the rest of the game. Thank you, Rui Hai, and we will take a break and be right back later.
这回知道谁。
Ladies and gentlemen, and Naraka fans from around the world, welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship Grand Finals. We're 2 games deep of our 3 games of solos today. Again, I can't reiterate this enough, but do not forget that we have 3 trio games after this. So it's 6 games total, but we're back to 3 solos and 3 trios. So make sure you stick around. And it's been a very interesting start to the day already. As we see, we're going to take a look at the overall scoreboard thus far. And WBG's APF sitting all the way, or sorry, BWG's APF sitting all the way in the bottom currently. NPG's Dubai towards the top of the leaderboard right now. And this is what we talked about, consistency, right? Dubai able to put some points on in game one. Game one was not a big pop-off game for Spider. Yes, he walks away with the MVP, but he typically walks away in the double digits. And here, because Dubai is able to walk away in the double digits in game number 2 and have such a hugely successful game, he's currently holding on to that first place. WBG Spider holding on second with 15.6, and EWG's Yi-Ron, look at this, just consistency, is holding on to third place at 10.5, only a couple of points behind here for Yi-Ron. So WBG Spider still cannot rest on his laurels here. He has a fairly decent game this game, but just unfortunately kind of falls apart towards those final zones. And you know that he's not happy about his performance here, especially because Takeda is one of the heroes that he typically comes in and runs a very, very aggressive game on, which he tried to do here. He gets himself a little too low though and gets caught out. And speaking of who won what here, we have a question for you guys. And which hero won game number 2? Is it A, Takeda, B, Tamulk, C, Tarka, or D, Justina? And I mean, 2 of these clearly do not belong here. 2 of these are not like the other, but you should be able to figure out who won here, because we spent enough time breaking down and analyzing why this particular person was able to win, and one of them reasons was their hero selection, and it was able to buy them the position to do exactly what they did there in the final circle. I'm trying not to give it away here, but I'm trying to give you guys a hint. Hopefully you're able to get it right, get yourself one of those lovely Lotus treasures, and get yourself some goodies going forward. That said, everybody who's in chat gets the goodies of, well, some of the most intense games of Naraka you are ever going to see. The new meta really is such a treat for us, Moxie.
It's so aggressive a lot of the time too. Like, some of these games finish really quickly. I think that's the first time, other than the Yoda game as well, that like we've actually seen a final zone fight close up a solos match, let alone a trios match as well. Half the time we're out of here 2 hours earlier than when we clocked off on season 2 of the MVPL. We're like, oh, we're done already? Lunchtime? Okay.
Look, I absolutely welcome it, right? Look, I think the fan base, I think us as casters, and I think everybody who's playing Naraka at the time, nobody is ever going to miss the Zeeping meta and what it brought to us. Hashtag zip the zap, as it were. But we are more than happy to be where we are with the level of aggression we're seeing coming through, and it evens the playing field out just a little bit as well, because WBG Spider was able to force other players to play at a hyper aggressive rate during that particular season in meta, and it made them kind of fall off because they were trying to play the slower meta of Zeeping. Now that everybody is forced to play at a much more hyper aggressive sort of meta here, WBG Spider doesn't just come in and absolutely obliterate lobbies. Yes, he's able to walk away with multiple MVPs, but he's not doing it by, Thanos snapping half of the lobbies out of existence. And he's not just running through players. These players are ready for it. They've adjusted to it. The new meta has also helped them get into the mindset for it. And he is coming in and having to work for it much harder than he was before. And we love to see it, honestly. No discount to WBG Spider, because he is still by far one of the most, if not the most brilliant solos players we've seen come from Naraka. But we love to see that level of competition come back and things get very close. Speaking of which, we're looking here at VL Zay, and of all the players for Zay to kill to guarantee his spot into these grand finals, it was WBG Spider that he catches out, and he infinites, that buys his slot here to come compete on this final stage of Naraka.
I mean, I tell you, Warren, I was watching that match and I legitimately could not look away. It was an absolute nail biter. However, we are going to have a little bit of a nail biter of a series today ourselves, Warren, because like we said, like all of these games, all of these point scores, they really do matter for a lot of these players. And consistency, we say it the most. We're going to say it again, but we're going to say it after AVT. So you guys have just a little bit of time to wait for us to say that cursed word.
So when I was very young, maybe 3 or 4, my parents first introduced me to acting, and I acted all the way through elementary school and middle school, and I stopped acting once I went to high school because it took up a lot of time in my day and I didn't really have enough time to focus on school.
So to pay more attention and do more work in school, I ended up quitting acting. And it was halfway through high school where I first discovered Naraka, and that's when I first started playing. I'd say I'm a fast learner, so I would say that yes, I am talented, but I think that all of the work I've put in so far I wouldn't accredit to talent. I would say that I put the time in, I put the hours in to get where I am today.
There we go. We get to say it now, Rune. I know chat loves it when we break out the consistency talk, but no, Tryhard is one of those players who consistently today, I know we've only had 2 games, has been hitting into the top 5, and as a result, he is currently sitting in 5th on that leaderboard position, running the flag for the American scene of the Naraka esports. And definitely showing why this is a region that you do really have to consider as we head into a very hyper-aggressive meta. America and EU, regions that were known for their hyper-aggressivity, are really coming to the forefront.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. NA and EU are these 2 regions that kind of coined that aggression, right? EU especially being known for, in the pro scene of EU, taking fights in the zone and just not caring that the zone exists almost. So that level of aggression is something that has certainly helped them, especially considering the shift in the meta as we get ready to lock in for game number 3 here. We're going to see if it continues to be so. I'm interested to see what the hero picks are going to be, because this is still a series of 6 where they can play the same hero twice once. So we could potentially see some of those same heroes coming back there. It looks like we're going to lock in for a very Wu Chen heavy lobby here. And this is going to be interesting because Wu Chen has typically been one of those characters that players like Wang Liang and Lu Ren King do very, very well on. We're going to see Ace's Jin coming in here on to a target pick, WBG Spider as well. There's a Yodo coming through as well as a Justina. You can tell a lot of these players not comfortable going back to these Wu Chen picks after they disappeared in season 1 because they haven't seen a lot of play, especially into ranked, right? If you go look at the casual ranked scene, and I say casual ranked scene is we're talking about players who are, of course, playing at Azura level or above in the casual ranked scene. But, in that casual ranked scene, Wu Chen not really showing up a whole lot, right? But because you have to play so many different heroes here, he does find his way in because he does have a level of comfortability with some of these players, as well as a kit that allows you to play very aggressively. We were just talking about how WBG Spider able to use the swap-a-rooney, we like to call it, to hit confirm into massive combos. And the thing is if you're able to hold on to that ultimate until the final moment where they're in kill range for a full combo, you can just swap and there's nothing they can really do about it if they've already burnt their F ability.
I mean, we talked about it as well when we first saw Wu Chen popping up into the meta in place of the Z-Ping. Like, the ability granting you gold focus too, you can really seamlessly weave it between being able to provide you those iframes and see through either extensions or play defensively. I'm really interested to actually see Spider come out not on the Wu Chen, because he is, like we pointed out, one of those players who like to take advantage of that V2 version where you would be able to hit confirm. Some of his greatest fights have been with that hit confirm into Gates of Yang fights. However, he is running that target, and I wonder if he's actually saving the Wu Chen pick for when everyone else has already burned out of theirs, and he's going to be the only one that has that hit confirm potential, as well as maybe even running that V3, something that we started to see rising to the forefront of the Wu Chen meta a couple of matches ago on solos days, where players would use that to just be able to blip in between fights and lead players. There it is, the Wu Chen V3, blip between these fights and break away from things like being locked into that stagger. However, Ego does still get chased down by VL Zay. Zay gonna be able to find a parry off onto EWG's Yuran as well, kicking him straight to the curb, but not being able to actually find that kill, as it is now going to be EWG's Yuran, as well as a potential third party coming on through from Roy He on that Yodo with that purple dagger, trying to look for any hit onto that Wu Chan. Soul Blade block drop to make sure that no projectiles are going to be able to try and push on as the Yodo swaps towards that cannon, knowing that the Wu Chen Soul Blade blocks have already been burnt on out. Doesn't manage to find that knockdown off of the dagger, but is able to drop the F3 to keep Yuran in position. Baits out the parry, but doesn't actually take a blue focus attack. And again, there is that Wu Chen V3 allowing Yuran to actually be able to reposition. And I prefer the V3 in this situation than the V1 because you can actually play the mind games. The V1, you know that they're committing to that disengagement, you know you're going to be chased down. But with the V3, they have to actually make that 50-50 decision of whether or not to commit to the space where you've just run to, knowing full well you can blip back into the portal and immediately backtrack your position.
Yeah, unfortunately here, this is where we see the V3 suffer, though. When you have a third party coming through, the problem is you have two players looking to hunt you down. If one commits to chase you to the other end of the portal, you don't get the option to blip. And what happens is what we just saw, right? They go through the portal. They know they can't blip back in any instance because they have two players chasing them, and they're just forced to run. And that's exactly what we see happen, and they just get eliminated. And we're going to see, of course, VLZ picking up their second elimination of the game here as we see Wang Liang, WBG Spider going head-to-head here. Spider losing track of Wang Liang as he goes through the portal. A cheeky little backwards portal. It looked like Wang Liang threw it just to the other side of the bush there, and Spider confused for just a second. But here we go. Wang Liang, unfortunately, has stepped away from the portal, and this is where he loses the advantage into Tarka, right? If you've got the portal up when Tarka ults, you can just kind of pop back and forth between and wait out the Tarka ultimate, but he popped it already, moves away from it, and now Spider can pop his ultimate, and there's really no place for Wang Liang to go that he can get away from this ultimate. He goes airborne, and this is exactly what he's talking about. That's the space you do not want to be in when a Tarka is ultimate, and he just gets caught out there, and Wang Liang is going to be sent back to the Soul Altar.
It's like a checklist, you know, if you're running up against a Tarka, do they have a katana? Do they have their ultimate up? If yes to all of the above, don't jump or grapple. Or, you know, just go anywhere above the ground. Just hug the ground, you know, it's the safe spot against that Tarka, as we are going to immediately move towards Shadow Jade Mines, a fight going on in those tunnels as the King tries to turn on T225. Not going to be able to find that skill rush that the Wu Chen is looking for, as the King is extremely low. Both Wu Chens already going to be using those Soul Blade blocks, as the King knows he has to drop his to be able to stop himself from going down to range projectiles when the hot swap comes on through. They're fighting inside the zone, but this is definitely going to benefit GD a lot more than it is the King, because he is extremely low. It is just going to take a little bit of a tap from that uppercut, but unfortunately for T225, he is actually probably going to get third party. The blip comes on through, but it's directly on top of each other, and Dubai's already actually been able to zone him away from being able to use that portal, so he is literally just having to break away, and he goes further inside the zone as well. He does have his rebirth champ still available, so as long as he dies quickly, he might still be able to go towards one of those soul altars, as he has been able to turn it on his chaser. However, still in that zone, now having to take a little bit of time to go for that reset. Zone corruption tick ignores shield, so you have to continuously replenish your health bar if you want to be able to survive. And as a result, Dubai, with that larger health bar, is able to find the kill, and T225 has to find a soul altar.
Yeah, Dubai there played that pretty textbook, honestly. He forces him to the zone, he's got the higher HP, and he just kind of has to play bodyguard at that point. Don't allow him to heal and just keep him held there, and he's going to win that fight. And that's exactly what we see happen. Aces Jin here trying to use that fireball to come out on top of APF's Justina, and he is able to find it in the end. The fire tick after Tryhard comes in with the clank is actually enough to pick up the elimination. Tryhard almost able to pick up the third party there. Wants to give chase to Jin now, knowing that Jin doesn't have the ultimate available. This is the opportune moment for Tryhard to take this fight. Jin knows it as well and is trying to create as much distance as humanly possible, but it runs the risk of running into GD's TT25 here, and TT25 wants nothing to do with this fight, given that he's just resurrected back at the Soul Altar. He's been able to find a set of blue armor for himself, but Realms of Yang are getting ready to come through, and he knows he's not going to be able to contest them. He needs to find some loot and then find a place to hide.
The good news for him, though, is that those Gates of Yang are coming on through, so players who have the high loot and want to be able to control that middle part of the pacing will be going into those gates. So he has a window of opportunity while those are up to be able to get a little bit more expansive in his hunt for loot on the actual part of the map, as Zay is denied entrance to the gate. Spider, however, had been seeking he'd been waiting for that one to be able to spawn. He is going to be first on in. Tryhard going to be going up against Ego, as he's looking to go aerial swaps over towards the bow, then immediately onto the longsword, and actually gets the parry as he lands. Gorgeous play coming in through from Tryhard as he now goes onto those dual blades, trying to find that stagger lock to catch onto Ego. Hits him with the charged up right click, immediately transitioning into the charged up left click. Doesn't find the down that he's looking for, but is able to still climb up against Ego. Tries to bait that parry, doesn't get a focus attack to be able to actually put it to good use. As Tryhard now comes back on through. There's the Wu Chen blip, that V3, so that Ego is able to distance himself from the follow-up, and he is just going to try and use those blips to break away from the dual blades. As there again, he goes extremely low, but uses the Wu Chen TP to be able to re-engage, as Tryhard is able to find another parry onto Ego. No Wu Chen portal in sight to be able to save him from the follow-through. However, they are on a very small timer at the moment. One of these players has to find that kill. Ego will be able to turn it on to Tryhard with the katana hitting the blink strike. However, he is extremely low, and it is, ooh, it's close, but Tryhard comes out on top in the absolute nick of time and is able to win that fight and pick himself up a buff.
Yeah, this is huge for Tryhard. Massive upgrades for himself. Not only is he able to pick up the buff, he's able to pick up a legendary katana, as well as upgrade his armor from that blue to that purple armor. The Tryhard going to be in a very, very good situation moving forward here, and he's already picked up 2 eliminations for himself. So he's setting a really good pace for this game going forward, given that we're only in zone 2. Tryhard now trying to come down and pick up an elimination onto the King, who's found himself in a very precarious situation with both Wongfly and Tryhard trying to get this elimination onto him. Tryhard comes through huge, picks up his 3rd elimination here with a charged right click coming out from the katana here. Now Wongfly wants to come in and pressure the fight with Tryhard, but Tryhard kind of in a much better situation given the fact that he has the katana, which typically comes out on top of the nunchucks. He also has the space inside this building, which makes it even harder for the nunchucks to maneuver and be able to use that gap closer that they're so famous for. Tryhard is just trying to throw the blades out. He's able to find them, picks up his 4th elimination, and Ego's coming through here, and Tryhard's still in a good situation. Yes, he just used his F ability here, but he's got his ultimate available to him, as well as the Vermilion's Bird Mine. If he goes down here, it's not the end of the world. Ego, on the other hand, is not going to get anything if he picks up the elimination onto Tryhard, because that Vermilion Bird Mine going to deny him the Soul Bloom essence that he desperately needs. So Tryhard more than happy to pop the ult and blink back into this fight almost instantly. There it is. Tryhard does come through and take a hit here because Ego is waiting in the wings. The parry comes through. Ego finally gets a parry onto Tryhard. Tryhard able to use the F to get control and not suffer the follow through, but is able to find some damage with an uppercut there. And now Ego goes extremely low. The charge click comes out. The ult comes out. Tryhard gonna go ahead and pop the Fs here. Knows that Ego's in a situation where he can just blink back. He can't really pressure onto this, so he's just gonna take the opportunity to reset, and Ego has to decide whether he's going to blink back into the fight, and he does while still charging a pot into Tryhard's face, and the fight is back on a second time here. But Ego is on a timer. He can't consistently trade these resets back and forth because he will die to Yang depletion. Tryhard able to flip things back around just by popping his ultimate, doesn't actually blip, is on to Ego. Ego no place to go, and Tryhard is going to pick up his 5th elimination of this game.
The mind games, dropping the ultimate and making it seem like you're gonna blip through before ignoring the portal entirely to hunt down the player. So smart coming through from Tryhard, absolutely juking Ego into believing that he had just a bubble of safety to be able to try and find any time to reset, as he was stuck. Like you said, he had that Yang depletion. He had to continue in that fight, and he was just a puppet on, unfortunately, Tryhard strings, and those strings will be cut. He is going to be knocked out of this lobby as Wang Liang has seen the power of the ballista in the previous game, now wants to seek it for himself. APF once again on the back foot. Bounty on the Justina's head does have the ultimate to be able to try to escape Spider, but unfortunately the Justina has run into the one hero that you really don't want to in this lobby, and it is that Taka. Immediately has to break out of that Frost Core to be able to lose that fire tier, because does still have the ultimate available, hasn't popped it just yet. Spider looking to try and land those last hits on that Justina's health, but the fight's gone on for so long that they've attracted a third potential party, and APF, off of being able to draw GD's T225's attention, might actually be able to survive a little bit longer. The problem is he still has a bounty on his head. That's still blaring out his location to all of those players, so you can't use Celestia the way we see so many players prone to do, by breaking away from chases, by using those numerous streets and corners to break out of line of sight. As APF uses that Justina ultimate to be able to absolutely marathon run their way through everybody in the streets and guarantee that they survive a little bit longer, as we have a look at a replay and see how exactly Spider was able to come out on top. And it is going to be using that Taka Spear to be able to catch onto the Wu Chen. GBL Jin unfortunately taking so much damage from that hit confirm of the jump right click that we've seen so many Takas pick up now.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. Being able to jump right click and then double tap shift into the elbow and follow it up with the left click as well is just a ton of damage. It's one of the most damaging moves coming out of the spear, and Tarka gets so much distance off of it while he's ulting. It's just so fast and hard to escape from. Spider now finds himself against Master Demo once again here, looking to capitalize on it. This time coming in with the dagger rather than the spear, and off of a huge assassin's lunge, picks up a massive amount of damage and the elimination onto Demo.
Yeah, Spider, like we said, like it feels like he probably has the highest win rate when it comes to these Gate of Yang individual solo fights. He is extremely strong at that 1v1, and we see him as well. Like in the ultimate, he'll use the spear, but outside of it, he'll use something like the dagger, because the dagger in the hierarchy of the weapons meta does tend to come out on top for a lot of those engagements. It was a reason why dagger, nunchucks, and katana were regarded as one of the best weapons in that solo meta matchup. As Spider now coming in emboldened with Mystic Mike, going to be able to know exactly where every player is around him, and this is the ultimate buff for Spider, in my opinion, right? He now gets to see all of the players around him, so he can be extremely informed on his decision on whether or not to commit to a third party, on whether or not to let it go.
Well, not only that, he also gets that 25% damage reduction as well. So when he goes in to commit for those third parties, he can actually be a little bit more risky, knowing he's going to take less damage off the back of that 25% damage reduction. It's huge for Spider. Like you said, it is quite literally the ultimate buff for Spider here. It's going to allow him to buy the space that he wants. He knows what he's getting himself into when he jumps into these fights. He can pressure into the third parties, feeling even safer, knowing he's got the damage reduction combined with his ability to escape from those bad situations. Unfortunately, he's not able to pick up an elimination here, because Dubai, waiting in the wings, is able to find that elimination. GBL Zin, though, with a massive parry onto Spider. And you see how little damage he takes there? Yes, that's a blue dagger, but the riposte off of the dagger does so much damage. Spider, because he's got the 25% damage reduction, though, barely takes 1.5 shields from that riposte and is able to just keep things moving, able to find a space to go ahead and take a reset here, because he knows where all of these players are. And as soon as he's reset, he's going to be aggressively back on the hunt. We're going to see here VLZ and Demo going head to head, as well as a third party coming in from Jin. And Demo wants to come in and pick up this elimination, or at the very least be able to pick up the Soul Bloom, because he is currently under that Yang depletion and he needs to make it go away. Zay, he needs to be eliminated either way here, and Demo just needs to be quicker on the trigger finger to pick up that lovely Soul Bloom essence. Look at this, he knows that Zay is going to use the portal, continues to hunt immediately through. Zay is going to re-portal now, and now it's Jin and Demo once again going head to head here, and Demo just blows past Jin, does not care. He is a one-track mind right now. He knows that Yang depletion needs to go away, and it needs to go away quick. Demo is tired of being at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. He wants to show his skill here, because it's the last game of the day for him. Zay, continuing to find more and more of a reset, needs to find an out though, because if Jin and Demo continue to pressure onto him, down. He's not going to be able to walk away. There is the fireball, going to do a ton of damage coming through. Zay with a little bit of fire tick still on him, goes extremely low. Jin wants the elimination. We're going to see the swaparoo come through from Demo. Demo able to knock him away. Needs to get the Soul Bloom Essence. He's able to get his hand on it, but now he's got to deal with Jin, who's in Target Ultimate, and if he gets knocked up, there's not much he can do here. He's got the F actives. He can at least escape one uppercut. He's able to go airborne and get over to the edge of the wall so that uppercut doesn't juggle him here, but Demo is in a deep end of the swimming pool right now. He's got no F, no ultimate to deal with Jin and this Tarka ultimate, and Jin coming through with the spear. He's going to be able to catch Demo left, right, and center. He might have been able to get away from the Yang depletion, but no! He comes out on top against all odds. The fire tick stops at the last possible second, and Demo recovers from the Yang depletion and picks up double eliminations.
You can see how elated he is as well when we look at the player counts. Oh, that was such a gamble. Like, for Demo, it's literally all or nothing. You either don't use that Wu Chen ultimate and get that Swaparoo onto that one player that you've been hounding down for so long. And because you were hounding them down for so long as well, you don't have the time to try and find another fight. You need to finish it off. You need that Soul Bloom now. And then we know that he's going to be susceptible to that Tarka ultimate, and it's really smart from him to hold on to the F so that, as you said, he can use that one golden focus to be able to slip out from any uppercut follow-up. And as a result, he's able to survive and sustain in that fight. The fire tick ends just when he's on 0.1% of his health, and he's able to see himself through and continue on in this lobby as we have a look at some of these other players who are still in this lobby. Spider vying for control at the moment of the ultimate high ground. Gonna throw a fireball on, not gonna be able to get the proper connection he wants onto Dubai quite yet, as APF once again on the back foot. It always feels like whenever we cut over to this player, he's really in a tough spot against a lot of players in this lobby, and unfortunately he's not going to be in this lobby for any longer. He is going to get knocked out by Spider coming on through with that dagger very quickly, clinically just grappling by, getting that last hit confirm onto the Justina, and then immediately booking his way back onto that high ground to try and contest Dubai to stop him from being able to use that ballista and set up and try to punish and land a little bit more damage onto the players that are forced now with ballistic control being up in the air to hug the base of the tower so they don't make themselves a target.
Yeah, you know, coming through here now, Dubai's top side as well, looking to just create a little bit of space. And we're on Ballista Watch. This is typically what we see. A lot of these players playing Ring Around the Rosie here, as there's so many ins and outs on the outside of this ballista, you're able to just buy yourself a little bit of space and hold on. And if you can walk one of these players into another player, you buy yourself the opportunity to get at least one pot off, and that can be the difference between staying alive and dying. Demo down on the bot side here is just looking to capitalize on these players moving around the outside of the ballista as well, looking to put in some work with that bow, try to build some of that ultimate meter back up, and try to find an in to these fights. WBG Spider able to pick himself up a legendary set of armor here, and look at this, gonna move the Soul Jades away from the box so these players don't like typically see it almost immediately off the rip. He just does not want to walk into that Soul Jade. It's going to find Demo, though, and now it's WBG Spider going head-to-head here with Demo. Demo going to be forced to go ahead and pull the F up, buying himself just a little bit of space. We're going to see the fireball come through. Unfortunately, it connects before the wind wall is able to come out, and we're going to see Demo go very, very low. But Spider now going to take some musket shots from downrange as well. This is exactly where Spider wants this fight to go, is on the backside, so that he's not taking those range shots. But we're going to see GD's T225 come in, looking to make the third party happen on this fight. Spider catches the uppercut not once but twice, is going to be able to find the Assassin's Lunge as well and do a ton of damage, and T225 is going to be forced to back out of this fight. Demo giving chase as we see the Ballista also coming through, looking to land some shots. Unfortunately, the Ballista doesn't see WBG Spider on the backside, and Dubai's not able to get any shots off. Spider able to get the full reset here and continue to just play a gatekeeper off of this box here. He doesn't want to let anybody get anything here. Even if he's not using it, you can't have it. But Spider going to find himself going very, very low again as he finds himself in the middle of a third party yet again. Bow shots coming in from Tryhard. Tryhard looking to come in here onto this katana and make something happen, but it's going to be Tryhard who gets picked up by the Ballista. The Ballista turns onto WBG Spider, but he's able to find just a little bit of a gap and get away here. Dubai deciding he doesn't want to sit on this ballista anymore. He's only got 2 repair chests left, and it only gives you 3 shots per repair chest, and he needs to hold on to those for the final fight here. WBG Spider, tired of dealing with the ballista, looks like he's getting ready to come in and try to evict some of these players from it. He wants to step into the zone and check this body for some resources, as he is kind of low on resources. He's able to find, looks like a health pot that he desperately needs here, but Spider's got to play this safe. He's burned through so many resources, and right now he's sitting at the tip of the lobby with 6 eliminations, but Orion's Tryhard hot on his heels.
5 players left in the lobby, and as you said, it is a toss-up at the moment between Spider and Tryhard, and who is going to be able to pull out ahead in terms of those kills. It's very interesting as well. A lot of these Wuchens, like, we haven't really seen that V1 being used by a Wuchen. Everyone's really gravitated towards that V2 and V3, which is going to be really nice heading in towards this final zone to be able to play with those repositions. As Spider is, again, still playing just around this tower, using those range cannon shots to push away other players, guaranteeing that he's going to be able to keep a nice stock of resources on those cannons around the base of tower. Does have to go into zone for a little bit to be able to access them, as GG's TT25 charges up the uppercut. Just looking to try to pounce onto Spider, who was scaling around those rock formations. Doesn't find the full connection that he's looking for, as Spider once again swaps over to the cannon and will exchange shots with his opponent. As we see Demo coming out in that distance, a little bit too far away, but could potentially start to move in for that third party. Tryhard has been drawn out of position as well. Goes in initially with the bow before swapping on over to the katana. Baits out potentially that counter to come on through, but does not manage to find the parry that they are looking for, as they're going to drop the F ability to buy themselves a little bit of space, holding into that blink straight just to see if TT5 is going to push into their space a little bit more aggressively, and as a result has been able to chase away the player and find that reshield that they're looking for. A zone is starting to push and converge these players once again, going to be finding positioning absolute key to be able to see them come out on top of this lobby. As we see a lot of Wuchens dropping that F ability, knowing that they are going to be forced out by a lot of those ranged projectiles. As Demo wants to have control of this cave at the moment, this is a really good spot for him to be in. He's going to be nice and safe from a lot of fire that comes on through from players on top of it, and keep a hold of a lot of those resources as well as the ultimate. He has to be very careful though. Cannon shots coming on through could be absolutely devastating if they push into his spaces. Demo now has to deal with all of these players coming out from the Wuchen V3s, trying to converge onto that exact position. TT25 has been found out. No shield, no health, will be immediately killed by Demo before a third party can come on through. Spider not going to be able to be in time with those cannon snipes, as Tryhard now coming under a lot of fire, uses the exact same positioning that Demo was prizing to be able to find that reset. If you get shipped down by those ranged projectiles, drop into cave, get that reset, be a little bit safer from those cannon fires, and know that you have the time to be able to get your shields back up before you go hunting for kills.
Yeah, absolutely. Tryhard trying to go airborne now, looking to pick up some more eliminations here. He knows he's on a timer here. There's only 4 players left alive. If he wants to come out and have an absolutely massive game for himself here, he wants to pick up some more eliminations here. He's trying to get in those double digits. He wants a first place finish, but he also wants it with as many kills as humanly possible. And he's watching the number of possible kills dwindle further and further away if he's not putting himself out here, but still playing it very smart, not walking into unnecessary situations. Dubai and Demo going head to head down here in those caves. Demo able to catch the uppercut. Here comes Orion's Tryhard with the dual blades, trying to lock on to somebody. WBG Spider coming through as well. We're going to see Tryhard throw the Fs down so that they can't range shot him through the front end of the cave here. And he's just holding on for dear life here, getting ready to come back in with the dual blades. Catches Spider out with just a little bit of that charge left click to do a little bit of damage. Now comes through, catches a massive parry onto WBG Spider. Spider trying to pop the ultimate to buy a little bit of space here, is able to avoid the bow shots because of it. And during the breakout fight here between Orion's Tryhard and WBG Spider, it is Demo who's able to pick up yet another elimination. The Swapperoonie instantly coming through onto Spider. Tryhard coming in as well with the dual blades. Demo going very low, and Tryhard trying to make something happen here. WBG Spider picks up the elimination onto Demo, and it's Tryhard versus Spider head to head here. 1 kill's difference is going to be all it is. Spider trying to come out on top. Tryhard unfortunately throws the portal into the zone, and the zone tick's going to be enough. It's WBG Spider who comes out on top in the end.
Oh, you have to feel for the Wu Chans. When you throw out the slurper and you're like, okay, hit confirm, that's gonna net me a kill, and Tryhard just immediately, like a bloodhound smelling weakness, is able to immediately come in and deprive any of the follow through, entirely disrupts the fight and turns it on poor Demo instead. And then it is just a head-to-head between Spider and Tryhard, and unfortunately for Tryhard, yeah, he did throw out that V3 into the zone corruption, so he does go down to that corruption tick damage. However, he was extremely low, like Spider with that target 2 is an extremely menacing target. You know he's got the ultimate as well. You want to try and back away and get that reset, but unfortunately the zone, there just wasn't enough space to be able to properly utilize that Wu Chen V3, and Tryhard does go down early. Spider should be able to walk away with a second MVP of the day as well. But for Rise Tryhard, it's still a pretty good showing, right? Up until that last fight, not only is he able to survive until he's the second last player, but he's also able to net a couple healthy kills too.
Yeah, absolutely. And Demo much more happy with his showing here in this game. Not only does he come back against all odds after losing inside a Realm of Yang, he's got that Yang depletion on him. He's able to swap into and pick up the elimination he needs to get that Soul Boom essence. And then on the back foot, while ignited, is able to flip a fight. The Ignite runs out at the best possible moment for him, where he's able to hold on to just a single tick of HP, and because of that, he's able to catch the opponent off guard, catch them into a full combo to do the damage that he needs to do, and then he's able to take those kills into the late game and pick up multiple eliminations in the final circle and go out in third place. For a player who off the back of the first 2 games found himself all the way down, and I do believe a 14th place with only 2 points, this is a much better showing for him in game number 3, and something he desperately needed, so that coming into day 2 he's not sitting in the bottom of the pack. And Tryhard here is a player who's been consistently in the top 5 all day. He's going to be walking away second place in this particular moment, and might find himself second place in the overall standings off the back of the multiplier that's going to come through on those 5 eliminations he was able to pick up here. Not able to clutch out the final circle. He does throw the ultimate just into the zone. He's trying to back off and maybe find a reset here. Aggression may have served him a little better into the final fight, but his aggression during the match served him extremely well, and he was able to find himself a second place finish, which means those 5 eliminations he did pick up are going to be absolutely massive in terms of his overall score, because of how consistently he has played today.
One thing we do have to talk about, though, is that all of the momentum that we typically see on game number 3 for solos brought into game number 4, because they used to play 6 games of solos on one day, has been disrupted. Previously, we saw the MVP who would pick up game number 3 being able to channel that same momentum into game number 4 because it would be on the same map. However, because this was our last game of solos for the day, it is now going to be up for these 16 players to once again find that same level of momentum and confidence on another day entirely. But for Spider, I'm really happy. Like I said, this is my theory. Spider's day 2s are always a lot more explosive than his day 1s. It takes him a little bit of time to sort of read the room and settle into a pacing where he is able to out-aggress his opponents. And he has to be able to experience at what level they are starting that aggression from for a day before he immediately comes back in on that second day and absolutely smashes, ramps that momentum all the way up from maybe, 30 miles an hour to about 130.
Absolutely. Spider's definitely happy with his performance today. Again, he picks up the MVP in game 1. I don't think he's very happy with how that game 1 went for him. This is much more typical of the Spider game. 8 eliminations, 30,000 damage. He comes out MVP here, 15,000 of that damage coming through on the dagger. Spider's always been confident on the dagger, and with the more aggressive meta here, even on Targa, he doesn't care. He's just gonna run through, he's gonna bring the dagger, make it happen, and of course, we get to see the Giga Flame come through here for Spider. The Fireball is actually serving him well. We saw a little bit of this from Roy in game number 2, where the Fireball buys you just a little bit more space than those elbows, right? You're able to put your opponent on the back foot if you can land the Fireball. Not only is it 500 damage up front, that if they don't tap dodge, there's just there's no avoiding it, right? Like if you get caught in a combo, you have outs. You can pop your F, you can get the gold focus, and instead of taking, 600 damage from a combo, you reduce that damage to 100 or 200 damage. The fireball, it's all or nothing. If that connects onto you, not only are you getting sent flying, not only are you going to have extra damage ticking on you, so you literally feel like you're put on a timer, but it's 500 damage straight to the face. There's nothing you can do about it once it connects. And then the same thing with the flame tick. There's nothing you can really do about that either. That's just going to continue to eat away at your health. It forces these players to kind of play on the back foot just a little bit, right? Especially once you're in kill range. If you know that fireball is coming off cooldown and you're below 500 HP and you don't have the confidence to tap dodge it, that you do not want to be in players' faces. You want to try to create distance and get away. And that's exactly what WBG Spider wants you to do, because if you're trying to get away and you're trying to create distance, you're much more readable of an opponent. We see it time and time again where these players are trying to escape and they get red because they know what you're trying to do. They know the panic. They've been in those situations. And when you're trying to run away, your options feel limited to you. And that's exactly when WBG Spider is able to capitalize on the fireball or closing the gap with a grapple, and is just able to take the read. We see that happen multiple times in this final circle. He looked like he wasn't going to be able to capitalize on some of these kills in the end, and then he finally comes out on top and is able to do so. But I mean, this is just a great game to close out solos on the day for. Not only does Spider come in and we see a true return to form for him in this fight, we see Orion Strihard have a really pop-off game for himself. Yes, he doesn't take the first place in the MVP this time, but off the back of consistency, he's probably in second place in the standings overall. And then another player that's very popular that everybody is interested in seeing is, of course, Master Demo. Has struggled during his first two games, comes in and has a much, much better game, much better showing here in game number 3. But I'm going to go ahead and shut my K-Cole because I know you guys are tired of listening to me. We're going to throw things over to Leah for another interview before we come in and lock in for our 3 games of trios.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the post-game interview, and this is Jaeger. And today we invite Tryhard again to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hi Tryhard.
Hello.
Hello, nice to meet you again. And so you have very excellent performance. I know that in the game 3 it seems like the golden katana is your weapon and you like fighting with opponents for so long time. So I would like to know, so for very long time and both of you just parry this weapon, what do you think at that time?
Well, I was lucky enough to get a gold weapon from the Realm of Yang, and since I had the buff that would let me rebirth if I died, I was very confident. I was trying to get as many kills as possible before the buff ended.
Yeah, that's really like you are really in a danger and you have very good psychology at that time, and actually at the end of the game you won that fight. And also like in the final circle, it seems like you fighting so long time with Spider, and how you comment on Spider.
Well, I was hoping that the other people in the lobby would focus him because I knew that he was the biggest threat in the end zone because of the fire damage. But I could have gone a little bit more aggressive on him early to try and get him focused. But, that was my mistake, and he did a good job winning that end zone.
Yeah, it's really like pity at the end of the game, because it's really like pity just a little bit and then you can win the Spider. Okay, let's talk about your daily life, because we know you're still in the high school and some of our close friends, they also know you are now as a professional player in Naraka. So I would like to know how they comment on your professional player life.
Well, I have very good friends back home, and they're very supportive of what I do. They help me with school all the time, and especially now that I'm in this event, I have to make up everything. I have very good teachers and that are very understanding of what I do, and my friends are as well, so I'm happy for that.
Yeah, it seems like you really have good friends. And do you have times, while you like playing with them in Naraka together?
Sometimes, yeah. I've introduced them to the game in the beginning, and they play from time to time.
And I think also your fans will looking forward if you have chance and if you have time that you can play with them. Okay, let's talk about your daily life again. More. And because you just told us you are very busy now in the J Cup, and I know you still need to keep balance like in the school life and also be a professional player. It's very hard, and we are looking forward to the rest of the game. Thank you, Try Hard. Thank you for
Thank you.
today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
Hey, welcome back. Thank you so much, Shaker, for a wonderful interview. Guys, man, it's been an incredible 3 games. And you got to say thank you to Tryhard as well for putting on one heck of a show here. As we take a look at the final standings, Tryhard not quite in second place, but very close off the back of this game. A 10-game score for him is going to bring him into third place with 18 points. I know a lot of people do not expect to see players outside of the CN region here in the top 3, but Tryhard proving that it is doable, that every region is here to compete for sure. And he is definitely making it happen here. And it's been a great day. Like you said, though, it's a very interesting because typically we have 6 games of solos in the same day, and we get back-to-back games 3 and 4 on Morris Isle, and these players are very able to carry that momentum over from game 3 to game 4. It's where we see most of our back-to-back MVPs come through. Spider not going to be able to capitalize on that today because the games are split. So it's going to be interesting when we come back tomorrow for our next 3 games to see how that plays in and if Spider will be able to pick up yet another MVP. He does start the day off with an MVP and he ends the day off with an MVP because it is only 3 games. He gets his cap on both ends of the series here, and Spider having a much better day 1 than we're typically able to see from him, Moxie.
Yeah, this is something that I was talking to you about during the break as well. Like, Spider typically does tend to pop off on those day 2s, but I also want to mention the fact that he's done his Taka game. Right, he's already checklisted off the Taka as the hero that he picks, and I know a lot of people are going to be like, well, Taka is meta, Taka is really strong at the moment. Spider has actually said himself, Taka is his weakest hero. I know he's been putting the hours in, like you can see that he's definitely excelled with Taka and the fact that he's able to actually come out as MVP, playing that Taka into a lobby filled with Wu Chens, but now he gets the luxury of being that outlier tomorrow, where if he's able to pick his moment and choose something like that Wu Chen when everyone else is running Taka, he can bait them into using their ultimates and then immediately blip away. So he doesn't have to worry about things like, am I going airborne too close to a Taka in their ultimate? Am I going to be juggled up into an infinite that I'm not able to escape if I've already used my F ability?
Yeah, you know, hero picks are going to be very, very interesting with the 6 games being split because it is still the same as before, right? They can only play one hero twice. Every other hero can only be played a single time. And I'm sure WBG Spider has some plans in mind for that. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break before we come back and we lock in for our 3 games of trios. Don't go anywhere because the action's still getting heated.
Best player in terms of combat in your region?
I think like a pure 1v1, probably Yak.
I think Tryhard.
I think I'm the best player.
Me.
Yeah.
I'm the best player.
Who do you think overall did best during the group stage?
Well, at the start I did really bad, but in the second half I did so good that I did best.
For me, I think it's Spider.
as the last hope of EU, can you say something to your region?
I will try to not disappoint you guys, and I will show what EU is made of.
Jacob, let's go! Go, Jacob!
Ôi, nó bò luôn kìa. Mày nói nó có đậm đâu.
How's the food?
Good. Mọi người cảm thấy trong team mình ai là người đánh giỏi nhất? Bắt đầu từ Unique trả lời vòng vòng như vừa nãy. Ibin. Tiếp. Em. Ibin. Simpson ạ. Simpson ạ. Rất là lâu ạ. Little chứ. Em dành quán quân giải này thì em sẽ dùng tiền làm gì?
Mua nhà.
Buy some house.
Đấy, tụ họp những người Việt Nam đi ăn.
Dạ.
Really? Which team overall do you think performed the best in group stage? Đâu mà chị em mà. Là em. 2, 1.
Let's go World Cup final.
2, 1.
Việt Nam number one.
兄弟们，我感觉我们都回来了。
跟我大的 MVP 相比，就只剩下我一个拿得出手的劳模了。原本我以为 OUG 只配成为 NBPL 的颜值担当，直到参加了2022年的捷杯小组赛。
Với việc được đánh giá là đội mạnh nhất Việt Nam, chúng tôi xin lỗi vì chỉ có thể về thứ 3 sau vòng bảng.
Có thể bạn thấy TM được điểm khá cao, nhưng đừng quên rằng tôi chưa có mặt ở đây.
ไม่มีใครในที่นี้รู้คะแนนที่จะผ่านเข้ารอบถัดไปเท่ากับเรา ดูผมสิ ไม่ได้ตกใจอะไรเลย
去年捷杯我初出茅庐，发挥一般，只拿下了捷杯5胜。今年我要认真起来了，要飞 MB 起步。去年捷杯我倍感压力，但是今年我轻松多了。
对。
刀最硬的3排选手 AS， 3号位最稳的本初，还有我最强大脑子瑜。
Nếu các bạn thắc mắc mình tại sao 1v3 thì do team bạn chỉ có 3 người.
有一点东西。
对。
兄弟，你很秀，敢不敢跟我1v1？事实证明，队伍里有2位打过捷杯的大哥，是真的稳。
不好意思，我们有3位。
别提你们这些双子星了，我和长夜也是过来人。
守护 NBPL 劳模最后的荣光，我叶兰义不容辞。
永劫无间黄埔军校的荣光由我来捍卫。
我将会证明谁才是捷杯3排赛最强的18岁。
Chuyển sang Japan Plus chú chưa được thống治吧. Tôi, Ibin có thể đến trễ nhưng không bao giờ bỏ lỡ trận chung kết.
要颜值有颜值，要实力有实力，我们是 OUG。
3号位的刀究竟有多硬？来看我比赛就行了。
捷杯总决赛只能存在一支蓝队。
Tôi sẽ cho các bạn thấy ai là người chơi Naraka giỏi nhất.
一直没拿到冠军，没关系，有些冠军1年拿1次就够了。
锤炼铸荣光，金乌羽翼扬，烛龙鳞甲张。双城之争，古神杯再临沙场，谁能最终捧杯？决战一触即发，让我们欢迎英雄登场。星辰 Gaming， 凌波、小南、奈何桥、李星恒。积极战队，李星淼、330、Miss Kaya。EWG， 三少、小鲤鱼、叶然。狼队，晚风、周、14。基地，长安夜、冬青、卡卡西。ASE， 小金、艾雷克斯、辉仔。17 GL， 子瑜、AS， 本初。OUG， 星宇、韦德、苏苏。Bomb Plus 朱雀、Leo、小伟、谭许杰、LYD。微博 Gaming， 小天、半径、梦游、PP。YZG， 一棵草，陈玄之、钱滚滚、小虎。 让我们欢迎卫冕冠军 JT 雕别里扎克。接下来，让我们欢迎在狮城新加坡整装待发的其他赛区晋级战队。TM 独特赤木潘皮鹰 BBE 阿兹邦一兵 Snag 雷神 BBE 阿兹邦一兵 Snag 雷神 BLD 奥利佛爱韩毅麻木。千锤百炼，再铸荣光，双城之争，谁露锋芒？永劫无间世界冠军赛3排总决赛现在开始。
เราต้องการแสดงให้เห็นว่านี่เป็นเพียงแค่ก้าวแรกของเรา และเราจะทำมันให้ได้ดีกว่านี้ เส้นทางแห่งชัยชนะของเราใกล้เข้ามาแล้ว และพวกเราต้องการที่จะเป็นนักรบผู้คว้าชัยชนะ พวกเราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดเพื่อเติมเต็มความปรารถนาของเรา
对，1分钟嘛，时间不多了，能进这。哎，卡好时间了，还没朱雀结束了，怎么说？哦，双抓了！哇，他伤害差了一点，哎，又抓到来了！兄弟，先吃一朵。
冠军从来不是巧合，我认为那是一种命运。不认输，拼到底，才能造就的命运。所有人都渴望冠军，但冠军只有一个。2022年最后的战斗，这一次我们当仁不让。
这一个风直接带走了 Wolf U 的 Choice 选手，场面来了一个2打3，动刀子，奥义也不想教了，没什么可教的。正刀罩子，谭旭起，这有你的，自己的一个队友在，小伟过来的话是有个跳阵，漂亮，一个处决特效都打了出来。King 这边是被打翻在地，补了一踢，反身再挣一刀。后备这边在暗域里面可能也出不去，这个击败分再次给了方木拉斯出去。
Chúng tôi đã trải qua nhiều khó khăn để tới được đây, nơi giấc mơ của chúng tôi bắt đầu. Chúng tôi đã luyện tập rất nhiều trong cả năm trời. Thời gian sẽ cho chúng tôi câu trả lời thỏa đáng nhất.
这一波双抓，看看效果，米斯卡亚也是不断在拆对面的一兵。
是，现在的话，两边米斯卡亚直接被一个崩山给带走了，320这边也是残血，
侵蚀也很痛啊！
急呀！
我们曾经登顶过巅峰，也曾经跌落过低谷，曾经自我怀疑过，也在怀疑中找寻到了自己全新的目标。让我们来揭开新的篇章吧。
但是，哎呦，抓到了一个，这一波，哎呀，压了压对面起身，直接双抓。
这边可以直接先下去，现在场上唯一的只有一个梦游，梦游这边先抓一个，自己时间快要结束了，捞了一个，
双抓了，又是一拍。
Nhiều người nói rằng màn thể hiện của chúng tôi là điều kỳ diệu, nhưng họ đâu biết rằng những sự cố gắng và chăm chỉ luyện tập của chúng tôi đằng sau đó. Chúng tôi muốn đương đầu với mọi thử thách, chúng tôi đã sẵn sàng.
我直接戳肩膀滑正正了，又正到了，加太浪漫，要1打3了吗？难不成罗伊再骗阵，再出追接近中招没有用，无效受接，被带走了，1打3。
这个赛场上总有很多的障碍等着我们去打破，或者说这也是一种自己的心魔。这次我们要突破的不再是别人，而是自己。铁杯冠军，我们志在必得。
状态也不好，但是扛着这个阵好像还能稍微的续一下。
双抓了，而且，
哎，这面，
但是钱滚滚有大，钱滚滚有大，把他运在暗域里面的话，其實影響並不算太多，但是這個五毒煞也是給大家帶來了一些麻煩。
Trong trận chiến, chúng tôi chưa từng rút lui, dù là có gặp đối thủ mạnh nhất. Đây là giấc mơ bắt đầu khi chúng tôi viết nên lịch sử huy hoàng cho TM.
啊，时间很残，这个钩索但是被勾断了，那现在有可能要走不掉。现
哎呦，四面飞花打2个，血线都残了，又续了一个
这一波3段接触，如果吃到花的话能活下来。但尤尼克这边已经倒了，现在的话是人数还是人多打人少吗？
啊，现在目前变成了个2打1。
Ladies and gentlemen and Naraka fans from ladies and gentlemen and Naraka fans from across the world, welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point World Championships. So we're here with your trios as we get ready to lock in for the first 3 games of the trios grand finals. I hope you guys are just as excited as me and Moxie are, because it is going to be a good time. Solos was absolutely heated, of course. A lot of what we expected to happen coming through, some very, very aggressive games. Our boy Tryhard from NA coming in and in the top 3 after the first 3 games of the day. I know many NA fans are extremely excited about that. And of course, Spider fans, more than happy to see him sitting on top with the back-to-back MVPs here for day 1. But it's time to talk about trios. And man, is there a lot to talk about trios, Moxie.
I mean, you and I were talking about this when we were watching all of the players line up, and I said to you, Rune, we're getting all of the best Monk players in one lobby. We get to see Free, oh, we get to see Xiaohu, we get to see Pixel, we get to see Eagle, it's gonna be amazing, and we get to see Sleepwalker as well, who is probably, in my eyes, the best Monk, and he really is making a play for that title. And you actually said, interesting enough, WBG may be actually able to make something that has never occurred yet a reality. They may be able to take both solos and trios at J-Cup, and with the performance on their group stages, they absolutely have the prowess to be able to take trios, because this team is fire.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, I've got to look to one of our co-casters, who I'm sure is sitting at home watching right now, because he's going to be here casting tomorrow. And I have to look to Jake, you know, somebody who gave WBG on their first day of the trios group stages quite an earful about how he thought they couldn't do it. And then not only did they come back and absolutely perform insanely, they came back and put up numbers nobody expected, and are now poised to make a run for the overall world champions here as we get ready to move forward. Of course, you guys know the deal. We're going to be going to Morris Isle, followed up by Holleroth, and then a 3rd game on Morris Isle. And you guys know the stakes here. It's a 1.4 times multiplier for 1st and 2nd place. But 1st place, getting 5 ranking points instead of 4 like you do in solos. And a lot of money on the line for these players. Of course, 1st place, walking away with 520,000 USD. That's not RMB, that's USD. That's $500,000 US going to the team that walks away 1st place. And every single time they walk away with an MVP as well, they're going to be walking away with $2,400 in their pocket. Taking a look at the overall teams here, you guys know what it is. It's YZG, WBG, Fun Plus Phoenix, OUG, 17JL, Aces, GD, Wolves, Team TM, a team I've got my eyes on, EWG, GG, J-Team, the defending world champions, XCGs, VNGC, BBE, and BLD. You know, a lot of these teams with varying different strengths and weaknesses, you know, when you get to solos, you're talking about the slightest difference between players kind of making all the difference in those instances. But when you get to trios, we talk about the decision making, aka the macro of these teams, and it comes in so much more in trios. Your decision making has to be on point, and every one of these teams sort of have their styles and the way that they play. And I think you and me, of course, have been hypercritical of many of these teams and the mistakes that they continue to make and not learn from. Across the board, all of these teams definitely have their play styles, and some of them definitely come out on top more than others. But, you know, during the break, let's go ahead and talk about one specific team I know both you and me are going to be hypercritical of today, and that's going to be Bamboo Esports, BBE. This team comes in, and the only reason they qualify here is that off the rip, their hyper aggression nets them a ton of eliminations, typically sitting at 12 eliminations before zone 2 or zone 3. But unfortunately, while that puts them up a lot of neutral points, they almost never see a multiplier. They go out into the middle game because they continue that hyper aggression and get eliminated by third parties. This is a team that has the potential to walk away the world champions if they can kind of shore up that weakness. They have to be able to survive into the late game. Many teams make it to these final circles and don't even have 10 eliminations under their belt. They're not in the double digits. If you're putting double digits up before zone 2, if you can take those to the end of game, you're almost guaranteed to be walking away the MVP or in the top 3. It's just how it is. This team has a huge weakness that they need to shore up. It's a team I know I'm keeping my eyes on in terms of how well they're going to perform today. But what about you, Moxie? What's a team that you're keeping your eye on?
So BBE definitely is one for me. Like we were discussing as well during the setup for the trios that we would love to see them take Gates of Yang, because as you pointed out, they always go down to the third party and Gates of Yang are engineered to deny that third party opportunity. So if you want to still play that hyper aggressive playstyle, sure, go for it, but play it in a Gate of Yang where you have a little bit more security to be able to find that aggressive space. A team that I'm going to be keeping my eye on, however, is FPX. FPX absolutely have the mechanical prowess to be able to come out on top and rule every single one of these lobbies. They have, in my eyes, the best Viper in the entire world. VVV is on an absolute other level when it comes to being able to use his ultimate to be able to have things like macro decision making. He is just one of the best. However, I do believe it's probably not going to be FPX. It's a 1 in 16 chances. We're going to have a question coming on through. And yeah, there you go. The answer is not FPX because FPX isn't even an option. So here's your question for that last and third game of solos. Who claimed the third place of a total standing of solos today? Was it Wang Liang? Was it Demo? Was it Tryhard? Or was it Jin? This is a mean one because this is third place of total standing, not third place of last actual match. But circling back to that point about FPX have some of the best players on the roles that they field. The problem is we've seen them crumble under pressure. They absolutely popped off in season 2 of Pro League, but when it actually came to the bi-weekly finals, they really fell apart. And now where this is literally the most pressure on the most prestigious stage in all of Naraka esports, FPX have to hold their cool if they can show what they're made of.
Absolutely, I agree with you. And speaking of teams who have crumbled under pressure during the Pro League season, we have to talk about the defending world champs because it's a team you can't keep your eyes off. First of all, they're hungry to reclaim their championship status. J Team is the team who won the world championship last year, but we have to talk about how they won the world championship. We talked about it coming into the day today as we went into solos a little bit about how we felt some of these teams were holding things back, and J Team specifically is one of those teams that we think is holding some things back because how they came out on top last year was they came into a Transformers heavy meta that everybody expected to see J Team play Transformers into, and what did they do? They came through with a Viper comp nobody had seen or heard of and used that comp to counteract the Transformers heavy meta that existed at the time, and were able to come out on top due to holding on to that secret, as it were, coming into the finals for the World Championship last year. And I think you and me have the same question on our mind. Are they going to do the same thing again this year? Is there a comp they've been holding on to that we haven't seen come out from J Team? J Team is a very drastically different team. There's very few original members still left on it, but they are a team that does play this way. They do have a coach that typically lets them hold on to a secret. And will we see that secret come out today?
Well, we already saw it on the Pro League, right? They were the ones who engineered the Cicada build on Morris Isle when it was dusk. because, and they said in an interview, they confessed the reason behind it was more fireflies are around at dusk, and so you're getting your ultimate up a lot more often as a Takeda, and you're having that burst damage a lot more often as a Takeda, and controlling the neutral a lot more as that Takeda as well. And like, we've seen hints and experimentations of things like a Yodo, not a Yodo, a Valda coming through, or something like a Karumi over the gates, the Temi for Gates of Yang success, as well as the fact that there's been other experiments with a couple of Justina comps into Temi comps. I think if J-Team is going to be able to engineer and pioneer another meta, which immediately throws a curveball. And remember, like, these games are all back to back to back. These days are all back to back to back. So if J-Team comes out and throws a comp into this water that no one is really prepared to deal with, they will absolutely be able to take massive advantage of all of the confusion that they throw into that wake. But another team that we think has been holding back is GG. Because when we heard from them in their group stages, they were saying, we're going to take fights against FPX, we're going to take fights in Gates of Yang and hope that we run into FPX. And we didn't see them enter a Gate of Yang once. So I think they're holding on to something special for this stage too.
Yeah, you know, I have to agree with you. Not only that, there were a couple of interviews where some comps were talked about that we haven't seen yet in the group stages. There were comps that they said, hey, look, this is a comp that's going to dominate Realm of Yang. We have not seen those yet. So I think it's a hyper potential. We see those particular comps coming through as well. And some of those comps mentioning Tarka, right? And Tarka being a hero that we know does well inside the Realm of Yang, specifically because there is no third-party potential. He can just pop off and make things happen and take control of those zones. So I think a lot of these teams gave it their absolute all in group stages. They are going to come in and they plan to play the game of Naraka that they know how to play, that they've been playing. And then a lot of these teams, as soon as they had a couple of pop-off games that knew was going to keep them in the top 16, backed off. They took their foot off the pedal and said, we are not going to give away our strategies here. We did exactly what we needed to do. We needed to qualify. That was it. It doesn't matter if you're first place in the group stages coming into the grand finals. It's not like it is in the Pro League where you get to carry points over or anything of that nature. It is a fresh slate. All you have to do is qualify. If you have guaranteed you're going to qualify, you can take your foot off the pedal. You can stop giving away information to these other teams. And at some point, that's what it becomes. It becomes information warfare. You do not want these teams to know what you're going to pull out, because then they have time to counteract it and come through. It is the one instance of a year where you don't want people playing the same thing that you're getting ready to play so that you can get practice against it. You want to be able to come out and surprise people. Typically, right? If you use something during a league that's 2 or 3 months long, other teams are going to adjust to it. And then if you don't have practice playing into it, even though you're the ones who pioneer it, it can be a struggle for you because you just don't have the practice playing into it. But in an instance like this, where every day is back to back, there's no pause, there's no chance for these teams to go run scrims and be like, how do we deal with this? It is the perfect time to hold on to that information warfare, come through, drop something nobody has seen, and capitalize on it.
And I think returning back to, J-Team pioneering that Takeda coming out onto Morosala Dusk, how long did it take before we saw other teams in Pro League in Season 2 also fielding Takeda on Morosile on Dusk? It was less than a week. So you really can see, like, these teams, the second they see anything new and they see it working and they see it having strength, they will immediately try and mold it into their own composition so that they can actually take advantage. Because remember as well, we have the 15 hero point rule. So your compositions are eternally having to change up as we go from map to map to map. You only really get to run that monk comp, that full monk comp, whether you field the Karumi, whether you field that Temi, twice. And so a lot of the time, if you can have a different composition that maybe pulls into different heroes that don't overlap those other really hard meta compositions, you're going to feel pretty damn good as you head into some of these games today.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, again, this is it. This is the opportunity to utilize that sort of surprise feeling, right? Because you don't want to use it somewhere else throughout the year and then not have it for the World Championship. But we're going to see what wrench these teams have to throw into the works after a short video when we come back and lock in for our first Trios game of the day.
Vậy là em cảm thấy bên phía các đội tuyển Trung Quốc đang thi đấu chưa hết mình, và em mong tới final thì em có thể thấy họ nghiêm túc và đánh hết sức ạ. Dạ là khi team em thấy đủ điểm vào vòng final thì team em có thể thả lỏng và đánh thư giãn một tí và chưa nghiêm túc hoàn toàn ạ.
There we go. We get to see BBE talking about having not shown their full strength on that group stage. And I mean, we have seen their full strength in those early aggressive zones, right? This is something that you and I have talked about, Rune. We have seen how capable this team are. The fact that literally in under one zone closing, they can come in with somewhere between 7 to 12 kills so consistently every single game. It's extremely impressive. But now we have to be able to see them being able to have that macro decision making so they can actually make those kills count. GG, another team I'm sure that a lot of eyes are going to be on. They had a really good performance as well on Season 2 of the Pro League. Like, they're really having a lot of confidence around the composition and players that they've picked up. They had a little bit of a quieter group stage. I do have to say, I was expecting this team to be very aggressive, very much pro Gates of Yang usage, so that they could try and enable whether they were running the Yoda, whether they were running that Monk. And I mean, if you're running the Monk comp, Gates of Yang are an absolute blessing. You can almost guarantee that your Monk, without having to drop that ultimate and just pile on so much resources to control Mara's blessings, gets to actually find purple armor and at least a purple weapon very early on in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. We can't undersell how important Gates of Yang are, especially in trios, right? And you know, we're talking about BBE, we're talking about the Monk comps as well. But in terms of BBE, not only does it help them exacerbate the issue that they have with third parties in the mid game, the thing is they have the option to pick up that the Vermilion Bird's Might from the Gate of Yang if they win, which means they can continue that aggression through the mid game, get eliminated to a third party and not care about it, which also helps them shore up the same weakness that we've seen time and time again for them. And for these other teams, especially like you said on the Transformers comp, being able to go in and secure that higher tier loot to make the most of your Transformers is absolutely huge. And we're seeing time and time again, it's almost, I can't say it's a 100% win rate anymore.
It's 100% minus one fight.
Yeah, it was 100% win rate minus one fight, where if you take the Kurumi in versus the Temi, the Kurumi side almost literally always comes out on top, right? She just brings so much more to the fights inside the realm of Yang. It's difficult for Temi to overcome it. That ult just instantly gets canceled out by two of the members on the other team, and Kurumi's just looking to keep the tether up. She doesn't really need to cross the border, and if she does, whoever she's tethered to can walk through it, and she can just teleport to them and instantaneously beat through the border. It really kind of shuts the Temi down. It adds extra healing to the comp, and there's no third party to worry about. They don't have to hold ults. They can just burn everything. Now,
Speaking also like not having to hold everything and burning everything as well. Like, I know one big bone to pick for the both of us has been seeing a couple of Yuis hold their ultimate on a little bit too long on those Gates of Yang. Like, it's taken a little bit of time for players to break past that muscle memory reflex of I have to hold my Yui ultimate for when my Monk drops his ultimate in case we get third partied or pressured once our Monk hasn't got that ult. But there are so many reasons that you want to commit both the Monk and the Yui ultimate at the same time, especially if you're going up against another Monk comp, because you need to prevent the threat of being double grabbed, especially if you're running that Kurumi.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing, right? If you're coming in and it's Transformers versus Transformers, the team that doesn't pop the UA shuttle first, if it's you know, both sides are Kurumi or both sides are Temi, it comes down to who burns their ultimates first. The team typically that burns both the Transformers ults first almost always comes out on top. And the reason being, like you said, is you're preventing the double grab. You now have 2 heroes out of 3 where the monk cannot grab them, right? There's no third party, so the monk can't just turn to another team like we see in Final Circles and grab somebody else. He just doesn't have the damage output. You are guaranteeing that you cut the damage output of the transformed monk in half. There's no reason not to. I'm going to call out a team here. I'm going to call out Orion. During day 1 of the group stages, we saw Team Orion's Yueshun not pop their ultimate, immediately get grabbed, goes into the double grab with their team's Kurumi, and boom, instantaneously that fight is over. Yueshun never gets to ult. Holding the ult served absolutely no purpose for them and instantly made it so the other team could come out on top. Into regular ranked, maybe it might be a thing, right? Because you're like, oh, hey, I can dodge these monks, I can get away from their hands, etc. When you're on the stage with players as good as there are here, with some of the best monk players in the entire world, you cannot afford to think you're just going to tap dodge out of these grabs. You have to assume that they are going to land them at some point, and if you can deny that, deny it every day of the week.
Well, there we see how solos panned out. 2 MVPs for Spider. Can WBG find an MVP on their first trios match of the day? It does look like we're getting to see a lot of Monk coming on through. A couple of teams choosing that Temi over the Kurumi, but I'm also seeing a lot more Kurumi than we had in Season 2 as these players look at those win rates. Enough time has passed now as well for coaches and team analysts to see the pattern that we've been seeing, Rune, and figure out that that Kurumi is really crucial for that Monk comp to be able to come out on top in cases of those Gates of Yang contests. However, we're also seeing a couple of counter Monk comps coming on through. Ace is going to be running that Wu Chen, Yodo, and Viper, using that Viper to stun out the Yodo burst damage of the ultimate and the TP ability to be able to pounce on top of the Monk's forehead, guaranteeing that she's not going to be grabbed out of the ultimate early. Does mean that both GD and ASE are going to be feeling pretty confident moving into those Gates of Yang to be able to contest these Monk players themselves.
Yeah, and if you take a look here, you're going to see XCG, YZG, and EWG running a different version of this comp, where they're running Takeda over top of the Yueshun. It works out as Takeda's able to bring the same sort of threat Yueshun does, but he's not gear dependent, meaning you can funnel all of your early gear into your Monk to make sure he's making the most of that Monk transformation. You're also going to see them running the Temi instead, and here's why. Temi actually is still a better pick in the overall map, right? If you're not going into the Realms of Yang, if you're just looking to take fights on the regular map, Temi actually wins fights for those teams outside of the Realm of Yang. And after those first 2 Realms of Yang, once you get to Zone 4, you do only have standard Morse Blessings, and it's those Morse Blessings where you start to see the legendary armor come through, which is so coveted for the Monk. So if you're smart, you're running Temi, you don't go into the Realms of Yang, you wait to the late game to secure Morse Blessing using a Temi ult and guarantee legendary armor for your Monk, and you're playing to pop off in the late game like we typically saw the Monk comps do in Season 1.
Oh, J-Team already going extremely low to YZG at the moment. Eagle just running fists at the moment, as unfortunately they dropped right alongside YZG, and it did look like YZG were able to find a little bit more loot than J-Team. The Mythic counter should be able to confirm this kill onto ZK, but the Kurumi ultimate is going to stagger it out just a little bit longer. I don't know how I feel about using that Kurumi ultimate right there. Honestly, I would have preferred you use it when you regroup with your team. However, 17GL not going to be able to keep YZG in that position for long as they do move in, trying to pick apart this team. And immediately YZG are going to be ejected from the area as 17GL start to try to hunt any member that went the wrong way and split too far out of the pack down. As we see, it is just going to be a couple of spirits following, wanting to get some intel before heading off to find a soul altar and revive. J-Team definitely not going to be happy with that start, as it is going to be an anti-ultimate area popped to make sure that no one is going to be able to Monk on up. FPX running to a Rift Dealer. Just rifling through a couple of shops as we see BBE not gonna be able to find that same early aggressive explosion of a round that we tend to see from this team. VNGC, actually, another one of our teams that definitely had a little bit of polish left. Like, their positioning was definitely something to still be yearned for when we saw them in their group stages. Royhihi really carrying that team with his monk transformations. However, it looks like everything has been smoothed over, as we do see actually BBE, the last member left, Iben, forced to use that monk ult, and immediately VNGC just disengaged. They know that the monk form is going to be dropped pretty soon. Bane's Breath is going to make it even harder for Iben to actually be able to try and move away. His aces actually going to try and contest this monk. They've seen that he's alone. They think that they can push in, smartly keeping their distance. One player going in to nip at the legs and try and force out those slams, as everyone else just brute forces down their health bar from ranged, really just being gnats, little mosquitoes around that monk player as the transformation is going to drop, and immediately it's just going to be open season on poor Iben as XCG looking to try to come on through and find that third party. Ace is going to drop that Viper ultimate, immediately spooking them away from being able to commit, as Alex is able to find a stun onto XCG. However, the Takeda ultimate actually brute forces the Viper back from being able to connect.
Yeah, XCG playing this very well, but unfortunately they do lose a member here, and now XCG is on the run. Aces has only committed one ultimate to this fight here, and we are going to see that the Takeda is also Sand's ultimate here, so Ace really can afford to push in here. They're going to actually go for the kill here onto BBE's Iben, which is going to guarantee them some points here. They know Iben also nowhere near their ultimate here. Now we're going to see XCG trying to come in and make something happen, but they're going to go very low here, and they're going to lose 9 HQ. VNGC coming in for the third party, though, puts Ace in a really precarious situation, but they need to be careful here, as we are going to see the ultimate come out from Ace. Team Wolves pressuring in, trying to find a third party as well. Alex, the last remaining member, but it doesn't matter, as VNGC is able to clean up Team Ace off the back of a strong third party. Now Wolves looking to come in and potentially clean up the eliminations onto VNGC, but Fat Milk, with still the Yuashan ult available to them, going to come in and start separating members of Team Wolves. We're going to see Wolves go ahead and pop an ultimate here for Karumi to keep their members alive here, and it's Royhihi who's going to go extremely low, but is going to be able to find the monk transformation before things get too heated. But Wolves 14 standing in a Karumi ult actually has a huge advantage here onto Roy. Roy, half health before that Karumi ult goes away, is going to find himself hurting. He's not able to find the double grab, not even able to get the slam onto One Fang, as 14's able to cover up the weakness here in the rest of his team. He's going to get the double grab here, pick up double eliminations onto VNGC, and now it's just Fat Milk, whose Yuashan ult is over, and Wolves 14 with the third party comes in and cleans up the members of VNGC.
It's really unfortunate for VNGC because it looks so clean when they're getting that third party off onto Aces, and then Wolves comes along and third parties them, punishing the fact that Fat Milk had already used that Yuashan ultimate to try to cover up and make room as Wolves look to enter into that fray. And Roy, he falls solo, he's forced to use that monk form, and when he drops out of it, the Yui ult is not there to be able to cover him. And unfortunately, they lose all of their members as OUG now going toe-to-toe against EWG. Yuran, straight off of the solos confidence, is immediately into the trios action, into that monk form, as we see a Bane's Breath making it exceptionally difficult for EWG to actually hold on to their ground. They've been able to grab out one of those members of OUG who did actually drop that Bane's Breath, trying to force EWG away so that OUG can punish after them and really push onto that monk. Yuran falling exceptionally low, as we actually see OUG's Jin Yu using the Yui ultimate not to cover his monk, but to hound down Yuran.
Yeah, you know, this is a classic strategy, right? The thing with the monk comp, and the monk comp is very, very strong. Don't get me wrong. Transformers comp has been around and will probably be around in Naraka for a very, very long time, especially considering we have yet another transforming hero getting ready to join the fray as well. But the monk comp has to hold their ground. They cannot go to ground. They need to be in ground and hold what they have. As soon as the monk is forced to be on the move, the monk is a very short ticking timer, right? He doesn't get to hold that transformation for long. You can potentially get 2, maybe 3 double grabs off maximum. Every second that you're moving, you're not grabbing. The monk has to stop to do anything. He has to stop to slam. He has to stop to grab. So if he's on the move, all he's doing is burning out that ultimate, and he's a giant target that's extremely easy to hit with ranged weapons, even if he is moving. Especially if he's moving, he's in a straight line. He can't kind of turn and change his profile on the fly, right? Those ranged weapons going to come in and pump out massive damage, and that's what we saw. OUG just literally could not get away fast enough, and we watched the Monk's health bar go lower and lower and lower. If your Monk is forced to go on the move, you're almost always going to lose the fight, to the point he had a grab on to the other team, but he could not afford to stop and make the slam. And that's where these transformer comps typically fall apart, right? That's why they typically have covered or had Yueshan in the comp for so long, to be able to cover the Monk. Because if the Monk ends up in a situation where he's forced to move, it does not end well for him. But if you have a Yueshan, or maybe a Takeda in this particular instance, who can cover for the Monk and keep him from moving, it is a huge advantage to the likes of these Transformers comp. Unfortunately for OUG in that given situation, they were in the middle of a Bane's Breath, and there wasn't a whole lot that they could actively do. They were either forced to try to take the slams inside the Bane's Breath and hope that RNG didn't actually kill them out there, or forced to go on the move, neither of which were very enticing options for the likes of OUG.
Well, speaking of an enticing option, TM and J-Team are going to be fighting over control of the enticing gate of Yang, and J-Team are able to make it in first. Congratulations! Your surprise behind door number 2 is a fight against WBG. This is going to be a really good matchup of these Monk comps coming on through. Happy to see as well that a lot of these Monk players aren't actually transforming up on top of the pillar. I know it's great for grab opportunities, but it really puts that Monk at the forefront of taking a lot of damage, as it is going to be FPX going toe-to-toe, trying to find this pick onto BLD. TXJ falling extremely low, but so too has Mines. TXJ has actually been able to find one player to grab, is looking to try to find a second so that he can find that double slam and get these eliminations, but the Karumi ultimate comes on through for BLD, and TXJ actually jumps into the space, trying to push Mines out of the Karumi ultimate. Will be able to find a slam, as we do see VVV taking a lot of damage from the transformed Yui of Loves. This is what we talked about, right? When you have that Yui to back up your Monk, you need to immediately go for the transformation. And now it is just a matter of who is going to be able to survive. BLD has already been able to isolate out VVV, and as a result, they now have that numbers advantage. Mine's a little bit left behind the pack at the moment, though. FPX have been able to isolate with their Yui ultimate still going, as the grapple comes on through. BLD just trying to survive until that Yui ultimate burns on out, and it has now been removed. J-Team, we actually get to see, came out on top of WBG. Hopefully we get to see a replay of how exactly that one went down. But FPX and BLD are still fighting, and this is now really dangerous for both teams. They need to win this fight immediately, as FPX will be able to win it in time. Will be able to get the revive onto their Karumi as well and secure up that box so that they can have access not just to the box, but to a legendary pair of nunchucks for their Monk to have that extra slam, just a little bit of extra.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge for them being able to pick that up. We're going to see J-Team here actually coming out of their realm of Yang, where they were able to win, and also cleaning up some kills here onto Team TM, which is very interesting. TM usually able to capitalize on mistakes and play a very, very strong game here. They do only lose one member, though. They sacrifice a single member to allow the rest of their team to get away. So TM still definitely in this fight, as we are only in zone 2, and it's going to be very easy for them to potentially buy them back in. We see Pampy off in the distance here, and I may have spoken too soon, because Wolves 14 here looking to play gatekeeper to the likes of Team TM, but need to be careful as WBG hot on their heels, and WBG with that Yang depletion are going to be keen to force this fight with Team Wolves here, and Wolves holding on to those ultimates. They know there's some other teams waiting in the wings here. 14 off the back of being shot with a bow here is going to go ahead and pop up into that transformation here. You see Sleepwalker do the same, looking to get the double grab. He's He's not able to find it, not able to get the slam off onto PP either, which means PP will be able to get that transformation, or sorry, to get that Karumi ult to come through, which is absolutely massive for the likes of WBG. WBG holding on. They are going to finally find the slam onto PP, but it is into their own Karumi ultimate. So a little bit of that damage going to be mitigated. One Fang trying to get away here, not end up getting grabbed. A grab does come through, but as soon as the grab lands, the transformation ends. Now GD coming in for a third party, and WBG are going to be the targets here. This is going to be huge. GD able to get the final Viper ult off here onto Jinx. So WBG is going to go down, but J-Team also waiting in the wings is going to start picking off the members of Team Wolves as well. GD able to clean up all of WBG here. Need to get away from this fight as J-Team is here, and they do not want to take J-Team on while they have that Vermilion Bird's Might. There's too much pressure from that ability, and J-Team will easily be able to come in to make some things happen. Wolves loses 2 members to J-Team, and 14 is the only one left remaining. Is going to have to find a way to slip away from the likes of EWG and J-Team if Wolves want to stay alive here in game number 1.
I mean, that was a fight where everyone just got milled an invite to. Third party, fourth party coming on through from J-Team, capitalizing off of the Viper stun set up from GD as well, saving their ultimates too, so that they can continue to just apply that pressure using that Vermilion Bird's Might. They still have one more fight in them to be able to put it to uses. BLD, unfortunately, do not have a lot of time. 1 minute and 30 on the clock for them. They've been able to find a pick onto 17GL's ZU. They immediately need to find these picks as well, so we actually see Minds going into that transformation, 17GL going to mirror it, as we actually see Benchu gets grabbed on up, the slam only now coming on through. AS able to sustain their life just a little bit longer with that shoulder slam onto Minds to make sure that the slam didn't come through for a little bit of time, but unfortunately now he is a monk on the move without a team to cover from him when the ultimate drops, and it is going to be a squad wipe coming out onto 17GL from BLD, which is exactly what this team needed. The problem is, YZG have been waiting in the wings. They saw that monk transformation go up. They know that there is no ultimate online bought by BLD, and immediately they're going to be coming on through and dropping this Temi ultimate to deter any third parties from coming on through. Hector is going to be able to claim 1 member of BLD, and already, even though they were able to pick up the Soul Bloom essences and give them just a little sprinkle of hope that they could survive a couple more seconds in this lobby, it's unfortunately and unfairly going to be ripped away from their hands.
As we turn to J-Team now, looking to go in on to Bamboo Esports here. BBE still holding on, but not having the explosive early game they're used to having, with no eliminations under the belt. They do have some gear onto their Monk, and they may be looking to make it into the late game, but they need to be careful. This is typically where if BBE is going to go out, they end up going out. They are, however, trying to clean things up a little bit in their playstyle here. If you notice, we're seeing them trying to hang out here at this Realm of Yang, something we typically didn't see them doing during the group stages, but it is J-Team who's going to be able to slip into that Realm of Yang, who's getting ready to go head-to-head with Fun plus Phoenix. J-Team and Fun plus Phoenix, 2 huge names in the Naraka scene here, getting ready to have an all-out brawl where nobody can come in for the third party, and it's going to be who comes out on top. Which Transformer comp is superior here? Will J-Team be able to get the double grabs they're looking for? VVV on the backside of the pillar means that it looks like they're not going to be able to get the double grab. Eagle misses the opportunity to get a slam out, but they do manage to pick up TXJ before Fun plus Phoenix can make another transformation happen here. And now Fun plus Phoenix a little too late on the Uil, not going to be able to cover their teammates. He is in the UA shuttle, but it is a one-man army who is going to fall to the likes of J-Team here. J-Team playing this very, very smart. Uses the Monk, gets 1 grab, and instead of going for the slam, holds onto them for as long as possible, threatens the grab onto VVV from the Fun plus Phoenix on the other side, and Fun plus Phoenix, because of that, leaves their Monk completely exposed, and both the other members of J-Team use that to their advantage to just completely blitz the Monk down before they can even de-transform, and that gives them the number advantage, and J-Team comes out on top.
Yeah, we said that J-Team were one of those teams to watch because they are very good at pioneering and engineering strategies, and it seems like they've been able to crack these fights in Realms of Yang. That is not now just one fight they've been able to win against FPX. They also, remember, took a fight win against WBG. So this team looking extremely strong heading into those Gates of Yang fights, and for a team that is all around Eagle now as well, in this Monk comp, like, they look so strong, and they're going to be absolutely terrifying if they can continue to win these Gates of Yang and better gear up Eagle so that his Monk is just that little bit more potent. As we see Morris blessings come on through, Ace is going to have to scurry over and try and grab any remains of a box that unfortunately has already seen itself be rifled through. Thankfully, for the team, there is still a Rebirth Charm that they can pick up, and they do need to get one of their thirds back. As I do believe, yeah, this is the fight that J-Team were able to take that win. Once again, we actually see one player in Eagle's hands, and he just holds them, guaranteeing that J-Team are taking a fight 3 versus 2 even before a kill comes out. A lot of the time as well, in like the actual map fights, we see Monk players grabbing out an enemy team and holding them in their palms so that their teammates can swap over towards ranged weapons and tear through them. But they've identified that in those Gates of Yang, you don't have the time to be able to hot swap to those. It's far more rewarding if you just guarantee yourself that another player has been removed from the fight without even needing to bag a kill onto them. And speaking about needs, FPX needs to find a Soul Bloom. They need to be able to win this fight. The problem is the team that they've ran into is a team that just got a buff. XCG with that Draco Storm going to be a little bit tankier. And here comes all of those members of FPX trying to push on to XCG. They've got 2 members playing on the low ground, so that everyone from XCG who were running from that FPX's transformation are actually going to be kited. But J-Team, once again, waiting in the wings, seeing that commotion, holding onto their ultimates, and waiting for the moment to strike.
Yeah, J-Team playing this very, very smart. And there's something we have to talk about with these fights in the Realm of Yang. Once again, we saw the likes of Fun Plus Phoenix hold their Yueshun ultimate again, and it cost them, because here's the thing, is Yueshun had to go to the backside of the pillar to avoid being grabbed, and that's what allowed J-Team to take the Monk on 2v1, where he was just completely caught out and blitzed down. If he had popped the Yui ult, he could have confidently stood next to his Monk and bought his Monk time while they waited for the grab and the slam to come through from J-Team onto the other member of their team, and it would have been an equal fight, a 2v2, where they don't grab an advantage. So we see yet again, holding onto those Yueshun ults is extremely costly for these teams inside the Realm of Yang when it comes to Transformer versus Transformer. Fun Plus Phoenix here still on the depletion, trying to make something happen onto XCG, but EWG more than happy to sit back and just pop shots over and over again. And we're to see Fun Plus Phoenix lose one of their members, as that we also see them lose yet another one. And Ace is also going to find Wolves 14 caught out as a solo player for Team Wolves. Unfortunately, that's going to be it for Wolves' run here in game number 1. And Fun Plus Phoenix is about to find themselves in a very similar situation as EWG closes the gap and picks off TXJ.
It's a petty poison splash. However, it is now going to be a Viper ultimate coming through from GD, using that to be able to set into place K coming in with that Yoda ultimate, as it is now going to be blocked away by Atemi, so going to be a lot harder to be able to collapse onto those members of EWG, and you can actually see GD just immediately turning around. Sansi did, however, go down at the moment. Kakaishi, the only one on this team currently with purple armor, as well as J-Team once again. Every time we see a major commotion between any 2 teams that lasts longer than 20 seconds, J-Team show on up. This team has such an extraordinarily good read of their surroundings this match, and you can see, like, they have been practicing. They are already setting themselves up with 10 kills. They're taking fights in Gates of Yang, but they're not playing too aggressive. They're not overplaying their hand. So if that aggression that they're seeking out from other players to be able to punish turns back onto them, they're going to have ultimates. They're going to have abilities to be able to stand their ground.
Yeah, absolutely. We turn our attention now to YZG, looking to collapse on to the members of Team TM. TM, who who were on the run earlier. They gave up one of their members so that they could have two of them get away, has finally been able to get their full team back together. But TM typically who capitalizes on other teams' mistakes when they see a solo member step outside of position, then climb themselves closer and closer to the top of the leaderboard, have only been able to put together 3 eliminations for themselves. So a much slower game for the likes of Team TM. And we have to talk about Team GG here. Team GG, 330 just picks up the legendary armor here, but not a single elimination under the belt of Team GG, who once again have avoided all realms of Yang. And we just watch as LXM disappears. Just completely falls to the likes of Team TM, who come through and capitalize on the poor positioning. This is exactly what we talked about with Team TM, and GG in a hell of a situation here, as LXM is going to be able to be resurrected here. Nope, Fat Milk gonna come in and immediately pick up a free elimination as soon as he comes up there. LXM gets resurrected again here, holding on for dear life. 330 though, that Monk transformation is due. Oh, there it is, out anytime. He's on fire right now. A lot of damage coming through. He can't even force himself into the zone to escape. That zone tick gonna be too much here in zone number 4. XCG sitting on the roof. Team GG just fighting for their lives to stay alive here. They were able to secure that legendary armor, but they haven't been able to secure themselves an exit from this fight. All 3 of them are split up here as multiple teams collapse. They're able to find a way to come back together here, but EWG, Team TM, and VNGC are not going to let them walk away for free here. 330 trying to get a pot off here as we see musket shots come through and completely negate any healing that he's able to get, and they're just sitting on the backside here, trying not to get forced into the middle, as they finally are. They've got BBE on one side, Aces on the other, Team TM on the other, and VNGC waiting in the wings as well. GG finds no respite here. They have no eliminations under their belt. No amount of multiplier is going to do anything for them right now. They cannot see their game ended here, or it is going to be a 0-point game for them here. And even one 0-point game could spell absolute disaster for any of these teams looking to walk away with that World Championship title.
Oh, this is really unfortunate too. Like, they don't have that semi-ultimate just to get Ivor to block all of the range projectiles, and GD now have noticed, okay, there's a team drastically out of position that everyone is just punching in with cannon fire. Well, we'll start doing just the same. GG, like, they've picked up that legendary armor before, and I think I've seen them with it like more than half health once. In the entirety of the time that they've been running from that Morris Blessing all the way up to the cliff towards Temple. As maybe they get a little bit of a break as another blessing comes online. EWG's ran able to find that double slam to be able to confirm a kill onto Aces. Hazy will be able to find a second slam onto VNGC's Fat Milk, who unfortunately does go down, as we actually see VNGC trying to close up that distance and punish that Monk when the transformation sequence runs out, and they will actually be able to. Simpson claims it with the spear. However, in all of the commotion, XCG saunter forward, drop its semi-ultimate, and walk away with a legendary swarm and legendary armor.
Yeah, absolutely. XCG now here on the backside. This is a huge position for them. They're doing very, very well. All these teams are going to be forced off the side of this cliff and into them. They've set themselves up with the gear that they need. They've set themselves up with a very clean position. So XCG holding on to some good expectations for this final circle. Let's take a look at the leaderboard while we wait for Zone 5 to collapse onto Zone 6 here. We're going to see J-Team sitting at the tippity top here with 10 eliminations. This is a rare sight for J-Team coming into these final circles as of late, as they've been able to find a much more hyper-aggressive playstyle for themselves in these realms of Yang, where they scoop up one member and just completely deny the other team from being able to have a numbers advantage. And because of that, they've won both of their realms of Yang. They set themselves up with 10 eliminations coming into this final circle, and they are absolutely on fire here today. And as the defending world champs, I expect nothing less of them.
Yeah, GG have actually been able to beat out our expectations in that unfortunate positioning that they find themselves in to secure that legendary armor for free. All 3 of their players are still alive through, however, taking a lot of poke damage coming on through from the cannon fire, not dropping that semi-ultimate. quite yet at the moment, as we still have 29 players left in the lobby, and Free-Throw is going to monk on up, as we see two other monks immediately going to be coming on through. OUG's Wade actually going to be dropping into that transformation as well a little bit later, as now every single player has to try and run away so that they don't get grabbed and held so deep and far away out of position, especially with monks like TM's Pampy, who is playing extremely close to the edges of that zone, so that if you do grab a player, you can slam them outside of the zone so they take the slam damage as well as the corruption tick, as we actually see a little bit of punching happening to some of those monks as they vie for those positions. Yoda ultimate going off from one direction as well, trying to just burst through these monks' health, as EWG Sanzi is actually pushed outside of the zone, and then actually EWG Xiao Lui takes the slam and will find themselves absolutely eviscerated by both the slam damage and that zone corruption. That just gets absolutely layered through his health bar, as VNGC Samson still going to be playing around. Xiao Toto going to actually lose that monk form, does have the bell but doesn't actually come under any other pressure, as he does have his teammates right next to him in that positioning. BBE's Ivan unfortunately going to be taken down by GG's Miskia with those dual blades, as it becomes an absolute free-for-all. GG still taking a lot of pressure from cannons on their flanks. They don't really have the best positioning, especially if both teams on their flanks decide to pincer on through and they get stuck inside the middle, with Free-Free-O not going to be able to drop into that transformation sequence and buy themselves the threats to be able to reposition cleanly, as YZG takes the time to be able to just repair some of those ranged weapons before once again assaulting everyone in their purview.
Yeah, we're going to see now as all heck breaks loose, because this is Zone 6 collapsing onto Zone 7. The cannons ringing true here as these monks try to produce as much rage as humanly possible. That's why the cannon is so popular here. We're going to see VNGC get eliminated off the back of YZG here, but these cannons are able to hit multiple targets, which means multiple procs of rage for these monks. Finally, GG on the board with 3 eliminations, or about 330, one of the best monks in the league, looking to capitalize on this final circle. This is exactly what we talk about. Whereas if you're one of these monks, you can come to the final circle knowing that you're one of the best monks in the league and you can pop off. GG struggled to get here. They struggled to find any eliminations, but now that they're here, 330 looking to fix things for them here as they try to pick up multiple eliminations. Unfortunately, XCG Xiaonan going to pick up the elimination onto GG's Miskia, and it looks like 330 hasn't been able to find the damage he's looking for. Meanwhile, we're going to see a J team pick up another elimination going to 13. 330 is able to finally find an elimination, but it's at the cost of losing one of their core members. Aces Alex going to pick up an elimination and then find themselves eliminated. GG's LXM coming in with a massive parry onto GG's K. 330 trying to hold a little bit of space here. 330 goes extremely low. K actually teleports into the zone, and because of that, we're going to see GG's K eliminated. J team continues to hold on to control of this game. All of their members very healthy right now. All of their members still alive in this final circle, and none of these teams with a full roster except XCG trying to hold against them. Xiaonan is going to monk up here. Lingxen able to find a little bit of a reset. A Soul Bloom off of one of the bodies buys him some space that he needs here. LXM hiding in the corner, doesn't want to get picked up here. J-Team ZK is going to get grabbed by Xiaonan. Eagle going to drop down, picks up a member of, I do believe, that is going to be XCG. They are going to lose another one. We're going to see Xiaonan go down as well. J-Team's Eagle trying to get vertical before the zone tick is able to eliminate him. Lee sends LXM into the zone off the back of a huge longsword slash coming through. LXM, the last remaining member here for GG, and J-Team look to obliterate him. 3v1. There's no place for LXM to hide. He's able to pick up a double parry, though, trying to turn this fight on its head. Will LXM be able to do it? No, he's not, and J-Team comes out on top. All 3 of their members of life are defending world champions. Take game number 1.
J-Team have to be feeling exceptionally happy with that performance. Not only did they win every single Gate of Yang fight, they were also able to come out as MVP, knocking out WBG as well, which allowed them in that monk form to be able to find all of those kills necessary in that final zone, right? We know Eagle, we know Free-Free, we know Yahoo, but there is one monk that you fear as that final zone closes on up in this lobby, and that is Sleepwalker. And the fact that Sleepwalker was not in that lobby meant that J-Team were able to once again push through all of those monk comps, wait for a transformation of their own, and then use that last ultimate that they had to be able to entirely secure their positioning. No one was able to turn against them to properly try and isolate them out of fights and away from teammates, because Eagle was still in monk form and everyone else around him was still recovering. So as a result, J-Team get to play the kite fight. You either go down to the two teammates that are out scavenging about for players that they run into, or you avoid those two teammates and you put yourself into grabbing range of Eagle. J-Team play it perfectly.
Yeah, J-Team are able to take control of this final zone. This is the J-Team that I'm used to seeing from Season 1. It's the J-Team that was able to win Worlds last year, and they're a drastically different team, but they're able to play around their strength, and that strength is Eagle. I gotta talk about this. Eagle goes into the bottom of the zone here, and it's a scary position for him to be, as XEG still has another member topside with that Flamebringer, but he has the confidence to walk it down, push the other monk on XCG into the zone, and is able to get back up topside. GG's LXM plays a killer fight in the final here. He's able to pick up a double parry, knocks Lee into the zone, and is almost able to actually eliminate two of the members of J-Team. It's not quite enough though, as the numbers stack up against them, the 3v1 being a little too much, but nobody can say anything bad about it, because GG's LXM, almost against all odds, with how hungry J-Team was in this match, able to flip that fight on its head, almost picks up 2 eliminations. GG, you know, I gave him a lot of crap for having 0 eliminations going into Zone 5, but again, at 330 being a monk who can make things happen, he didn't make it happen this time, but LXM comes through, tries to put the team on their back, puts on one heck of a show, and you gotta give him a round of applause for that. Great job, Team GG, and even greater job to J-Team. I am so happy to see them make a return to form here. And here it is. We talked a little bit about them potentially having a hidden comp, but instead of having a hidden comp that we've seen thus far, what they have is a hidden agenda and how they're going to win those Realms of Yang. And they make it a point to make sure nobody else is going to take those Realms of Yang away from them. As soon as one pops, they're into it. They're ready to deny it to another team. They're willing to fight them off this face because they know that it's huge for them. And we saw it twice, where not only did they win the Realm of Yang, they were able to track down the team who lost inside the Realm of Yang and pick up another 3 eliminations off of them, because they knew that they would respawn nearby. They knew they would respawn without a buff, and they knew that they were going to be at a disadvantage, and they knew they were going to be able to pick them off. And this is a great strategy coming out from J-Team, and I'm interested to see how the other teams are going to adjust going forward.
I mean, there's one clear adjustment you can immediately make. I mean, it's easy for us to call it because, like, we can see J-Team doing this consistently, and that they will just grab up one player and they'll threaten. And unfortunately, if they don't grab that Yui when that fight starts, and that Yui doesn't use that transformation, he is stuck hiding behind a pillar, and then that means that you might still lose your players. And even though the Yui has his ultimate remaining, he's still 1 versus 3 that are going to be able to win that fight. And so I think for a lot of those teams, they have to be able to adapt. The one thing that you can do to punish J-Team's strategy of we grab a player immediately and force you to threaten out with that potential of the double grab, so that you essentially take a fight 1 versus 3 instead of 2 versus 3, is go for that transformation early. We can call it. We know that they're doing it consistently, but teams like WBG and FPX, they've only seen it happen to them. So they don't know that there's a pattern. And as a result, J-Team are able to come up on top of the lobby, not by 10, but by 20. Rune and J-Team pick up 33 points.
Yeah, this is a huge game, and what a game to start on. A 20 bomb right off the rip here for J-Team. And I mean, I don't know what other way to say it, except this was J-Team's game. J-Team came through. Here's a strategy. We knew they were holding something back, right? We very rarely saw them go into Realms of Yang during the group stage, and clearly it's because they didn't want to give this strategy away. They did not want to let teams know, hey, this is what we're gonna do. And even if it only helps them in this first, second, or third game, this is a huge lead for them. A 20-point lead off of the rip is absolutely massive for the likes of J-Team, and J-Team is only going to continue to climb higher as we go forward because they are in rare form. As we're going to take a look here, it's going to be J-Team's Eagle come through on TN High, who walks away the MVP with 21,000 damage, 7 kills, and 12 assists. That means they have a massive 19 out of 20 kill participation. That means they almost participated in 100% of the eliminations for their team here. No wonder they're going to be walking away the MVP here. It's not just about the Monk's strength. It's how your team plays around it. And as a Monk, sometimes you have to play around your team. And Eagle was able to do that. We saw in the very ending here, Eagle is monked up, he's on top, sees that XCG is down below, that his team can't get into that space because the other monk from XCG is threatening the space, and knows it's a bad space to walk into as a monk. He's seen the flamer come out from XCG already. He risks it anyway, pushes himself into the space because he knows the rest of his team can't, and he plays around the rest of his team, and it allows them to clean up the biggest threat from XCG and then turn that energy back onto the rest of the team, and that is why J-Team comes out on top in the end.
It's really ironic as well that like J-Team won Worlds last time off of being a counter monk strat, and now again they're back at Worlds with a counter monk strat. Hopefully, however, we have an interview with one of J-Team and they can expand a little bit more on that in their interview, so we'll let that roll right away.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the post-game interview, and I'm Jaeger. And now we invite Fat Milk to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello Fat Milk, 先和大家打个招呼 ，Sorry, I just say hello to our audience.
Xin chào Fat Milk, bạn có thể chào viewer được không?
Tôi Fat Milk, xin chào mọi người.
Yeah, hello everyone, I'm Fat Milk.
Okay, welcome. And today, like in the game 1 of the Trials game, we know it's the grand final and it's the first game of the Trials game. And as in our audience, it seems like really like in a mess at the end of the game. So I would like to know how Fat Milk comment on the game 1.
Can you repeat the question?
Sorry, it's like because the game 1 is the first game of the Trials game in the grand final. So enter to the grand final, and to be the audience, we think it's really like in a mess in the game 1. So I would like to know how Fat Milk comment on the game 1, like everyone's performance or their team's performance.
Thì hôm nay đây là game đầu tiên của trận chung kết, thì anh cảm thấy thế nào về game đầu tiên này và cách đánh của mọi người như thế nào và trong team anh?
Em thấy mọi người rất là tâm huyết về cái game đầu tiên này, và em thấy mọi người rất là chịu khó con và chịu khó nghe lời.
Yeah, so he think that all the players play very carefully and their combat is quite messy there because it's many people in the last circle, so it's kind of hard.
Yeah, just as what he said, it's like really like in a mess at the last time of the game. But we saw that very highlight level and time is like at the beginning of the game. So your team just have 5 killing score and it's really aggressive. So I would like to know what happened at that time.
Ở đầu trận thì team mình có đến 5 kill ở đầu trận, thì lúc ở đầu trận đó thì mình chơi như thế nào mà có được cái playstyle mà để có được 5 kill như thế?
Tụi em đánh bắt cơ hội rất là nhiều trong lúc mà 2 team giao tranh. Em tới em chỉ giết 3 team còn lại thôi.
Yeah, so in the early game, we just looking to choose out the team to fight, and we join as a third party and get the kills there. So we just get many kills from there.
Yeah, very good start for the game 1. And we know that it's really a long journey now in the Singapore. So I would like to know how's your feeling right now at there, and do you have like any players you all think really worth to recognize in the Naraka?
Từ vòng bảng đến bây giờ là vòng chung kết rồi, thì mình ở Sinh cũng khá là lâu rồi, thì mình cảm thấy cuộc sống ở Sinh như thế nào và Mình có thân thiết với bất cứ người chơi nào khác ngoài team mình không?
Team em thân thiết với lại SCK à. Với lại môi trường sống này rất là ổn đối với em.
Yeah, so I think the life in Singapore is very good and the environment is okay, and our team is familiar with the ESK team.
Seems like wonderful journey, and congratulations again for your excellent performance, and thank you for the interview today. Thank you.
Cảm ơn.
山河烧啊烧，留下誓言我来熬。而你断断续续唱着歌，假装没爱了。用誓言你下青春我来熬。我进来吗？我躲了。我进来逼了，可以开腰刀。我看着红叶，
真的发给我东西，
你吃，保我，杀男，好踢了，
在哪？发给我，
上面两个人在打架，两个人，
我来，
就这两个了，
OK，
他被踢了，
另外一个呢？
另外一个躲一下，另外一个往毒里飞了，我进毒躲了，他死了，他被毒死了，别被毒死 ，A 他一下，我不进去了，没事，我被毒死的，头是我们的就 OK。哎呀，总算吃了一把呀，没什么疼，吃烂了，可以，吃了一把就笑，吃了一把就笑嘻了。可以不用买票了。
等我推一下就不行了。
哎，
等我推一下呀。
我说可以，你不用提前买票了。
马上推一推啊！马上我说什么呢？我都买好了。
我都买好了，等我推一下。
推一下，得推，
把按摩钱给我退回来。
真的退呀，票钱呀。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. We had a couple of tech issues. Hopefully, we're back alive with you guys now as we get ready to lock in for game number 2 of trios. We're going to jump straight into it, I do believe, here as we take a look at the back rooms. We're going to check in on VNGC. Roy, of course, being a household name at this point after having 2 incredible 1v3s during the group stages that nobody expected Roy to pull off here. A lot of pressure on him for his team here with VNGC. VNGC in an interesting position at the end of game 1, struggling to kind of deal with the storm that was J Team. And I think the rest of the lobby in a very similar situation, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, we obviously have the added benefit of sort of being omnipresent, right? We get to see everything. We get to sort of look at all of the fights that J-Team takes and look at the similarities. And there is one very clear similarity and one very good strategy that is working for this team, and it all centers about the Gate of Yang. Like we have said, that this inclusion of this particular bit of Naraka is definitely going to change up how we see teams position and what compositions they actually take into the map. And we can see J-Team have seen how important and influential it can be on the entirety of the series, and they are not willing to just let it slide by. They are going to grab those opportunities. More importantly, they're going to grab players. Specifically, one. They're going to grab the one player. They're going to scoop one player up immediately and just you know, hold them. Just hold them here and just casually wait out until they've been able to win the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a short VT for you guys, and then we will be jumping straight in to game number 2.
Những trận đánh qua team em mà bị những lỗi gì á, thì bình thường bọn em đánh xong bọn em sẽ xem lại. Và lỗi gì thì tụi em nói với nhau để sửa những lỗi đó, bởi vì là vòng bảng ấy, nên là tụi em vẫn có cơ hội để lỗi. Nên là bọn em sẽ cố gắng sửa để vào chung kết bọn em chuẩn bị tốt hơn. Cảm nhận của em thì em thấy nó nói chung là khá là tự hào, bởi vì bọn em đã bỏ thời gian ở trên rất là nhiều ấy. Bọn em đã cố gắng tập luyện kiểu cũng ngang thời gian với lại các team Trung Quốc ấy. Nên là đó là cái điều mà bọn em cũng không bất ngờ lắm.
You know, Team's Pampy here talking about, you know, how mistakes were allowed for them during the group stages, and they expect not to allow any of those same mistakes to fester here today, now that we're in the grand finals. But TM here struggled in our first game. TM typically picks up games consistently throughout the game where they're able to just grab one player who steps out makes a mistake and they're able to pick that player off before the enemy team can even react. And by the time we got to the final zones here in game number 1, they only had 3 eliminations under their belt. And the big mistake that we saw from Team TM during the group stages was they weren't able to find any sort of control over the final zones. And we see the same mistake being made here in game number 1. So you have to question whether Team TM was able to actually find a way to shore up that weakness, and this was just not a strong game 1 for them, or if they're making the same mistakes that they did during the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna give a lot of teams the benefit, right? A lot of teams got third-partied by J-Team. Like, a lot. J-Team had the same aggressive controlling of that lobby as we saw teams like FPX back in their heyday when they were having really good pop-off moments, and they would just play mega aggressively, and they would run into teams, and they would continue to run into teams, and they would just blitz through the lobby. However, if you want to be able to blitz through some of these drops, you're gonna have to get past this question first. Which hero was the MVP of Trio's game number 1? Was it the Taka? Was it a Takeda? Was it a Wu Chen? Or was it a Tianhai? And I mean, no surprises. If you get this wrong, there is going to be some serious judgment coming from this gal, because it was an absolute stunner of a match for J-Team, and it all centered about one specific reason, which, without actually dropping the hero's name, we do have to mention, because unless teams are able to immediately figure out J-Team's strategy in these Gates of Yang fights, they are going to continue to struggle, because J-Team, they win and then they immediately push on forward. However, we're going to be pushing on forward into a VT, so join us in just a bit.
其实我们也没有就是特别勇于去拿这个小组积分第一嘛，就正常打，因为我们还在对这个回阳镜的版本我们还在研究当中嘛，然后就相当于自己从小组赛里面吸取一些经验吧，其实也就是差不多这样。其他赛区在我的印象里面的话，就其他赛区的队伍打架打得比较凶嘛，然后他们处理那种混战的能力比较强。我们也有在天之战遇到过他们，就 TM 和 BBE 这2个队伍，他们混战能力特别厉害，然后中期也是打得比我们还要凶，就一直在打架，然后他们还能一直拿到头，还能进决赛圈，所以挺厉害的，我觉得他们。
YZG, another one of these teams that looked extremely strong. BBE as well, like we saw, like we had concerns for this team moving in from their group stages. They showed that they had that aggression, they showed that they had that kill potential and that they would be able to win fights. The problem for them was carrying those kills into mid and then late game. Like they hardly ever actually saw the existence of a final zone. But already today we could see that adjustment coming on through, right? They were trying to position themselves around those Gates of Yang. The only thing that threw that strategy under the bus, just like it threw a lot of these teams in the lobby for a loop, was J-Team. And circling back to that point earlier before the VT started, J-Team have a very solid strategy in that they use that one monk grab to be able to just win out that fight in the Gates of Yang to secure those buffs. No matter which buff they pick up, they can then take that damage reduction into those fights and play aggressively and look for kills and punish third parties, knowing as well that the team that they run into who's the closest to them is most likely the team they just defeated, who can't afford to kite away the way that we see a lot of teams look to distance themselves from when they run into a team who do have those buffs and they don't. When you have Yang depletion, you have 4 minutes to find a soul bloom. You cannot afford the wild goose chase of a 2-minute kite fight because you can't stand up against a Draco Storm.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only that, when you come out, especially after the first stages of the Realm of Yang, you're at a severe disadvantage because odds are the nearest team to you is going to be the team that just beat you inside the Realms of Yang. And almost every single team here is opting to take Vermilion Bird's Might out of those Realms of Yang. And it's very smart for multiple reasons. One, you can aggressively press on to other kills. And if you get eliminated, it's not a big deal because you get to hold onto your gear and keep moving forward. But if you get eliminated by the team who you just eliminated inside the Realm of Yang, there is no respite for that team. All they've done is waste time and pick up a couple extra points. They do not get to pick the Soul Bloom essences off of your body, and the Yang depletion continues to tick down, and they find themselves struggling even more. So those Vermilion Birds might really being a game changer now that the Yang depletion comes into effect from those realms, and many of these players knowing exactly how to capitalize on that. J-Team doing an excellent job of it here. They came in and immediately hunted down the team that they eliminated both times inside the realms of Yang, a second time, totaling 12 elimination points just from their realms of Yang, knowing they had an advantage after their strategy in the realm of Yang already worked, and it allowed them to press onto those teams with a buff, as well as the other team panicking. J-Team coming in, playing very smart, and this is the exact same way that J-Team was able to capitalize and take the World Championship last year. And what a massive game one for them, right? They had 20 eliminations and over 20 point difference in the total point standings from second place. They are basically an entire game ahead of everybody else after game number one. We don't typically see games go into the 30 scoring mark. They typically sit around the 20 to 25, and a 20-point lead for J-Team off the back of one game is huge, especially considering the fact that these teams are going to have absolutely zero time to make adjustments for the strategy that J-Team's bringing to bear.
And especially because it goes against every single muscle memory that these players have learned when it comes to Transformer comps. Because before Gates of Yang, we would 100% call out any player who cycled their Transformer ultimates the wrong way. If a Yui ulted too early, you would be leaving your monk to die. However, in the Gates of Yang, as we have said, and we will continue to say, you need to use that Yui ultimate immediately. Whether it's to just immediately deny that threat of being double grabbed, thus poking a lot of holes in J-Team's strategy, or just using it for that sheer outward aggression, the damage that the Yui brings, as well as the confusion. Like, having a Yui jumping about and slashing through a team's ranks means that the cohesion and coordination, especially in terms of positioning, is going to be very chaotic for that team to deal with. The comm structure is potentially going to break down, and off of those isolated players, you are going to be able to find the kills the same way that J-Team is isolating players out to be able to win those fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, something I want to talk about, we gave J-Team quite an earful during season 2 about a particular strategy that never paid off for J-Team. And that strategy was sitting on the edge of the circle looking to pick off stragglers. It was never able to buy them the loot that they needed for their Transformer comp, especially once they had started to build their comp around Eagle, who is known to be one of the best monks in the league. And it constantly put them in situations where they were getting third-partied as other teams looking to pick off teams coming into the zone would collapse onto them, and now they were fighting players desperate to come in from the zone and desperate to pick up eliminations from those players. They just find themselves sandwiched and eliminated time and time again. J-Team has completely flipped the script. They've run the opposite strategy. They're running out and playing aggressively and going for these realms of Yang and saying the heck with trying to catch players, stragglers coming in from out the edge of the zone. We're going to turn everybody into stragglers and just hunt them down.
It's really unfortunate as well for these teams to sort of try and drift towards the gates that J-Team have already been able to take control of, because they have that choice to make. Do we camp this gate and hope that they're not going to come out with that buff and then they're going to drop from Assault and we're going to be close enough to capitalize? Or do we try and take a fight against them once that gate closes up and we wait for them even if they're successful? And it really forces as well them away. And they're suddenly looking for that hunt. They're looking for another team to be able to track down. And that sort of does J-Team's work for them, right? Because as long as they win that realm fight, they need to walk about, I don't know, maybe 20 grapples forward. And they're probably going to run into the team that they just beat into the Gate of Yang in that speed test to actually be able to third party in. And that's why it felt like every single time we saw two squads going toe to toe, you would wait 20 seconds, you would be able to look at the minimap and be like, oh look, there's J-Team.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just such a strong strategy coming from them and the fact that they've been able to adjust, right? Because we're talking about a massive adjustment in overall strategy. A lot of times when we see these teams make adjustments, they're making minimal adjustments to kind of fix the gaps in the strategy that they're currently running. Look at this, the sorry helmet filter coming through. I love this.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, no, they're making minimal adjustments to kind of close the gaps in the strategies that they're running. J Team was running a strategy where it was all gaps. Let's be honest. There was no positive in this except the fact that they're able to pick up some free eliminations from stragglers, right?
Yeah.
Instead of trying to close up the gaps in that strategy, they decide to just swing the pendulum completely in the opposite direction and change their strategy entirely. And on top of that, they also have come up with a strategy that almost guarantees that they win the fights in the realm of Yang if these other teams don't capitalize on the fact that they have a Yueshan who can avoid the grab. And we're seeing many of these teams continue to struggle with old habits where they're trying to hold on to that Yueshan ult to be able to cover the monk once their transformation goes down. But what we're seeing is that if you do that, typically your monk dies before your Yueshan ever has it, before they ever have a chance to de-monk. There's nothing left to cover. Go ahead and burn the Yueshan ult and keep yourself from getting grabbed and cover the monk while they're still alive.
Yeah, and remember as well, like, you are literally depriving yourself of being in that fight. Yeah, and you're not even giving the value of a Karumi player depriving themselves of being in a fight with that tether, because at least with that tether, they are supporting the monk. You are effectively hiding behind a pillar and waiting for it to be your turn, where you have to win a fight 1 versus 3, and we all know that's most likely not going to happen. The best you can honestly hope for as the Yui with that sort of better jump movement is being able to survive and hold on long enough for the gate to close up and everyone inside to take the Yang depletion so that you at least deny the box from coming on through. But I'm really excited for what J-Team has to show us in the next couple of days, because they're obviously going to have a whole crewman of strategies coming on through, and they are going to have to start to deviate from this monk comp because of that 15 hero point rule that everyone is under. As we head on to our second map of the day for trios, which sees us head on over to Holoroth. And this may shift the meta away from the monks. However, we've seen a lot of teams still wanting to run those transformer comps on Holoroth, even though you have a 40% chance of the zone actually playing on out for decent terrain for that monk to actually be able to properly work.
Yeah, it's very interesting. A lot of times what we see these monk comps doing is they're just coming through for survivability, and we're going to see a lot of that here, but many of them opting to run the Takeda version of this comp, and this makes sense. And I'm going to tell you why this makes a lot of sense for a lot of these teams. Not only is Takeda fully capable of covering Yueshan, you buy your team only 1 transformer that you need to feed items into, but what we've seen time and time again is going here into Holoroth, it is the teams that have been running Takeda comps that have been capitalizing on the monks transforming. The monks transform, every other player kind of scurries behind cover, and who's able to capitalize on grouped up teams? It's Takeda, especially if he runs the version of the ultimate where you can pick up everybody and do a ton of damage to them. So what we're seeing from these teams is a massive adjustment to where they go, well, why can't we have the best of both worlds? Why can't we have the monk comp where we can make the players scurry ourselves instead of having to capitalize on other teams making these players scurry, and we can run the Takeda who's able to capitalize on these groups of players just grouping together. And that's what we're seeing coming through, and that's why I think we're going to see more Takeda here. Not only that, Takeda just in general, a better pick into the terrain on Holoroth. We've seen it in solos, we see it here in trios as well. And this game number 2 is going to be a much wider spread than our game number 1 was.
Yeah, it's always interesting as well, like, these players, do they want to try and hot drop onto Salvation Podium to roll the dice on the chance of finding red armor for their monk off of the bat, which honestly would do so much in being able to secure yourself wins on those gates of Yang. However, it does look like we're having a widespread around everywhere that isn't Salvation Podium. Mitav is seeing action, City of Tang is seeing action, a couple of teams landing up north towards Imperial Village, GG gonna be running towards the eastern belt of the map. as it is now going to be J team, as is tradition, the team that won MVP of the last match, already going to be finding themselves into a fight versus BBE. They're running that Takeda as well, and another thing that we have to point out for Takeda, like, he's so good at controlling the neutral in Gates of Yang. If you're running that Monk and you want one player to actually attack the Monk's feet, you don't want to go into melee range against that Takeda because he might have Mythic counter and he can deny the weapon from you. As J-Team will be able to find a counter onto one of those members of BBE. The Clang comes on through off of the Greatsword as they all get pushed back, and actually BBE is going to be able to turn it on to J-Team. Just having the Greatsword and all of the framing necessary, the stagger available and locked by Snack, just pushing those members of J-Team out of position allows you to actually let the Greatsword really get to work. And J-Team will unfortunately not be able to survive its onslaught, as VNGC have been able to find themselves taking a fight against YZG. They've already been able to down 2 members. So it did look like they actually lost Roy Hee Hee. It's unusual that we see Roy Hee Hee be the first to go down, but already we've seen VNGC vastly improve in their positioning to be able to keep all 3 of their players nice and close together so that they can really enable Roy Hee Hee as 17GL come in for that third party. Benshu already going to be losing half of that purple shield, gets stuck in that wisp and takes a lot more damage. Shield almost entirely broken, but comes in with those dual blades. The left click doing a lot of damage as we actually see Fat Milk using that Yui ultimate to cover as Roy Hee Hee once again did go down, but Benshu on the back foot, not going to be able to escape that stagger frame coming on through from those 2 surviving members of VNGC. And once again, they will find the revival in their third.
Yeah, VNGC coming in here, a little flipping of the script. It's Fat Milk, and of course Simpson covering for the likes of Roy Hee Hee's weakness here, as Roy was the first eliminated in both of those fights, wasn't even able to monk up, but both of those players able to cover for them and able to actually survive a massive third party coming through from 17JL. 17JL almost immediately loses a member after aggressively pressuring in to that Temi ultimate, and it costs them heavily as the other 2 are just able to continue to take the advantage. We see them also pop the Yui ult, and early game, this is where third parties are a little tricky, right? You come in and you're like, oh, they probably don't have ultimates here, but because it's so early in the game, they probably haven't had an opportunity to actually use their ultimate. So after a fight, they'll have built enough rage, you're likely third partying into a team that now has ultimates because they had to fight the original fight without them. So 17JL finds that out the hard way here as they kind of beat their head onto the wall that is VNGC, and VNGC comes out on top. Fun plus Phoenix now trying to come in on to YZG. YZG in the bit of a back foot here as they have already used their resurrections. TXJ gonna waste no time monking up here for Fun plus Phoenix, but it's some huge damage coming out from a longsword onto TXJ. TXJ gets one grab, is able to get the slam out, but that damage is massive, and YZG now have the advantage with the Kurumi ult coming through. TXJ's Monk ult going to end here. And Fun plus Phoenix down to 2 members left alive, one of which currently LYD in the UA shuttle is not able to be grabbed, but VVV is completely separated from LYD as QGG continues to lock down LYD. LYD's ultimate also comes running to an end here, and there's not a whole lot that Fun plus Phoenix can do here. VVV really has the opportunity of trying to just pick up a single elimination here off the back of his ultimate and just hoping to get some extra points, but they're not going to be able to find it as YZG needs to come out on top of this fight, and they're able to, keeping their dreams alive here in game number 2.
Yeah, FPX unfortunately without that Kurumi, so when that Monk player goes extremely low, below 50%, the only way that they can try and provide any space for him to survive is by dropping in that Yui ultimate a little bit too early. And as a result, when the Monk ult drops, they don't really have the coverage that they're looking for to be able to keep him safe. And it is just going to be members of FPX slowly but surely whittled away and forced to use those rebirth charms, as we actually see OUG and BBE, both monks now dropping on through, but Wade has already picked himself up a legendary weapon. Temi ultimate comes on through. Wade's already been able to find one player to try and slam. Is just going to walk straight on out of that Temi ultimate, as we actually see BBE Snack using that Yui ultimate to try to pressure in onto this monk, as he's still looking for grabs, but he's falling extremely low. Still still holding on to this transformation, might have to drop it early, but he goes down to the snipe. Asbon with the bow takes him down, and as a result, OUG going to lose that Monk player.
Yeah, this is huge as well. Not only does Ivan here de-monk a little bit early, he's able to jump in and use the bell to buy a little bit of a respite for the rest of BBE here, which also guarantees that the opposing team here, YZG, isn't able to pick up an extra elimination. BBE goes to 6 kills here as we are still in zone 1. This is the typical BBE we're used to seeing, right? That hyper-aggressive early game coming through from them. Lots of kills under the board, and I expect we're going to continue to see that, especially as the realms of Yang come through. Taking a look here as Aces does a little bit of shopping. Surprisingly quiet this game is J-Team. J-Team does get eliminated off the rip early to BBE, and since then they have been relatively quiet, hoping to either, I guess, find some loot back or not willing to risk too much, knowing that they do have a 20-point lead coming into this game. As long as they make it to late game and are able to put a couple of kills on the board, they're still going to be sitting fairly pretty.
It's going to be interesting as well to see how they interact with this Gate of Yang, because we know players who just had to use those rebuff charms, like, they lose all of their loot. It's not like Vermilion Birds where you get to keep everything that you died with. No, you have to find everything all over again. And Gates of Yang, when you go into those fights, you want to be able to win those. You want to have the loot to actually be able to contest. And so J-Team, having already had to use those rebuff charms, whether or not they prioritize winning those Gates of Yang to the extent that they actually commit to taking a fight inside one, despite having to re-find all of their gear, is really going to shed some light on how high a regard they hold that particular interaction of Naraka with. Is XCG going to be using a early Moonsbane charm? This is very XCG-like. Normally we see them just immediately off of the rip try and purchase a Moonsbane charm as early as possible to be able to isolate out a team and guarantee that they're not going to get third-partied so they can bag themselves an easy squad wipe. It's a little bit later in the day for them to actually drop it, and I like this adaptation. They drop it on a gate to guarantee that they're going to be able to move through. They've seen teams like J-Team who will just wait in the wings and race you to be the first team that make it inside, and they are not taking that chance.
You know, XCG trying to make the adaptation here. Need to be careful, though, because if another team's waiting in the wings, they can just slide in, and as long as one of their members touches the gate first, they can deny XCG entry to the gate. So it's an interesting strategy to see come through, and clearly nobody actually wants to pressure into it right now where they're at a disadvantage. So luckily for them, it is going to pay off, and hopefully the strategy continues to work for them. As we take a look, J-Team just sitting on the edge, wanting to get their hands on this gate. This is the J-Team from game 1 that we saw. They're hoping it comes out in their favor, and it looks like it's going to, and all 3 members able to slide in and deny another gate to Bamboo Esports.
It's the rematch too, I think. They're up against WBG. Remember, however, though, J-Team had just come off the Soul Altar. So they funneled the purple weapon to Eagle. WG Sleepwalker actually going to monk ult up on that pillar. As we see, Eagle just looking for that first grab. There it is. He's found the play, and immediately he's just going to walk menacingly, punches Sleepwalker back, does actually drop WBG's PP as that semi-ultimate comes on through, making it extremely hard for J-Team to be able to find any movement, as Eagle has not yet walked through it. WBG Sleepwalker taking a lot of damage. However, J-Team's strategy fell flat. They were able to find that grab, that first grab, and you can actually see the adaptation from WBG. They know that, okay, someone's probably going to potentially get grabbed. We just have to be able to push them through. They drop the Temi ultimate as well to be able to guarantee that they win back that space, and they're able to adapt around J-Team's strategy. And remember, WBG are a team that had previously fought J-Team and knew that early monk grab would potentially be coming their way. As now we have a look at another Gate of Yang fight going on. YZG currently taking on XCG, as there's the Yui ultimates coming on through. Karumi Teva keeping QGG in survivability a little bit longer as, oh, gorgeous connection with that charged up left click from the longsword into the just immediate stagger lock coming out from those other members of XCG, making sure that they're able to isolate out one of those players at a time, catch them in an absolute eternal stagger lock and see them to a win.
Yeah, YZG going to go down here to XCG. We need to talk about the matchup there between J-Team and WBG. J-Team, of course, not having the Yuashan this particular time around, opts to try to do the same strategy. But the problem is that into another Monk comp without the Yuashan, you're not really denying the ability for them to have another player, right? Obviously, if one of them gets grabbed up, they don't want to walk into the double grab, but because you don't have the Yuashan to keep the other team from being able to guarantee a double grab of their own, you're actually not really giving yourselves a number advantage because you too have to live in fear of the double grab. And we see J-Team's Takeda actually post up on the backside of the pillar after one of J-Team's own members get grabbed up by the Monk from the other team, and it's WBG who's able to basically use the same strategy that J-Team used, but more effectively, because this time their Takeda was unafraid to step out and pump out damage onto the Monk. So J-Team effectively walking into their own strat because they didn't have the second transformer to cover the fear of walking into the double grab. Their Takeda trying to play a little too safe, and now they are the ones who are going to have to figure out a way to get rid of this Yang depletion with only 2 minutes left on the clock because they did not want to walk into WBG. They held on transforming at that soul altar for as long as possible.
Yeah, and now we actually get to see VNGC going toe-to-toe against GG. If J-Team get to see this, then they're going to have an absolute field day. They're going to be able to third party onto a team that have already used, again, early Monk ult, early Yui ultimate to be able to cover the spacing. They have to be able to win this fight and win it fast as they are already down one member. As we see Roy Hehe taking a lot of damage, the third party coming on through, ballista shots, YZG grappling in to hold them in position for as long as possible for that ballista to just get so much damage pumped into both squads left alive, as GG without LX and Miskia going to be dropping out of this ultimate form extremely now, and now he's going to come under so much fire. Roy Hehe in a very similar situation, not really wanting to lead back to his teammate because he's just going to lead that chase, but here comes J-Team looking for that third party, punishing in on those teams. They still held on to their Monk ultimate. Unfortunately for them, the third party doesn't come through in time to catch on to members of VNGC or the opponents that they were originally fighting. As a result, GG and VNGC might have just gotten cleanly away, and J-Team now actually have to win against YZG, a team that were also looking for a third party and also held on to their ultimates as a result.
Yeah, we're going to see Eagle actually pick up an elimination here onto GG's Miskia, though. He's going to try to end the ult early so he can get the Soul Bloom. Luckily, his team's able to cover for him. They are going to pick up those Soul Blooms. J-Team's still in it, but Eagle immediately eliminated. And here comes TM in classic TM fashion. Sees that the Monk no longer has the bell. The transformation is down. All three of them instantaneously lock on to Eagle. One of them just pumping him full of shots coming in from the repeating crossbow because they know that they have that Yang depletion. They know they have to pick up the Soul Blooms off of the body. They capitalize on it. This is the Team TM I was expecting to see in Game 1.
FPX now trying to take a fight against BBE, who unfortunately is still playing that very aggressive game as LYD goes extremely low that he actually has to drop into that Yui ultimate. TXJ still going to be alive, but they are currently down that Takeda, as we do see LYD just trying to push these members of BBE back, pushing onto that tent top, trying to catch onto Snack at the moment, who's taking so much damage from these two members of FPX and will go down. VVV still going to be resible, as well as they can now catch onto the third member of BBE, the Temi, using that F ability to try to go a little bit more aerial and escape the onslaught of damage. Drops in the ultimate as well to try and scurry off to safety. A Wisp to allow him to push back in, and it actually forces FPX into using TXJ's Monk form, looking to try and find the scoop onto this last remaining player of BBE. as it is now going to be covering the third member of FPX, going to be able to revive VVV, as we see Asbon swapping over towards the bow, just trying to stop that revive from coming on through. But the hands force him back, and as a result, FPX are going to be renewed the full 3, as WBG now once again going to this gate of Yang. Sleepwalker once again transforming on top of that pillar, looking for the grab, almost found one onto Nai HQ, as we see him just waiting, trying to find that first player. XCG decided to get aggressive and actually push into Sleepwalker's position, potentially collapsing onto PP, as we see the Temi ultimate come down, and as a result, Yang Hui is actually able to grab a player right first and just immediately goes for the slam onto WBG's Jing.
Yeah, very interesting to see the two winners of the last Realms of Yang going head-to-head here. Xiaonan unfortunately going to be forced to de-monk here. XCG's Nai HQ currently in that UA channel. Sleepwalker going to get picked out here, but now they need to be careful as Nai HQ goes extremely low here for XCG. Jing trying to lock in. Unfortunately, I do believe Jing has burnt the ult already. PP holding on for dear life here. Isn't going to be able to do too terrible much. Does land a Dragon Slayer into a Nejas, and I stand corrected. The Nejas locks them down so that Jing can come in with the legendary longsword Soul Jade and pick up both eliminations here, and XCG has this fight turned on its head off the back of PP landing a single Dragon Slayer and locking down two opponents in the Nejas Might.
This is what we saw when we had players trying to make Spear into Trio's meta in Season 2 of Pro League, right? Every single player running Spear would be setting up for Dragon Slayers because of the lockdown that Nejas might provides onto so many players caught up in its blitz. And as a result, Phoenix Burst is just able to absolutely blast through all of those members, and they're able to turn that fight around. And now it is going to be WBG and GD both picking themselves up a buff. GD getting access to Dracostorm. WG picking up Mystic Might to have a little bit more information on their surroundings as they now go hunting. They want to put that damage reduction to good use. They're pushing onto Ace. They've seen the Monkey already using that transformation, and already we can see the Yui ultimate having to come on through from Hazy to push onto these members of WBG and zone them away, as GD are also caught up in the mix as well. WBG gonna actually Sleepwalker dropping that bell to be able to cover his teammate who got caught up in that wisp. Now trying to push on through, will be able to find a kill onto GD's Dongqing, and very quickly after Kakaishi, as they've now dealt with GD, they can push on to other players in the surrounding area if they so choose, but are actually going to play a little bit more hesitantly and wait to see if anyone pushes on them instead. As K, the only remaining player for GD, is forced, unfortunately, to grapple away from the cans of his two teammates and will not be able to revive them in time.
Let's see here, XCG now on the backside, gonna be forced to monk up. Yiran with the monk as well, but Yiran here in their Kurumi ult, gonna be able to sustain through the fight much more heavily. Now we're gonna see XCG popping their Kurumi ult as well, as Xiaonan gets to heal back to full off this fight. Yiran, no ult and no tether coming through from their Kurumi. Now steps towards this other ult. I don't think they quite realize that this is XCG's ultimate. They're not gonna be getting any healing from it. They are able to land a grab here, and XCG able to pick up an elimination onto EWG Zhao Liu. Sanzi holding on, but now the third party coming through from OUG is going to force EWG and Sanzi to completely back out of this fight. Sanzi, the last remaining member there for EWG, backs away, sees that XCG is on the run, and OUG looking to capitalize as well, but Team TM is not Team XCG, and OUG now finds themselves in a bit of a pickle as Team TM has all the available resources to come in here and start picking up eliminations. SS looking to lock down Pampy, and Team TM Akami sitting up top with the musket, putting in absolute work here. We're going to see the repeating crossbow come out as well as they trade range shots. Team TM still holding on to all of their ultimates and abilities here, looking for a decent opening into this fight with OUG and trying to pick up some of those scraps from the body there. The legendary just chilling there, and Team TM wants to be able to secure it. They're more than happy to throw shots for it. XCG Xiaonan just chilling up here, acting like he's one of the boys with OUG, but now is going to be caught out as OUG realizes what's going on, and XCG Xiaonan gonna turn on to Wade with this legendary greatsword, is able to hit at least one of those, but completely locked down, lets it rip, but gets completely pushed back by a Bell. Zhao no place to go, locked down in the zone with the Flamer as well, is gonna give up that legendary greatsword to the likes of Team OUG.
That could have been devastating if that Bell hadn't been there. With that legendary greatsword and you let it rip not once but twice off of stone form. However, the Bell comes on through after seeing that he is not just going to back on out of stone form. He will absolutely let the follow-up damage rip, and you can absolutely punish him by just turning him into a pinball. Bouncing between the Bell, straight into the Flamer. And now we head towards Wolves. 14 taking a little bit of range damage. Everyone sort of gravitating towards positioning. Again, becoming key. Ranged weapons really trying to chip away at health bars. As Wolves, the composition, they're the only ones who are really lagging behind in terms of loot loadout. They've got purple armor on their monk, but still blue weapons. J team still in this lobby, not having the brilliant start that we've seen them at the day, but already logging in with 5 kills. Definitely not going to be too unpleased about that one. And if you don't want to be too unpleased, you're going to have to be fast, because those Steam codes for those free Naraka copies, they do not last long. You are going to have to be very quick if you want to be able to bag yourself a copy and join us on the Isle in the future. As we have a look at Aces who've been able to find themselves on top of the parapets of the city of Tang. Bane's Breath going to be coming on through, making it extremely hard for teams to be able to take control of the Morris Blessing that is going to be spawning right in the middle of Wolves' Temi ultimate to be able to secure themselves that one.
Yeah, this is going to be huge for Team Wolves here. This is typically the map that Wolves pops off on as well. And now we're going to see 14 both with the Legendary Armor and the Legendary Katana. This is huge for Wolves. This map is where they tend to make it to late game. They tend to pop off on this particular comp as well. They are running Takeda instead of the Uation here, but still 14 typically as a monk is able to make things happen here. And with legendary armor and a legendary weapon, he's set up to do exactly that moving forward. Ace going to be forced to back off here as WBG, who's currently a force to be reckoned with. Threatens the space from up above. We can hear the cannon shots ringing out and see some of them dropping down from below. Jin completely separated from his team here, just trying to make it through the parapets here and get caught back up with the rest of Team Ace. WBG, White Cannon on Sleepwalker here, does not care as he's able to just get a quick repair in. And they hold the very tippity top here. On top of all these parapets. They don't want to let anybody else pressure them away from this space, because this is a huge space. If the zone is going to collapse onto the city, for them to be holding on to, not only does it give them all of the space up above there, but they have the option to go underneath to step away from the range shots and keep themselves from taking a ton of poke down damage. And as we see, it does look like the final circle Zone 5 here is actually going to collapse in that direction. So they're going to be able to hold on to that space for a decent while. As Team Wolves here on the outside edge, looking to try to pick up yet another Moore's Blessing as it gets ready to spawn in. They don't want to let another team have this. They would rather pick up some better armor here for Jiu to be able to hold that front line down for them on the Temi. And they know that they have the Temi ult as well. They're going to be able to secure this Moore's Blessing if it's just sitting out in the open.
Yeah, that's exactly what they are going to be looking to do. I think BBE, by the way, only have one player remaining. And it does look like it's just going to be Ivan trying to survive for as long as possible. 17 JL with that universe slash really putting those purple dual blades to work, just zoning out players around them. They have to start to make their move forward. Wolves looking to try and take control of this Morris Blessing when it spawns are going to be finding an influx of players heading their way as Ace and FPX both decide to eye up that particular positioning. They want that box too. And now it is going to be Wolves forced to potentially part with a couple of ultimates as they do still sit on that monk transformation. They have not dropped it in just yet. Temi ultimate comes on through and Wolves have been spooked on out. Aces slide straight on in for the single second that Wolves allows them the space, drop the Temi ultimate and pick up the entirety of the contents.
Yeah, this is huge for Team Ace. Wolves backs off there. They're not quite sure where the box is going to land. Ace, on the other hand, is more than happy to take the risk. They throw the Temi-ult just before the box comes out, hoping that it's going to land where they're at, and sure enough, it does fall within their Temi-ult, and that buys them a guaranteed box, basically. Wolves would have to pop both of their ultimates and push forward just in hopes to scare them off of the box, and it's not worth it for Team Wolves at this point, as they've already picked up legendary armor and weapon for their Tian High. They don't particularly have to have the extra set of armor and weapon for their other comp because they don't have another transformer, so it's not worth them risking their ultimate and risking their position into the final 6 teams here, so they are just going to back off of that. J team here trading some shots with, I do believe, WBG, if I'm not mistaken. I can't quite see the names. BLD bot side here trying to get away from some damage coming out on them as well, as they are going to lose loves to the likes of OUG who pressure in, and OUG more than happy to come in and secure some more legendary loot for themselves. Genu trying to see what's on the body there, but going to be forced off by some wisps as well as some cannon shots coming through. OUG holding onto that great sword that they were able to pick up earlier in the midst of that crazy fight. We're going to see BBE pop their transformation here and pick up a member of Team TM, keeping Unique completely separated from their team. And they are going to be able to get back to Pampy, but Akami goes low, Unique goes low, and BLD Mines also monked up. So is GG's 330. Many of these teams burning these monk ults fairly early here, trying to buy themselves a little bit of space from the other monks in the lobby. BBE able to find a grab onto Fun plus Phoenix's VVV, but not going to be able to find the slam. BLD's paralyzed, going to get slammed by Pampy and going to go down to GG's LXM, and that's going to be it for Bamboo Esports as OUG continues to rock the pressure onto these teams, finds a kill onto WBG's Pampy, and WBG finds themselves in first place, but down to a single member left remaining alive. J team coming alive as well, able to secure 7 eliminations for themselves. WBG's Sleepwalker is going to pick up a kill onto TM's Akami, but Sleepwalker is going to be forced to demonk very, very soon, and no team to cover for them. And he picks up the 9th elimination for the team, but this is going to be it for WBG's Sleepwalker, completely locked down by the likes of Fun plus Phoenix, who finds themselves their 3rd elimination as they completely eliminate WBG from the lobby. Ace is going to pick up an elimination onto J Team's Eagle. Fun plus Phoenix going to pick up another member of GG and then finds yet another one onto 330, and that is going to be just about it for Team GG. Fun plus Phoenix starting to lock down this lobby here in game number 2. VVV coming in and covering huge for them. We're going to see Wolves ZU pop up here and pick up the elimination onto TM's UQ here. J team going to be eliminated as well off the back of Fun plus Phoenix, who is very quickly taking control of this lobby, but so is Team Wolves, who starts to come alive as they find their 6th elimination. Wolves 14 up top here with that legendary armor and legendary weapon, looking to put in absolute work. Unfortunately, this not being quite the favorable circle they were hoping for. They do find Fun plus Phoenix's LYD. Ace is looking to pressure forward, and Wolves immediately coming through with the Temi ult to buy themselves some space so 14 can take a reset after demonking here, and nobody can pressure into the space, including Fun plus Phoenix. Wolves now looking to find the opportunity to get back into this game. 17 JL's Benchu going to pick up an elimination onto Fun plus Phoenix, and Wolves One Fang going to pick up another elimination onto Fun plus Phoenix, leaving Fun plus Phoenix down to a single member. Aces Alex coming topside with the monk transformation, gonna go grab for grab with OUG's Wade, is able to pick up the final member of Fun plus Phoenix, and that's going to be it as TXJ is eliminated by Aces Hazley after Alex is able to find a slam. Wolves tap dodging around here, trying not to get grabbed up. Wade is able to get One Fang, and we are going to see the Flame Breath come out, and One Fang, just trying to stay alive, is actually going to tap dodge into the regrab. Wolves down to 2 remaining members here as OUG is able to pick up One Fang, and I spoke too soon as the rest of Wolves fall. It is now down to OUG, ASE, and 17JL, all 3 teams with all of their members left remaining alive. 17JL's AS going to be the one who finds the monk up here, as he's the only player who didn't monk during this crazy bout. But OUG able to hold the top side of this map, going to be able to just completely escape the grasp of 17JL as 17JL starts to work down the members of Team ASE. We're going to see Benju and them start to pommel onto Jin as the grab and slam comes through. 17JL is going to pick up the likes of Aces. Hazily, the last remaining member here for Ace, is going to be able to find a little bit of a reset in the corner, and now it's OUG's Wade topside with the Monk, who looks to come out on top. He's going to throw those hands out. He's going to find Benchu, looking for the second grab. Isn't been able to find it yet as the sandstorm comes through, and OUG's Wade made it almost ineffective, but he has the high ground. These players are going to be forced to come to him, and it looks like he's going to start getting the grabs. There's one, he's going for another. Unfortunately, Wade not able to find the slam he's looking for. Does get a little bit of damage out, but not able to find another grab just yet. OUG takes control of the final circle. Aces goes down, and it all comes up OUG.
There's a reason that WBG so earlier in that fight is trying to secure themselves the high ground, right? They know if that final zone pushes you forward and there's a Monk standing on that high ground, just as we saw OUG getting to capitalize on the fact that all of those players had to walk up to the Monk and risk being grabbed out. That's exactly what they want for Sleepwalker. Unfortunately for WBG, they stand on the wrong high ground rune. They get pushed off it a little bit too early by the zone, pushing them into the middle. And because they're actually pushed out by the zone, making that decision for them, WBG Sleepwalker goes down. And that's their win condition, right? Sleepwalker is the player that they're relying on to be that Monk player sitting on that high ground, getting those grabs onto all of the players who have to walk into him. So there's over two members of WBG. They have to scurry straight into the middle of the fight to try to revive him. And they do manage to revive him, but unfortunately they are so deep in the middle of that space that Sleepwalker loses his teammates. He is able to come in with an ultimate form of his own, but he is immediately chipped down because he is a Monk player without a team left behind to help him stand up from. And from there, it just becomes OUG reigning supreme and staring down at all of the puny mortals below them as they wait for their right moment. Wade comes in with that Monk ult, and while yes, the Temi ultimate makes it extremely difficult for him to find the grab, the zone makes it extremely effective as a tool to be able to survive far longer than everyone else around him.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that the zone clutches up to the top side here, it forces every other player down below into the Monk, and just the threat of him being able to grab these players at the feet is enough for OUG to be able to buy the space that they want, right? Because every time they tap dodge away from Wade, it's a guaranteed positioning for the rest of OUG to be able to capitalize on, because they know these players are so afraid of the threat. And that's exactly what we see. OUG's Jinyu is able to just capitalize as he transforms up, and every single time they tap dodge away from the Monk, he just collapses onto them in the Yueshon ult and does a ton of damage to them and cleans up elimination after elimination. And it really comes down to positioning in this one. Typically, you know, I talk about how having the low ground can be very, very beneficial for a lot of these teams, as they're able to clean up these teams that sort of go away. But when you get down to a final zone where there's only 2 or 3 teams left alive, that high ground really does pay off, because you have the only safe area to go. Being on the bottom means you're forced to fight the other team, and you're potentially walking into the third party. We see 17JL Monk up, and there's nothing they can do. Yes, they hold that Monk ult until everybody else's has burnt theirs, and they're able to be like, okay, cool, we're the only threat left in the lobby. The problem is that Monk has no way of securing any sort of grab or pressure onto OUG. OUG can just sit topside and wait out the Monk, as both those two teams on the bottom basically kill themselves, and then OUG, off the back of just playing the waiting game, is able to get their Monk ult back up and to sit in a very dominant position. And then on top of that, a little bit of RNG throws the final circle into the space that OUG has been able to hold on to. And even if it hadn't, the fact that they were able to hold on to that space until their Monk ult came back up, they could have jumped down into the bottom with Monk ult and been the only threat yet again. So OUG really plays it smart here in the end. It plays the positioning well. The fact that they're able to evict WBG when WBG is forced by the zone to push towards the edge of the parapet and take that space for themselves is what wins them this game. And that's why they're going to be walking away in first place here with 12 eliminations and a 21.8 point game score. 17JL holding on to second with 9 eliminations and a 14.7, and ASE holding on to third with 7 eliminations and a 12.8. But we have to talk about it. J Team, while not walking away in the top 3, still puts together almost a double-digit game score at a 9.4, and they had a 20-point lead coming into this game. J Team is still clearly holding on to first place. WBG started to come alive in this game, but unfortunately the zone forced them into a critical error where, like you said, they lose Sleepwalker, and Sleepwalker really the win condition for WBG when they're playing that Transformers comp.
Yeah, and they have to push forward because they're not running the Kurumi, they're running the Temi. So they have to sacrifice. They can't just use the Tether. They can't just try and revive Sleepwalker from afar. They have to forge into the middle of all of those players and wade through every single fight and risk getting picked upon by every single player in the surrounding area, which is exactly what happens. But we can have a look at OUG, and yeah, you can absolutely see, while yes, Wade wasn't coming in with the most amount of kills on the team, look at the amount of damage that he was doing. This monk was a walking, talking threat that OUG were able to use as a shield to guarantee themselves control of that high ground, and from that high ground control, guarantee themselves a round win.
Yeah, absolutely. OUG comes in strong here in game number 2, is able to put together a decent scoreline as well, but it's all going to come up to Temi for their team here with 6 kills and 5 assists. 8,000 damage coming through from the longsword here. SS really playing well here, able to use Tumult to buy up a couple of grabs for their monk here as well, allowed Wade to get a free grab onto some of these other teams, and then following it up with big damage of their own as well. SS really doing a great job in those final moments when the monk was threatening the space and we see the other players tap dodging away. It was SS who was able to jump in and capitalize off the back of that sort of craziness that's being caused by OUG's Wade, and it lets SS just start to pick up damage. And then Zinyu follows it up with the Yueshun ult as well, and there's no place for these players to run, and SS more than happy to just pump some damage out, pick up some eliminations, and just a great game in general here. When you don't have a star monk player, you know, we talk about the star monk players, right? We talk about GG's 330, we talk about Eagle, we talk about Sleepwalker. These teams are looking to facilitate the monk. They're looking to make the monk pop off, and that's why it's a detriment when WBG loses Sleepwalker. When you're a team like OUG, OUG doesn't have a star monk player. That's not what they're looking to do. They're looking to cause chaos so that the rest of their team can capitalize on it. Speaking of capitalizing on things, we're going to send things over to Jaeger, who's going to capitalize on another great interview for us before we come back for our third and final trios game of the day.
Great match and great interview. This is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. Today we invite Yibing to our interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello Yibing. Hello, hi. Can you hear me?
Xin chào Ibin, em có thể chào viewer được không?
Chào mọi người, mình là Ibin ạ.
So hello everyone, I am Ibin.
Welcome, welcome, welcome Yibing. And we know that like in the game 2, it's really like being a Dendra because you are the last one survive in your team, and after rebirth, it's really like in a hard time. So we know that Monk is very hard without the protect of your teammates. So I would like to know how you can survive so long time in the game just using the Monk.
Ở game này thì em đánh sư và khi đó thì em là người sống cuối cùng của team, thì làm như thế nào mà em có thể sống sót được lâu như thế mà khi không có sự bảo hộ của đồng đội?
Dạ là vào cuối bo thì em chỉ sợ nhất là con cát, nên em cứ quan sát, em cứ nhìn cát và em né chiêu ép của cát thôi à.
So in the last circle, I just scared of the Temush, and I just watch every Temush and dodge the F ability from him, so I can survive.
so it seems like you have used a lot of idea at the final circle and make you can survive so long time. And also we know Ibin, you're like in a very young age, like in the professional players. A lot of players, if they are 17 or 18, they think they have a lot of advantage of because of their young age. So how you comment on your age?
Em là là người chơi trẻ nhất ở đây với độ tuổi là 17. Thì những người chơi trẻ có một cái phản xạ nó tốt hơn những người chơi lớn tuổi hơn, thì em có suy nghĩ gì về điều này và về độ tuổi của em không?
Dạ là tại em thấy là mọi người đánh cũng rất là tốt nên em cũng không suy nghĩ gì nhiều, và cũng có rất là nhiều người trẻ giống em nè, nên em cũng cố gắng đánh hết sức thôi.
Yeah, so I think it's many more young players that have talent than me over there. Then I just try my best here only.
Okay, sounds great because we know that a lot of young players, they are really good, and also you are very good players. And we know that for your team, it's like bamboo is the symbol of the team BBE. So I would like to know, so you think bamboo what brings to your team?
Biểu tượng của BBE là một cây tre, thì liệu điều đó có đem tới phẩm chất gì cho team của em không?
Dạ và mấy cái hai game đầu này bọn em đánh chưa tốt ạ. Bọn em còn chưa hòa nhập với lại cái nhịp độ, và bọn em sẽ cố gắng vào những ngày tiếp theo ạ.
Yeah, so I think that the bamboo is very adaptive into the environment over there. So we also adaptive into this meta and over the game, more game ahead.
Yeah, we saw that it's really like your team, just like bamboo. And congratulations, you have excellent performance. And we are looking forward to the rest of the game. Thank you, Yibing. Thank you. Okay, so this is the post-game interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
来，轻易投枪了，我大哥，大波，轻易投枪，自己抓一个，我能搞死他，能补，走他，别动，砸，往后砸，我知道，抓他，把他扑死他。
everybody, and welcome back to the Naraka J Cup, where we are in day 1 of our grand final stages, and we are at the last match of our trios for the day rune. It has been an absolute pleasure. It's a little bit bittersweet because this is my last Naraka cast of the season. However, the games today have more than made up for it.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys are leaving nothing on the table, right? J team's come back. They've made a return to form. Their strategy not working out quite as well in game number 2 as it did in game number 1, as they kind of tried to play the same tried to play the same strategy with a change up in comp that doesn't really buy them quite the same amount of pressure, with Cicada still being grabbable versus the other monk comps. But you got to give it to them for sticking to their guns, and they did put up enough score in this game with the 20-point lead that they were able to take in game number 1 still is in effect for these guys. OUG able to come in and have a pretty good game as well here in game number 2, putting up a 22.8 point game for themselves. And yeah, I think against expectations, not that you can ever count out OUG as one of those teams, but really these zones starting to look like it was going to come up Team Wolves and Team WBG towards the end. And unfortunately, Wolves has a little bit of a poor misposition after a really good fight. They actually are able to eliminate Fun Plus Phoenix, who looked to be a strong contender coming into the final zones as well. Looked like they might actually start to clutch things together. But a massive Temi ult coming out from Team Wolves actually completely puts Fun Plus Phoenix on the backside after a grab is able to come through and lock down a single member of Fun Plus Phoenix. And it just doesn't come up Team Wolves or WBG in the end because of the way the zone collapses in, and OUG is able to walk away here. But y'all shouldn't walk away, because we've got a quick VT for you before we come back and get ready for the third game. Sorry, not a VT. I apologize. It's actually a question for you guys. And it was, which team was the winner of Trios game number 2? And if you were paying attention at all, I literally just said the answer a couple of seconds ago. But is it A, WBG, B, OUG, C, Fun Plus Phoenix, or D, Team GG?
I know we're just giving free stuff out now, I guess. I wish this would land, because then we could have like the t-shirt cannons and we could just fire out treasures to everybody in the audience. But no, be sure to hit us up with the answers in chat. Our wonderful moderators will pick some lucky viewers to be able to give them over some really tasty goodies. And you don't want to miss what's in these latest treasures, because let me tell you one thing, the cosmetics developers do not miss on Naraka. They are absolutely at the top of their game every single cosmetic that comes on out. And speaking of games, we're heading to our last one. It's going to be back to the Morris Isle. We might not see the monks coming on through. It's probably going to be things like the Yoda, the Witch, and the Viper. And I'm really excited, because I think if there's any time that we see a team try and throw in a Valda-shaped curveball, it is now, given the fact that Valda can cancel 2 of those ultimates out, the Viper and the Yoda.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a huge for some of these teams coming through these different comps really developing very well. But we're hoping to see some of that Valda. I don't think anybody would be sad to see Valda come through. The question is can they make it work? Because there is a detriment. We talk about this all the time with Valda, and if you have the wherewithal to be able to tap dodge that ultimate, you can step through it no matter what range you're standing at. That said, in trios, it's far less likely that you're going to be able to do that, because the chaos that ensues is going to make that fairly hard. The thing is you have to be able to get to late game with it. And it's not going to serve you well in the realm of Yang, because there's no chaos for you to thrive off of with that ultimate. So if you are playing Valda, you need to be playing for the late game.
Yeah, it's not just that as well, but remember, Valda can't ult inside buildings. And I think other than just the ability for players to be able to tap dodge, that might be the second most frustrating thing to a Valda player, because the amount of fights that take place inside buildings, especially in places like Celestra, there are many fights that take place there, and that's brilliant for things like a Yodo or a Viper, who is able to use those small enclosed spaces. The Viper, because she has the least amount of distance when the stun goes off, to actually be able to collapse onto those players so that she can hit damage onto those stun type players, as opposed to just setting up for her 2 other teammates. And for the Yoda, obviously, the smaller the building, the more clumped up the players, the more your ultimate is going to do damage. For Valda, however, you're like, hey, can you kite them outside? Can you kite them outside? I'm waiting outside, guys. Please. she's a little bit left on the sidelines in terms of those fights. And yeah, as much as I would love to see the Velda-shaped curveball, I'm not entirely sure it's going to happen. I think much more likely we're going to be seeing things like the Yoda, the Witch, and the Viper, but also potentially either the Temi Justina comp that started to come up through, which I'm also a big fan of. I like to call it the snow globe, because you drop the Temi ultimate, and it encases them in that orb, and then you come into the Justina, and she brings all of the snow in the freeze, and she catches all of those players who are trapped. It's honestly a really good synergy between the two. But not only that, we're also starting to see Matari making a big surge in cheers. I'm channeling her today, and I'm sure a couple of our teams are going to be channeling her in this next lobby, because we've talked about this extensively. That new rework on the ultimate with the 2-second confirmed stun when you get that backstab off, it is extremely crucial to being able to lock down a player and just jump on them.
Oh, absolutely. Not only is it a 2-second confirmed stun, but it's a 2-second confirmed stun that does damage as well, right? You walk into a Valda bubble, yes, you're stunned, but you're not producing extra damage. Not only that, Matari brings a huge advantage for a lot of these teams, because what we typically see outside of the Transformer comp are the Viper comps. So as these teams start to run out of their Transformer comps, if you're able to bring Matari in, not only do you trade ult for ult, but you're able to also get the lockdown benefit from your ultimate and the damage that comes from those teleports while completely bypassing Viper ult from the other team. Any comp that's running Matari into a Viper comp instantly has an ult advantage regardless of the fact that Viper is able to ult, because yes, you're trading an ult for an ult, but you still get extra benefit from the Matari ultimate besides just bypassing the Viper ult.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go trade the costume, Rune. There's no Matari here.
Yeah, it's interesting to see here, but I think this is kind of typical, right? We don't typically see Matari coming out until our, 4th, 5th, and 6th games, because you're waiting to see more of the Viper. Yes, we're seeing a lot of the Viper come through right now, but these Viper picks are more to try to lock down some of these Transformer comps as we move forward, as well as so they can open up some Transformer comps for some of these other teams later who have already used quite a few of them. We are going to see J-Team fall back onto the Transformers comp again, and sure enough, they are going to not be running the Kurumi. This is an interesting adjustment from a lot of these teams that we've seen coming through, where they'll run the Monk, but then they will run other combinations of 2 heroes to go with them because they want to hold on to those hero points. As you can see here, J-Team still has 14 hero points, and they've used Monk both of the last 2 games. They've just used 2 different heroes with that Monk every single time, so it's not cost them hardly any hero points and allowed them to continue to play to their strengths with this Transformer comp.
Yeah, like we said, J-Team is a very smart team who are used to being able to manage that 15 hero point rule. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of people landing Celestra.
I mean, it is the last game of the day.
You'll have to see it. It is the last game of the day. It feels very fitting that in the last match, the J Cup of Trios Grand Final Day 1, it is going to be a massive brawl in Celestra. Especially if a couple of those players trying to spawn into that central space as well, so they can get to bridge as fast as possible and clear those 2 levels, and then push up into Rafters, which have a really good chance of dropping some really tasty loot, especially for those Soul Jade loadouts. We might see the Water Wheel kill coming on through, as it is going to be Aces dropping immediately onto members of FPX at the moment, as FPX, without any weapon picked up, already going to lose one of their players. VVV finds a great sword, but doesn't have the framing or the stagger lock to actually let that blue go. And as a result, we see what exactly happens when you take a great sword into a fight against an actual player who has the time to be able to set up that parry because they're not stun locked by dual blades.
Yeah, very interesting here, and I've got to give it to Aces here. Ace sees the position that, of course, Fun Plus Phoenix is in there. VVV in particular knows that they're going to have to let the stone form rip. Typically, the strategy is to tap dodge away, wait to see if the stone form is going to come out, because if you tap dodge away, you have to parry on a delay anyway. And that way, you're not throwing a parry and then whiffing it into somebody who tap dodges back to neutral, right? They know that Fun Plus Phoenix's VVV doesn't have an option except to throw the stone form, given the situation they're in. So they're more than happy to just jump cancel immediately into a parry and not worry about whiffing a parry. And sure enough, that's exactly what happens. They get the read and we see VVV go down. Speaking of getting the read, Team GG coming in huge here onto Team Wolves, and of course YZG trying to look for that third-party potential. Miskio with the ultimate, trying to give chase to Team Wolves here. Unfortunately, they are getting separated from their team while YZG starts to clean up the remaining members of Team GG. 330 going extremely low, is able to find an armor swap though, and now YZG is the one on the back foot, and Team Wolves going to be able to slip away, come in now for the third party in the positive after finding some much needed resets. GG's 330 is able to land a Dragon's Rush into Ineja's Might, but it's not going to be enough as we see Wolves 14 coming in with the stun. Unfortunately, Wolves does lose ZU, and 14, even though they're able to get the stun onto LXM, it's not enough as 330 isn't stunned, and we're going to see GG come out on top.
Even more importantly for GG as well is that LXM gets to hold on to that Viper ultimate. So if any other team in the surrounding area thinks that they can intrude for a fourth party, they're at least going to be able to have that one to hold on a little bit longer as we head over towards the streets of Celestra. WBG Sleepwalker actually trying to run away from that particular space. It is looking like it's WBG having come off the end of a fight, trying to lick their wounds and find any loot that they can to be able to better set themselves up in case they run into another aggressive trio. As interestingly, they've actually given the purple armor over towards their Wu Chan. Normally, there it is. Normally we see it go onto that Viper because that funnel is so necessary, just like the Monk. Well, yes, the damage and stun duration doesn't scale with the Viper ultimate with her health bar or damage with the weapons that she's actually carrying, but you need to ensure that she's as tanky as possible because players have 2 reactions to getting caught, well, 3 if you count Material. If you get 3 reactions to getting hit by a Viper ultimate, break line of sight so you break the purple beam, or break the Viper before the ultimate hits. So you want that Viper to have the best armor possible to secure the best survivability rate. As WBG now get to turn on to GG, Sleepwalker going to be using that Viper stun first of all, not allowing GG the time. They've gone for the isolated strategy. So if one player gets caught by the stun, at least the others might survive to come in for that peel attempt. As we see Miskia try to push on forward and protect 330, who did get hit by that stun, but the cleanup from WBG is so fast. They focus down one player, and by the time Miskia actually arrives, 330 is already gone, and Miskia is out of position and goes down as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, there's something I want to talk about here today, and it's GG's really poor performance. Honestly, I hate to bring it up, but GG were the forerunners coming into today. Into Worlds. They barely passed through in the group stages here, and now that they're on to the grand finals, GG's not been able to really perform in the past 2 games, and they're struggling to really find their feet here in game number 3 as well. As we turn our attention to 17JL going head-to-head with VNGC here, we're going to see VNGC actually use the Wu Chen ult to kind of recall Roy here, who... a typical solo player mindset, right? Roy very much is like, I'm going to aggressively chase out one player and win this fight. And we see Simpson make a call and go, hey, no, come back here. We're going to throw the leash on a little bit. We're playing trios, Roy. I need you to calm down. As the fight's not going our way, get back here. And we see exactly that. And off the back of that, they actually have burnt less ultimates here. Going after 17JL, and 17JL hasn't had a moment's respite to look for that reset. We're going to see AS find an armor swap, thankfully, as they are looking to find that reset now, but they need to be careful as VNGC still has a Viper ultimate available to them, but they play this very well as they go into a no ult zone. That Viper ult not going to come into play here for the likes of VNGC, and now 17JL can take this fight on equal footing, albeit a little bit less gear. They can step outside and potentially find a Viper ult of their own here very soon, and there it is. VNGC can't pop that ultimate, and they're going to be forced back into the no-ult zone here. Very smart plays here by the likes of 17JL, who continue to pressure VNGC to force them to take this fight inside the no-ult zone there off the back of that Viper ult. And sure enough, 17JL able to play this out smart and actually sends VNGC packing, because VNGC already had been eliminated once. That's going to be it for VNGC here today. They no longer have an opportunity to put any more points on the board. What an intelligent play from 17JL. Not only do they lure them into the no-ult zone, as soon as VNGC starts to push them towards the edge, their Viper steps outside to pop their ultimate, which forces VNGC back into the no-ult zone so that they cannot take that fight with ultimates. Well played by 17JL.
Yeah, macro play. We've talked about it a lot of the time, right? Macro play really does feel like these CN teams are extremely perspective and perceptive in seeing what they actually need to do to be able to win those fights where they are coming in at a significant disadvantage. As we head across to J team, who are coming in at a significant disadvantage in the fact that they've already gone down once. So this might give them a little bit more concern and slow their tempo down just a smidge. As slowing something down is definitely going to be, again, that no-ult zone coming on through. OUG going to actually be able to win the fight against TM inside that no-ult zone. As we see a lot of these players, just like 17JL, SS did not have access to that Viper ultimate, and as a result, they baited a fight into that no-ult zone and were able to come out on top, knowing that it didn't matter that their opponents might have had ultimates to be able to use against them. As Gates of Yang start to come on through. But what else is coming down is EWG's Viper ultimate. Xiao Liu is able to land it and actually forces that Wuchen TP onto YZG. They have to back on off to be able to escape that stun, and they actually go all the way inside that zone, taking Corruption Tick damage. It is early zone Corruption Tick, so it's not going to be doing that much damage to their health. However, it is now going to be one of those cards burnt that they're going to have to be very careful about how they engage in this next fight, and it does ultimately remove them from contesting these Gates of Yang as well. As 17JL immediately going to run themselves into one of those. GD also going to immediately be running into one of those. Looking at the loadouts, it does seem like they're both on somewhat of an even footing. Spatterings of purple armor and blue, as FPX, entirely uncontested at the moment, might just be able to walk away with a win of their own, as GD's Kakaishi in that monk form trying to push onto 17JL goes extremely low off of just not having that Karumi tether up just yet. There's the Yoda ultimate coming on through from 17JL's AS. Unfortunately, the Karumi ultimate a little bit too late in healing that monk up to full, as now we see the Yui trying to cover, but again, it's a little bit too late, and this is what we've talked about, punishing that muscle ingrained memory of the timing of these transformer comps and when you want to actually be able to use those pieces. As now we see GD trying to push straight back. They still have that Yui available, but 17JL are just able to group Staggerlock Dongqing down, and now they only have to deal with K, as K is going to get swept up by that Spirit and the increased stagger rates, and it is going to be 17JL killing the monk comp and walking away with a win.
Yeah, absolutely massive here for 17JL. And like you said, these teams constantly being punished by holding off the ult. Now, that said here, I actually think a mistake was made by the following team here, is they monk up instantly into a Viper comp. And the thing is typically in the realms of Yang, when it comes to a monk comp versus a Viper comp, is it the team that burns their ultimates first actually end up losing. As the monk comp, you're trying to focus down the Viper and force them to burn the ultimate early so that you can use your two transforms to counteract the Viper ult, right? Because if you time it as the Viper ult's coming through, if you're transforming when the stun happens, you actually just ignore the effects of the Viper ult. So typically speaking, you do not want to ult first, and we see, unfortunately, the enemy team almost immediately pops their monk ult, doesn't pop their Yui ult, waits for the Viper ult to come out, and waits for the Viper ult to go through before even using the Yui ult, just completely mistiming it, and it buys 17JL an easy win in the realm of Yang.
Yeah, now we get to see BBE currently going toe-to-toe against OUG, but GG have been waiting in the sidelines, waiting in one of those side buildings, and immediately they're coming in for that third party. OUG losing weight. Yep, the Wu Chen goes down before he's able to TP back. Came extremely low, but does ultimately go down and will not be able to use the ultimate, as now OUG trying to panic in with that Viper ultimate, turn on to BBE. However, SS goes too aggressive and gets caught out by a long-sort of horizontal charge strike, as GG's LXM actually body blocks BBE from being able to escape that Viper stun. But there is very little follow-up from the rest of the team. LXM goes down. BBE, off of having more members surviving in that fight, will be able to win it out. And with LXM going down and Miskya trying to reposition, it does feel like GG were just playing for survivability. Sacrifice one of your players, push the fight to last a little bit longer by throwing that Viper ultimate in and forcing them to turn around and deal with you so that Miskya can try and escape and survive longer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's happening to Team GG here. They've just been crumbling all day. It feels like there's no coordination coming through them, and constantly what we see is Miskya running away, trying to keep the game alive. The problem is if you don't have your teammates here, Team GG, you can't do anything. You're by yourself and you're just looking to play from behind. And playing from behind is not what Team GG excels at. It's not a situation they've typically found themselves in, so they don't really have the practice for it. This is not the place for Team GG to be trying out something that they haven't had any practice at, and that is playing from behind. GG, after today, need to get together with their coach and figure out where the communication is breaking down, because it is hurting them and any chances they have of walking away the champions here in the World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, the fact as well that your Wu Chen is the first in your comp that goes down. Like, the Wu Chen is literally the player you rely on if a player goes down in the fight early and you feel unprepared to be able to take it as a result, who uses that ultimate and carries the Ken out to safety, or somewhat relative safety, so that you can find a safer space to be able to hit that revive off. And I don't know whether or not it was LXM using that Viper ultimate or whether or not that was just a miscommunication from GG's Miskya, who thought, okay, I need to run away. And LXM thought, okay, I need to double down and actually try and push in, because they could have made that work. Viper ultimate into Yodo setup is one of the reasons this composition is so strong. The Viper stun sets up the Yodo ultimate so you can't tap dodge out from the follow through slashes. And it really is a testament to how much of a struggle GG are having today that we genuinely cannot call, whether it is a strategy for Miskya to live or whether or not it is a miscommunication from GG in terms of how they want to actually engage in on that fight. Either way, I didn't see Miskya coming up in the kill feed, so there is still a potential that they're able to find a rebirth charm and buy their members back. However, it is going to be extremely slim, as a lot of these players are going to start gravitating towards things like the gates and those Morris Blessings, denying players who are already down teammates the opportunity to buy people back.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look at the overall standings here, GG is currently holding on to 5th, and I'm giving them a lot of crap here today, saying they are struggling. 5th place is not a particularly bad situation to be in, but it is only game 3. And if you take notice here, J Team in first place has 40 points. Everybody else underneath them is somewhere in the 20-point range. That 5th place easily slips away from Team GG every second that they aren't in game. And unfortunately, as I'm talking about it, we see Team Wolves capitalize on the fact that Team GG is down to just Miskya as they pick up an elimination onto him in the kill feed. And GG may find themselves falling pretty low here in the standings after this game, because they can't put any more points on the board. Fun plus Phoenix entering the realm of Yang. The first realm that they actually entered, they went completely uncontested. Let's see if that is the case once again here, as we are collapsing on to zone 3. J Team here looking to engage with WBG, and J Team having the Temi here, making the smart decision, not going into the realms of Yang and just going for these Morris Blessings. This is an adjustment I wanted to see coming out from teams.
This is what we've been shouting.
We talked about this. If you're running not Kurumi and you're going to run the Temi instead of going into the realms of Yang, where you know you have almost a 100% loss rate into the other version of this Transformers comp, just go for the regular Morris Blessings. And we see J-Team make that adjustment. This is why J-Team is sitting on top today. They have made the adjustments we talked about during the group stages, and I'm loving it.
They have adapted into the Gate of Yang and how to interact with it, and when you want to push into it, and when you want to leave it alone and prioritize most blessings instead. And as a result, they get access to a Draco Storm and all of the contents inside of that box for literally the price of one Temi Ultimate, and all 3 of their members survive. They don't have to worry about that ticking time clock of the Soul Bloom Essence being like, oh yeah, you've got 4 minutes to find a kill for everybody, so now you have to play super aggressively and forward and potentially find a Soul Bloom, yes, but risk getting third-partied. As speaking about getting third-party, WBG currently pushing on to BBE with that Viper ultimate. Unfortunately, it does look like Sleepwalker has been able to have all of the setup necessary to be able to stun out those players and catch a couple of kills for WBG. As heading on over towards Shipwreck, we're actually going to be seeing FPX trying to take on XCG. Now HQ taking a lot of damage. Tammy Ultimate are going to be coming on through for this team in a matter of moments, surely, but no, it's the Monk comp that they're going for first, and TXJ has already used that first slash in the Yoda ultimate, is actually able to cancel out of it before they get grabbed up, but goes a little bit too close to the Monk's toes, and will get scooped immediately into a hand. As we see, Xiao Nan looking for a second player, has not been able to get the slam onto TXJ, so still has to be concerned about the Yodo just nipping about, biting into his ankles, pushing onto his shins, and as a result, he goes down. FPX comes in with the kill.
Yeah, FPX playing this very, very well. TXJ going a little ham there. He actually lets a charge left click from the dual blades come out onto the Monk. And the thing is if you're going to be dodging those grabs at point blank onto the Monk, and you're running dual blades specifically, you can only eat into the Monk with 1 click. You cannot lock yourself in any sort of long animation or you're going to find yourself getting grabbed. The only exception to this rule is with the katana. You're able to charge up the horizontal, the left click on the katana, and release stage 1 fast enough that if you time it, you can dodge, let it go, dodge, let it go, dodge every single time. Any other weapon, you overcommit and risk getting grabbed, and that's what we saw happen. But fortunately, they had already eliminated another player, so the numbers advantage was too big for the other team to overcome, and Fun Plus Phoenix comes out on top. And man, I gotta talk about it. BBE is cursed. I swear. Here we are, stage 3. They find themselves in yet another bad third party and lose a member of their team permanently, and it's the Yodo. Wu Chen and Viper have almost no synergy together whatsoever. The reason Wu Chen slots into the comp is because he provides extra support for the comp, right? It really is the combination of Viper and Yoda Hime together that give the synergy, and because Wu Chen just brings a lot of utility, he fits into the comp so well. But now that there's no synergy, the 2 of them are literally just playing standard Naraka and hoping they can pick somebody off. BBE, also, here we are. They're separated and on the run. Why is Iben nowhere near Rathan here? Rathan is going to be caught out, and okay, I see why. I'm actually gonna take my words away. Yeah, Rathan unfortunately does have a bounty on their head, so it makes sense here. You're better off keeping a single player alive, so I'll give BBE. I'll give BBE that one. I'm gonna eat my words. I didn't see the bounty on their head.
We're gonna borrow the spoon from Jake.
Yeah, I'll borrow the spoon from Jake, who's currently eating his words about WBG as well. So.
Well, Ivan still alive for BBE, now going to be running into those other members of Wolves. Might potentially not be long for this World, as we see Wolves just chasing after him. They know that he's still around. Ace is also wanting to try and find this kill. Wu Chen TP coming on out, trying to buy himself a little bit of safety, but oh no. He TP's right into another team. Wolves are still in Canyon. Ivan gets grapple cancelled, has to use the Dragon Slayers to be able to escape. And as a result, Wolves just absolutely hound him down.
Yeah, really unfortunate here. And again, I think BBE is just cursed. I don't know what it is, man. They always find themselves getting third partied. And I say they're cursed, but honestly, it's positioning and it's timing. They never let the aggression die down. And don't get me wrong, they haven't been able to find those huge early game numbers that they're used to finding. So I understand kind of walking into that same trap where you're just trying to be aggressive the entire time because you want to put points up on the board. But at some point, you've got to learn to play for the late game where you can get the most out of your points that you possibly can. And it's what BBE has struggled with throughout the entirety of the group stages, and it's what they find themselves struggling again here today. All 3 games, they go out in zone 3 to zone 4, and once again, you know, it happens here in game number 3. BBE has got to put a lock on it. At some point, whoever their shot caller is has got to go, hey, this is a mistake. They need to back out. Unfortunately, Team TM, who's been a team who's been very, very methodical, who's been able to engage into fights, pick up eliminations, step away from those fights, and then re-engage at opportune moments, is having the opposite issue that BBE now finds themselves having. They're actually playing too passively, hoping to find people, you know, stragglers who step away and capitalize on people being out of position. And it's a really great clean strategy that we saw come from them in the group stages. But here's the big matter of fact for Team TM, and that is, when you're on the world stage, you can't run a strategy that is highly contingent on other teams making mistakes. You're talking about the 16 best teams in the world, and if your entire strategy hinges on them making mistakes, you're not going to find yourselves having a good day.
Well, I'll tell you what FPX are finding themselves: legendary armor. They win the duel, pick up the Morris Blessing, and will be able to enable that Viper to be so tanky when the ultimate is needed to charge up. J-Team, by the way, gave that fight away. They saw the amount of players that were congregating around that Morris Blessing, and they decided to opt immediately out. This is a team that we have seen commit to Morris Blessings and Gates by literally holding their own against absolutely everyone who comes their way, but they decide to play for safety. And as a result, all 3 of their members will live. While yes, not having that legendary armor, they've been able to hold on to their abilities and ultimates. As we see TXJ immediately spooked out of that Yodo ultimate by that transformation coming through from Kakaishi. J-Team, on the other hand, still in the surrounding area, but haven't actually shown their hand just yet. The Kurumi Tether is keeping Kakaishi up. Yes, he's taking a lot of range damage from everyone around, but that Kurumi Tether is going to keep him healed up. The problem is now. Now they know that he does not have that Monk transformation available. GD have to immediately find themselves positioning, which is going to buy them time. They decide that's going to be the high ground tower, and FPX immediately going to try and chase after them. Leo able to actually use those Wu Chain Soul Blade blocks off of the F to be able to provide enough cover to resurrect VVV, who is the absolute linchpin of this composition. That Viper stun is absolutely crucial to be able to counter out all of those other comps around you. And they have been able to get VVV back without losing another member in the process.
Yeah, you know, really well played here by FunPlus Phoenix. Possibly the best game we've seen out of them. I mean, I say that. Game 2, they were looking very, very strong. Unfortunately, one bad moments of positioning was all it took for them to find themselves eliminated there towards the end of game number 2. So hopefully they can continue to keep a better positioning this game. GD trying to come in onto the box here in FunPlus Phoenix, wanting to push them off. Kakaishi going very, very low, but K able to come in, not holding the Yueshun ultimate, immediately pops it and is able to pressure Fun plus Phoenix off of what looked to be an easy elimination onto Kakaishi after Kakaishi gets caught off guard. This is what we keep talking about in the realms of Yang. You can't hold Yueshun ultimate. Burn it, use it. We see it here, and it's effective. Fun plus Phoenix, though, coming in here with a massive Viper stun, and it's going to be Kakaishi caught out again, stunned, unable to pop the ultimate. Super unfortunate here. He probably should have popped the ultimate into the Viper stun, but I don't think he quite had the rage he needed. He was very, very close, and I think after he gets stunned, it was enough rage, but at that point, it's a little too late. You can't pop it while you're stunned. Fun plus Phoenix able to pick up an elimination. elimination at the cost of TXJ though, and J Team holding on to good positioning. Ace's Alex gonna burn the Viper ultimate here as 17JL is able to use the Wu Chen ult to get away, and Benchu now coming in with a Viper ult of their own. They're gonna trade ults. They're gonna trade a Viper for Wu Chen, Viper for Wu Chen. GD sitting at the bottom here. Kakaishi is able to be brought back here, but Dong Quing is also gone now. So team at GD without their Karumi finds themselves in quite a pickle, and that Karumi is gone. There's no way for them to resurrect her into zone 6 here. There's no resurrection charms. GD is gonna have to make do with just their 2 transformers.
It's really dangerous as well, because like you could see FPX around the area sniffing out when they saw that Monk transformation drop, knowing that K had already used that warrior transformation. As we see WBG trying to control, once again prioritizing high ground, making sure to push onto any player. I think one of them has Storm Stride. Actually, I can see a couple of lightning bolts hitting onto that platform when they get pressured, so that's going to be really good to try and push onto any player that tries to grapple up into that small space. As we see them exchanging shots on Ace, who are on the opposite high ground, everyone just rolling through all of those projectile block abilities, the Yodo, F, the Wu Chen, Soul Blade, to make sure that they're going to be able to survive as long as possible. As WBG decide to make the first move and try to lock down a couple of those members, just using things like the pedal full fury of that Dual Blade legendary soldier to try and push players away and guarantee themselves a little bit of a safe place, as it is going to be WBG's Jing now pushing on forward with a Yoda ultimate. Wolves One Fang immediately going to be trying to follow on suit and catch onto those players that Jing had damaged, but Jing actually just uses it as a magical mystery door to be able to get back on top of the high ground platform, so that WBG, literally deja vu, we were here 20 seconds ago, are right back where they started.
Yeah, absolutely. WBG trying to hold that high ground here, but gets completely forced out of it as we see a cannon shot come through with the flame breath, and it sets all 3 members of WBG on fire, and they immediately decide to give up the high ground as they do not like being the target of that cannon. 17JL in a bit of a huge pickle here, as well as Ace. Both of them still fighting under this underground here, but it's 17JL who's finally able to come out on top of this fight. They've been trading ultimates with Team ASE here for a hot minute, and I gotta talk about this. 17JL has 12 eliminations. Nobody can push through the zone to 17JL. They can literally just sit down below and have the perfect zone. They can start popping heals as soon as they want, and if they're smart, that Yodohime can actually ult through the floor. So as they get towards the final zone, they know players up above are going to be trying to clutch onto that final space for as long as possible. They get their Yodo to the ceiling, they pop the Yodohime ultimate, and they're going to be able to throw those slashes through the floor up into the entirety of the lobby that is left remaining alive. 17JL is sitting in an extremely good position.
We've seen this before from WBG actually on their games, when we had that Holoroth final zone and they were able to play from Cavern. As 17JL are just waiting. There are 10 players left alive in this lobby. Yes, unfortunately, it does mean by waiting and removing themselves from this fight, they are allowing other teams to be able to pull ahead in terms of kills for now. But as you pointed out, they are waiting for this moment, for when that zone closes on through, to be able to use that Yoda ultimate. As WBG uses that Yoda ultimate, putting so much pressure onto J-Team's Eagle, but does get grabbed out and will potentially find themselves being slammed as 17JL's Benchu comes out on top. Viper ultimate now coming out from 17JL as they make their move. 17JL immediately emerging from that woodwork. GD, WBG, all of them pushed all the way back inside and outside of that zone, taking so much corruption tick. Kate just trying to go down to zone corruption so that he denies a kill to 17JL as AS extremely low does go down. K will be able to die to zone corruption, but 17JL have done what was necessary. Off of that superior positioning, hiding below absolutely everybody, they wait for all of the ultimates to be exhausted from everyone around them, and then they emerge.
Yeah, this is huge for 17JL. They fought long and hard with Team ASE to be able to hold on to that underground cavern, and hold on to it, they did. The fact that they were finally able to come out on top of ASE, they literally just bought themselves all the breathing room in the world. They already had 12 eliminations. They had already put in the work. They literally just had to hold on to #1 position. And you see 2 of them risked the zone tick to come up out from the well so that they can guarantee that Yodel is going to hit where they want to, as well as the Viper ult. And GU more than happy to sit down below. He has no reason to go topside, and if the team up top gets in trouble, he could just potentially teleport them out because they should be within that 100-meter range of him. And what happens? We see 17JL goes topside. We see the Yuashan ult come out. He's stuck in the zone, and GU is able to perfectly stand inside the safe space of the zone for as long as humanly possible, and it doesn't matter that he's got the extra healing from the Yuashan ult where he pops up and is in the zone, because he's in the zone so much longer than GU. He has no hopes of outlasting it. Yes, he denies 17JL the kill in the end, but 17JL does not care as they take the first place and they get that massive multiplier as well as the 5 ranking points.
Yeah, 17JL have got to be feeling really happy with themselves. Like, they've had moments and glimmers of really good games throughout the majority of the day, but that last game was an absolute stunner. In terms of macro decision making, it's so big brain. It really is, and you can see as well, like, that fight that spirals through. Both of those 2 teams have the exact same idea, and you can actually see when ASE lose that fight, they're like, oh, okay, I guess we're not going to be able to do that same strategy. Someone else beat us to it. Which is why we even saw when the Wuchen TP comes out from ASE to dodge out of that Viper ultimate that comes out from 17JL, they use it to immediately break out from the Viper ultimate and turn straight back onto 17JL. They don't use it to go topside and try and push onto other players and eject them from that position. They want the underground cavern. They want that potential to be able to burst out of that cocoon like an emerging beautiful butterfly and pick up that MVP title. And I'm really happy for 17JL because, like we said, they've had moments of brilliance, and again, it always feels like it just gets grabbed away from them. In Game 1 and Game 2, they run into some devastating third parties and had to use up a lot of their resources very, very quickly. But in Game 3, they're able to play to the tempo that they're accustomed to, and as a result, they can set up that really good macro play.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. The fight for the cavern down below really sets the stage for these final zones and the way that it's played out. And like you said, 17JL really kind of borrowing this strategy from WBG's book, knowing that they've already put in the work and they have the eliminations. They can afford to let the other team's topside pick up these eliminations. 12 eliminations is quite the number of eliminations for them to take to the final zone. And they know that if they're going to be on top, they just need to pick up maybe 1 or 2 more eliminations. And that's going to be enough. The difference maker is going to be those placement points with that multiplier to take them into the first place. And they want an MVP. They want to make the most out of the points that they already have. They put up some decent points in Game 1 and 2, even though they were kind of struggle bus games for the likes of 17JL. So one pop-off game is going to be a huge difference maker for this team. And surely enough, as we take a look here, they are able to pick up multiple extra eliminations in the end here, going to 18 eliminations with a game score of 30.2. The only other team that broke that game score today was J-Team. Speaking of J-Team, the thing that has always made J-Team a good team has been consistency. Not only did they have a huge breakout game in game number 1, once again in the top 6 with a double-digit game score, J-Team likely still going to be holding on to that first place position.
J-Team going to be feeling very happy with themselves. We did see them start to lose a couple of those members, but honestly, like, this is a team that is looking extremely strong adaptation-wise, and that is something we'll go into in just a little bit because we do have to give it up to 17JL. They had an absolute stunner of a game, and we can actually see AS does come in with a majority of the damage and the kills. However, the fact that all 3 of their players were able to survive set them up for that win. Without the Wuchen TP, they wouldn't have been able to break away from the Viper ultimate when ASE challenged them. Without the Viper ultimate, they wouldn't have been able to force ASE further away. Without the Yoda ultimate, they wouldn't have been able to kill them.
Absolutely, and of course it's going to come up to AS here. Our Yodohime here for 17JL, going to be able to pick up 9 eliminations, 7 assists, 23 8,000 damage, almost 9,000 of that coming out from the long sword. Universe Slash putting in quite a bit of work, as well as Dual Blades rack up 6.8 thousand damage here for 17 JL's AS. And what a game it is for the fan favorite team. And I do say the fan favorite team because they are significantly ahead in the popularity poll right now, which was something that surprised us coming into the start of the group stages. As 17 JL, as they've always been a good team, we haven't seen a lot of fanfare for them. So it's nice to see not only them picking up some fanfare here coming into the group stages, but also able to pick up an MVP during day number 1 and significantly climb their position onto the leaderboard here, because a 30.2 game score is more than enough score for them to surpass every other team that was ahead of them except for J Team. So it's likely going to come down to J Team holding on to that first place position by a hair, and 17 JL holding on to that second place position, while the rest of these teams clamor for a better position. Speaking of that, though, WBG takes second place with a 20.2 game score, and you have to remember, typically these group stages these stages are separated into 6 games. We're playing a total of 12 games here for the grand finals. We only got to see 3 of the games today, and WBG has been very consistent. Another team that's been very consistent I want to talk about as well is Team Wolves. Team Wolves has been top 6 every single game. They just need a pop-off game to come together. And speaking of coming together, Jaeger's getting ready to come together for us with another wonderful interview before we come back and take a look at those final scoreboards.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview, and I'm Jaeger, and our interviewee is ready now, and just connect with him. Hi, hello, so first, introduce yourself to us.
Xin chào Dễ Thần, thì bạn có thể chào viewer và giới thiệu bản thân được không?
Dạ, xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Ghê Thang.
So hello everyone, I am Raytan from BBE.
Hi, welcome Ritan. And I have 3 questions like for you and your team. First one is like your team is really like to participate in the realm of Yarn. And I would like to know, in your opinion, which is the strongest hero combo in the realm of Yarn?
Mình thấy rằng là team bạn rất thích vào cổng, và có lý do nào đằng sau cái việc đó không? Và bạn nghĩ là team com nào là team mạnh nhất ở trong cổng?
Dạ, trước tiên là em nghĩ là đội hình mà mạnh nhất ở trong cổng là Kurumi 2 hóa hoặc là Cát 2 hóa. Và lý do mà team của em hay thích vào cổng là giờ bọn em đánh 3v3 rất tốt.
Yeah, so we very like to enter the gate of Young because we play 3v3 is very good. And the team comp for in the gate of Young is choose Transformer pair with Kurumi or either Tamush.
Yeah, I see. So every time you can have very good score in the realm of Yarn. And also because I know that your hobby is like singing song. So would you please like recommend your favorite singer to us, or your favorite song?
Mình để ý rằng là bạn có một sở thích là hát, thì bạn có thể giới thiệu một ca sĩ hoặc một bài hát nào mà bạn thích nhất được không?
Ca sĩ em thích nhất là chắc là Sơn Tùng MTP. Và bài hát em thích em nghĩ là có chắc yêu là đây của Sơn Tùng MTP, và em rất là ngại ở trước camera là không thấy hát, xin lỗi mọi người.
Yeah, so I really like Sơn Tùng MTP from Vietnam, and because I'm very shy, I cannot sing the song here.
Sounds great. So to be honest, I didn't know these songs. So I think your fans already now, they are like searching them on the internet and they will listen later. Okay, so let's get back to our game, because now we're in the grand final, and I would like to know what's your team's ambition, and so far who you think, or which team you think is the biggest threat to your team.
Quay trở lại với vòng chung kết ngày hôm nay, thì mục tiêu của team mình là gì, và mình cảm thấy là team nào là team mạnh nhất ở trong vòng chung kết lần này?
Dạ thưa, mục tiêu của team em là cố gắng vào được trong top 5, và em nghĩ những team mang mạnh là OG hoặc là EZG hoặc FPX ạ. Yeah, so our team goal is going into the top 5. The strongest team we may think is FPX, OOG, and YZG.
Okay, there's really like strong teams there, and it's okay because it's still the first day of the grand final, and we still have like 3 days, and wish you will have very excellent performance. Thank you for today's interview. Thank you. And now we are finished the game today, and we will get back to our casters.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jaeger said it. We're finished today, Rune. We've had all 6 of our games. We've seen the 3 solos, we've seen the 3 trios, we've had a little look at the landscape of how Grand Finals is going to lay out, and I have to say, I was wary to say that JT might be able to defend that championship, but after the improvements and adaptations that they've made, I know both of us, we saw the adaptation of the Temi immediately move away from contesting Gates of Yang and just immediately only look at Morris Blessings, and I was reaching for party poppers. I was like, it's happening, it's happening. A team has noticed the statistics and they have figured out how to make that comp work.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, J-Team just making really good adjustments today, having a huge pop-off game. And I have to say, they adjusted according to the score of their first game. They knew how massive the score of game 1 was for them, and they played safer. Not so safe that it was a detriment where they weren't able to put points on the board, but they knew, hey, we've got a comfortable lead right now. We don't have to come out and play risky Naraka like we did in game 1. And here it is. It has certainly paid off as they're able to come in with a 53.2 point game score, and at the end of day 1 are currently holding on to first place. 17 JL off the back of a massive performance in game 3. I called it, able to take that second place, and WBG off the back of consistency holding on to third place. And I can't wait, because coming in tomorrow is Dobby and Jake, who are going to be taking over casting for day number 2 for us. And Jake is going to continue to have to hold on to that spoon as he eats his words, because WBG continues to impress here in the World Championship.
I mean, I'm in the UK too. I can probably post them just a cutlery set for Christmas and be like, WBG send their regards.
Yeah, gotta find, you know, what you gotta do is you gotta find him a little pudding cup and write WBG on it and just mail it to him. And be like, here you go, you gotta eat your words, Jake.
We'll have Darby doing the drinking of his water bottle, and Jake just sitting in the corner just scooping words into his mouth. However, they are going to have an absolute blast, because if you know what like J-Team is cooking up, I am so excited to see what exactly they're going to show us in these next 2 days, because we've seen the adaptation come through, we've seen the changes come through, some of them extremely significant as well in terms of their positioning, and the calls that they're making is really strong, and we know they're holding some things back still. They are waiting for that last day where they play 6 games instead of 3, and that's when we're really going to see J-Team just immediately up the ante, because there's probably still going to be players looking at those Gates of Yang interactions and going, okay, if they have a Yui, we're going to have to try and immediately use that ultimate at the start of the fight rather than holding onto it to cover the Munkle. Like, that's something you can make a pretty easy adjustment to. But if J-Team hold on to an entirely different composition strategy and they let it loose, not today, not tomorrow, but on that 3rd day where there is no time for players to be able to talk to coaches or analysts and go, okay, what are J-Team doing? How are we going to counter it? They're going to be able to walk away the champions yet again off of pioneering and engineering an entirely new meta to immediately counter everything we've known about the meta so far in the blink of an eye.
Moxie, you and me on the exact same brain cell. I was literally just about to say, I'm willing to bet that J-Team still has some surprises in store for us, and we're going to see them on the final day of trios where nobody is able to make an adjustment, and they are going to just have to deal with it and adjust on the fly. And J Team classically has done this. We've seen some changes already come in today, but they're not big changes. That's the key takeaway in my head. J Team has made the slight changes that have been able to buy them into that first place position right now, and it feels like they're holding out on us. It feels like classic J Team, where they're waiting for that final day where nobody is going to be able, like you said, to talk to their coaches or talk to any of the analysts to figure out how a strategy to overcome what J Team's doing it. And I love it. And speaking of that, come back tomorrow as we get 3 more games of solos and 3 more games of trios. It's going to be games 4 through 6 for both solos and trios. And then after that, on our on our 3rd and 4th days, it will be the 6 games of solos and then 6 games of trios. There will be 2 final days where we get to rock all 6 games back to back, and I'm super excited for it. Unfortunately, Moxie, this is it for you this season. I hate to see you go. Unfortunately, there's only 3 days left. Of course, we got to give Dobby some time. We got to give Jake some time to come in. Moxie, it has been an absolute pleasure casting with you this season, and this isn't goodbye, it's just goodbye for Worlds. We of course are going to see you back next season. I don't think chat would have it any other way. I wouldn't have it any other way, because you are part of the Naraka family, and it has been such a pleasure to get to cast with you all season, Moxie. And I think you and me got something planned for after stream. So it's not the end for us, quite obviously. But Moxie, I hope you got to enjoy your day in the spotlight as it was here in Worlds, and I hope you've enjoyed joining the Naraka family, as it were.
No, I have absolutely adored absolutely every single step of being a part of this community, and I have to say a huge thank you for everyone who's been super accepting, to the broadcast crew as well behind the screen that have been absolutely wonderful as well, whether they've been clipping and gifting our hilarious moments so that we do not forget any of what has come to pass, or whether or not they've been encouraging us every step of the way. Thank you so much for having me, and good luck to everybody playing in World still.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be from us today. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Make sure you come support your team, support Dobby and Jake as they take it away from us tomorrow. And we will be back, or I'll be back. And of course, Moxie will be back next season as well. That's going to be it from us today. And we look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow.